Introduction to Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Introduction. How the World Looked Then. Jerry Stow admired himself. He was at length doing his duty. Also, his legs pleased him. Through some years he had cherished ambitions for those legs, and himself, linked with unworthy circumstance. Now he was off to the wars, and his legs in golden silk stockings. Before the first beat of manhood in his blood, it had been plain to him that he was born to heroic matters. He was for alarms and great deeds and a white blaze of fame. He must plunge into world wars, must win world renown, be a sober Alexander, a Caesar of respectability. Now, with the spring storms of manhood wild in him, and its first alarming wisdom, he had persuaded even a doubting father that he was not made to work his life out easily in the fat tilth of Stoke Mandeville, was at least no use there. He was emancipated from home. He was out of the worsted and linsey, and into silk and brocade. He was off to ride behind the Lion of the North, and hew himself greatness out of the Austrian papists. Dreams were coming true. His legs and his soul rejoiced. Life was delectable, and his father should be taught to take him seriously. There was a wild wind of spring, and blue clouds clashed in a grey sky. The daylight was pale, and across it the long rampart of hills stood dull black. Over the dark green slope that swells slowly to Aikman Street the wind smote a scattered army of trees, and roared and whistled its anthem. Old trunks of silver grey tossed their great black delicate crests to the wild music, and the poplars, lean boughs already gemmed with gold, trembled and swayed and cowered. Glad of his strength as the wind came Jerry Stow. His brilliant legs bore him with a lilt, nostril and eye were wide, eager of joy. He seemed even to expect it at once. The sight of Sir Godfrey Weston taking the air according to custom affected him with instant delight, for Sir Godfrey had in hand his daughter. She was then a child in her first teens, and, as I infer, can have been no more beautiful than any clean, healthy girl, but she had, doubtless even so early, gaiety and an air. Certainly she was born to be a queen, and might have made no blunder of it. The least nerve of her was keenly alive. She lacked, it may be, something of a child's sweet weakness, but if she asked you nothing, she promised much. The quick scarlet lips, her valiant eyes, the vivid touch of red in her brown hair, were apt already to make men think of their manhood. You might guess that it was no more than this child that had made an end of the boy in Jerry Stow. Sir Godfrey Weston, who saw many things if he did little, saw this, perhaps. There was something of the contempt that made his only amusement on the lean, pallid face as he stayed before the resplendent Jerry Stow. Jerry saluted him with awkward profundity. Sir Godfrey put up one finger. The child smiled gay. "Good morrow, Jerry," says she. "Whither bound?" Jerry Stow saluted her all over again. "I'm glad we are met, my lady," quoth he, purely red, "for I am desirous to bid you farewell." "'Tis a most correct sentiment, Stow," Sir Godfrey agreed. Jerry disliked the tone. "I'm off to the wars, you must know, sir," said he, with some magnificence. Sir Godfrey raised his level eyebrows, but the child was delighted. "Truly? Like the stories you tell? And will you be long?" "I'll not be back in the Vale, my lady," says Jerry, conscious of golden legs, "till I am somewhat more than Jerry Stow." Sir Godfrey yawned. He did not appear to think the ambition extravagant. "But I like Jerry Stow," said the child. "I shall make him better worth liking," said he, with more solemnity than the child required. "You are a fool, boy. Probably God will be with you. Come, Lucinda," said Sir Godfrey. "But I want to know," the child protested. "Do you think they'll make you a prince? Or a duke, perhaps? and will you be very rich?" "If I live," said Jerry Stow, with his chest out, "I shall win fame. I ambition no more." The child looked something of a different opinion. Sir Godfrey tapped his chin. "Answer a fool according to his folly, Lucinda," says he pleasantly. "Friend fool, ambition much of the world, desire much. So shalt thou surely live miserably and in misery die. And for the hereafter happiest are you who have known hell here." "If I covet honor, sir," said Jerry Stow, "'tis an honorable emprise. I would fight for no cause but the right." "There is none," said Sir Godfrey Weston, with another yawn. "God with us," roars your Lutheran. "In the name of the Virgin," the Papist screams. "Fool, do you think God such a fool as to trust his honor to any man? There's no cause worth a man's sorrow, none whereof the victory is well brought by a man's death. 'Tis in the scheme of things no faith shall ever conquer, and thus the fools who believe hammer each other out. Your wise man stands off from all, believes nothing, as he loves nothing and hopes nothing. You have the felicity to be a fool. So again, God be with you. You should amuse him. Come, Lucinda." This maker of phrases was something beyond Jerry Stow. He stood at gaze. The philosophy of Diogenes, I take it, was amazing to him even in the end. But the child smiled back at him, and he went through the wind high at heart. Already he felt himself climbing to a nobler estate than was hers of birth, beheld himself her worshipped lord. Bolder the wind roared, and the blue clouds marshalled heavy in the greyness. It was dark in the beech spinney above the inn, and Jerry, plunging across it, caught strange sounds, heard a ghastly voice moan from the invisible. "Mine iniquities are gone over mine head. My wounds stink and are corrupt. I go mourning all the day long." There came the horrible music of a man's tears. Jerry Stow hurried on, ashamed. "Of a truth I am the chief of sinners. O Lord, thou knowest. Nay, verily, the Lord standeth up to plead." A break of light showed the mourner. It was a loose fellow that stood working his hands and boring his heels into the ground. Jerry Stow saw a sturdy red ridge of nose and a coarse fleshy face, swollen and dark. He went on in a hurry, for this Mr. Cromwell, cousin of Squire Hampden, was thought to be possessed at hours. The harsh voice rose higher. The Lord will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people and the princes thereof, for ye have eaten the vineyard, ye beat my people to pieces. The Lord shall repay." Jerry Stow came out of the spinney to meet the breaking storm. Quick whirls of snow blinded him, and the driven hail cut temple and cheek. All the air was a warring medley of ice. End of introduction. Recording by Sarah Williams. Chapter 1 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Chapter 1 The Lady Lepe Meets Twin Brethren. It was the year of grace 1643 when Jerry Stow made for home again. War called him. England was rent in twain. King stood against Parliament, Church against Puritan. The second great battle of free spirit of man against the power of the past was begun. For the sternest fighters were those who strove to make each man in England master of his own life, captain of his own soul. But to the best of their foes it seemed that the war was of mad, arrogant fanatics who would sweep away the good heritage of England and her divine faith. Both were right, it may be, and both wrong, for those who are marshalled on the stricken fields of the world's fate see no more than the spirit and fortune of their own battalion, know not the true peril or the issue of the day. But when the fight is done, and the peaceful work of death, men see there has been no victory and no defeat. The battlefield is a furnace, whereby all base in either cause is burned out, till when the fire goes down, there is left one fair faith to be the glory and comfort of all men after. But for Jerry Stow and his day the flame was grim. If you should make for the Vale of Aylesbury from a southern port, you would be happy to cross the Thames at Wallingford and come, like the men of old years, by the Icknield way. Then you are given the full joy of the woodland hills. By many a mile they stand sheer above you in timeless strength. Serried ranks of trees rise to the sky, beech and larch, that are red and golden yellow in the springtime, then countless quiet glad harmonies of green, then a wild flame of crimson and topaz and orange, before they come to the feathery grace, the black and brown and silver of the winter-tide. The red buds had but just come upon the larch. The beeches waved yet in naked beauty when Jerry Stow rode by. He came with a companion, with state. There were armed followers and led horses not ill laden. He had gained something about the chest also, and the air and habit of command to set off his mustachios. He rode a good horse as it deserved. He was plainly, yet with no parade, the soldier. Still he preserved his nature. The plain buff coat had a touch of original gaiety, a sash of rare blue. You behold him now, a trim fellow of the middle size, with an honest, wholesome, pale face, wherein brown eyes are earnestly glad. His companion is of a larger make, big each way. He too is soldierly, but no splash of colour mars the neat sobriety of him. He is plump of cheek, and handsome, with lips set in demure mirth. He has the complexion of a country lass. There is to me much alluring in this Colonel George Royston. So they jingled on with their company through the swift wanton April sunshine, as proud of life as the thrushes. They were close upon Oxford Road, where it rises through the woodland defile by Aston Rowant, when they alarmed a lady. It was something of a buxom dame that rode with one serving man to her train, and rode badly enough. The sound and sight of men of war behind her made her vacillate pathetically. Now she turned to gaze, and, misliking them, drove her horse on. Now she looked again and liked them better, and fell to her first easy pace. Then meditation brought doubt back, and she spurred again. But the end of it all was, they came upon her before the crossroads. "'Tis the common vice of woman, she thinks she matters to us," quoth Colonel Royston. "If she had run away she might have had charm," said Colonel Stow, and they drew level. The lady was of a fair comeliness. She looked at them sideways. "Are you for the king, gentlemen?" says she. "He has not that happiness," quoth Colonel Royston. "For the Parliament, then?" she cried. "Nor is the king so unfortunate," quoth Colonel Stow. "I do not understand you, sir," says she, biting her lip. "Believe me," said Colonel Royston sweetly, "we did not expect it." "You resent my questions, gentlemen," she cried. "Nay, we enjoy the answers," said Colonel Stow, with a bow. "At least, sir, you are in truth no Roundheads." "The fashion," said Colonel Royston, "is purely a discord with my complexion." "Which indeed I admire," says she with some spirit. "I am wholly of the same mind," Colonel Royston admitted. "Since we are thus in accord," quoth she, "I would pray leave to be of your company." There was some hesitation. "The honor, madam, is ours, but I cannot think much pleasure will be yours," quoth Colonel Stow. "Sir, I am a lone woman." "I'll swear you're not to blame for it," Colonel Royston muttered. "And the country hereby is disturbed." "Oh, madam, you shall be protected from anything but justice," said Colonel Royston with ill grace. "The woman who gets but justice gets nothing," quoth Colonel Stow. "Indeed, sir," says she heartily, "I want all you can give a woman who can give you nothing. But 'tis not from justice I would be guarded. This is debatable land, and I fear the scum of both armies." "I commend your equal condemnation," said Colonel Stow. "Nay, sir," says she with dignity, "I am heart and soul with the king." "Why grudge him the body too?" yawned Colonel Royston. "Sir, he hath all my spiritual part." "That should be a husband?" Colonel Stow inquired politely. Why, in truth, sir," she spoke through laughter, then with some struggling emotion, My husband cannot now be with me," she made eyes at them, "save in my heart." "Faith, his tribe should not be at large," Colonel Royston agreed. "I, gentlemen, am called Lady Lepe, and—" Colonel Royston's bow seemed to offer his compliments on the name. The two presented each other, and my Lady Lepe smiled on them both. She was indeed comely, though something much buxom, and her eyes pleasantly wicked. "I have a friend," she went on, who is more than a sister to me. She is now in sore need, and I only can help her. It is to her I ride. My way is by Risborough, and if you would see me safe there, my husband would ever be grateful." "I love all husbands," said Colonel Royston with enthusiasm. "They are the scapegoats of my sex. If, as you suspect, it is a kindness to him to help you away from him, command us." "I perceive, sir, you tempt fate. Some day you will be even such a husband as mine." "Your courtship flatters me," Colonel Royston admitted, "but is at least forbid by several religions. Moreover, to economize in wives were miserly in a man." "I see that I have to suspect you of morality," said the lady. "'Tis rare in gentlemen who ride without an armed tail. And upon that matter, against whom are you armed?" "Against the wide world," quoth Colonel Stow, and gave a new point to his beard. "We fight for ourselves, according to the honorable fashion of High Germany," said Colonel Royston, having learned the same by the side of the great Gustavus, whom I will ever uphold as the original begetter of cavalry tactic, though certainly of a deplorable taste in psalmody. Likewise with Bernard of Weimar, who would have been a Caesar if he had ever waited for the infantry, and never for women. Finally with Monsieur de Turenne, who is le guerre même and no gentleman. "I applaud your duetto," says the lady with a smile. "You are surely twin brethren." "Madam, you insult my friend," cried Colonel Royston. "Nay, we should like each other less if we were alike," quoth Colonel Stow. "I ever applaud my antithesis. Faith, madam, already I feel an affection for you." "The softness of his heart hath ever betrayed him, madam. 'Twas that beguiled him to unworthy wedlock with me. 'Tis one with an unmanly desire to be a savior." "'Tis one, madam, with an inhuman power to laugh at himself," Colonel Stow echoed. "In truth, I marked in Jerry a poor relish for humor from the first," quoth Royston. "He could not see the jest when on the night of Breitenfeld some honest Frenchmen were amusing themselves with a broken thigh of mine." "It is rudeness to presume the lady interested in your legs, George," said Colonel Stow. The lady looked at him with some kindness. "And since that matter of the legs you have been brothers in arms?" "Jerry has been so unhappy, with Gustav Adolf, with Bernard, a man of my heart, if he had only cared to keep alive, with Monsieur de Turenne, till he made himself impossible in desiring to hang a gentleman whom we desired to ransom. We removed the gentleman and ourselves, and are here for England to give us the greatness we deserve. Pray, madam, how lies England?" Colonel Royston proceeded to get a return for his innocent frankness. "How stands the war? Propound us the victor." The lady bridled. "Victor, sir? It were madness to believe that a base mechanic army can stand against the gentry of England." Colonel Stow put up his eyebrows. Colonel Royston whistled a small tune. "Every man of honor and blood is with the king," she cried. "Tira lira," said Colonel Royston. "I have heard tell that the men of religion are against him, and I had rather fight 10 men of honor than one with the conviction of sin." "They are mazed, whining Anabaptists," said the lady with indignation. "They have never endured our charge. And what of our generals? We have Prince Rupert, who is the greatest soldier now alive." She brought their eyebrows up again. Royston said something smoothly dubious. With zeal she went on. She told them of the wealth and munitions of Oxford, the forces there and in the West, and gave each army its place. Flaming anew to each neat hint of doubt, she told of Rupert and Newcastle in the north, and Rupert's new last plan of war, how from 3 sides the royalists were to close upon London and crush that halting generalissimo my Lord Essex and put him in the coffin he bore always with him, and bring the king in triumph to Whitehall. My Lady Lepe had vast and curious knowledge of things, and she did not note that for all their first unsought eager frankness she was telling them vastly more than she had been told. It was this, perhaps, which made Colonel Royston look kindly upon her when they halted in Chinnor to bait. "So victory is the King's, madam?" said he, with a last sceptic smile. "Sir," says she, vehemently, "'tis as sure as—" "As that you are a woman," quoth he, kissing her hand as he took her from the saddle. She freed herself swiftly. "Of that, sir, no man shall ever be glad, save one." She languished. Her bosom heaved admirably. "Him I have in my heart," she murmured. "I wonder if he's in any other," said Colonel Royston, and went in after her, something pensive, caressing a mustachio. End of chapter 1. Recording by Sarah Williams. Chapter 2 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Chapter 2. The Impertinence of Joan Normandy. The bird in hand was their inn. It was a thought excited by Colonel Stow's polyglot train. Alcibiade, a plump Picard, dealt plainly with the hostler. Mathieu Marc Luc, thus called because it was ever his task to publish the good news of dinner, flurried the cook. In an upper room, my Lady Lepe stood by a little window of bull's-eye glass, and watched the hill of larches flush and darken beneath the swift cloud shadow and the wind. Jerry Stow was at her shoulder. From the chimney corner Royston regarded the pair with gentle melancholy. "So if we would prosper you bid us fight for the King, madam?" quoth Colonel Stow. She turned upon him. "Nay, sir, if you be men of honor you can seek no other cause," she cried with flashing eyes. "I am a man of the soil," said Colonel Stow without emotion. "A king is no more to me than my fellow. If he needs me, let him pay me." "Is your honor for hire?" says the lady, fiercely scornful. Colonel Stow looked at her keenly. "Madam," quoth he, "what is it you want most in the world?" Royston was surprised by her blush. I, she was in difficulty. "A woman tells that to no man but one, Colonel Stow," she said in a hurry. Colonel Stow bowed. "To come by what I want, I must needs win fame and high place, and so I have set my life on that." "And I mine upon dinner," quoth Royston, and fell a howling for Matthew Marc Luc, while my lady looked on Colonel Stow more kindly. "You are no man to fight for canting rebel knaves," said she. "Fie on it, all the world cants," cried Royston. "Jerry of fame, you of your womanhood, I of my belly, which is at least no phantom. May we all enjoy them." And then to help him came Matthew Marc Luc, lean, imperious, and melancholy. His genius yearned for a stew, and they had no intellect for it at the bird in hand. The lady ate admirably, but else was not amusing, and Royston and Stow, maturing between the herrings and the coleworts a scheme for the abolition of the monarchy, psalmody, and small beer, excited her to no gratifying enthusiasm. They were passing from the coleworts to some matter of pickled cherries, when a chorus of view halloos interfered. Royston turned languidly. Jerry Stow and my lady, mercurial both, started to the window. An uncomely throng surged down the village street. It was a tangled knot of green horsemen foaming on one lean wretch afoot. He had the shorn head of the Puritan, the bands and black gowns of the minister. He was protesting in vehement screams from the Hebrew prophets, but the pack of gallant horsemen drew him on with mocking wanton cruelty. Colonel Stow was stiffening in each limb. "Pah, 'tis no more than a whining Presbyterian," quoth my Lady Lepe, and turned away. "If all parsons were in heaven the world would be better," Royston yawned, but he kept grave eyes upon Colonel Stow, who stood still and tense by the window. The horsemen drew up by the inn, and tumbling down about their quarry, dragged him into the tap room. Thence came a weird, lurid din of drinking song and lewd oath, mingled with the threats of Scripture. Colonel Stow, a thought paler, sat down to the end of his dinner.
"Who are the gallants in green?" he asked. "My Lord Goring's regiment," says my lady at once, and Colonel Royston looked from under his eyelashes. Colonel Stow ate pickled cherries with determination, while below the medley of ill sound endured. It was broken by a new note. Colonel Stow cocked his head to one side. A girl was sobbing. "Some one cries while I dine," said he. "It is an impertinence." And he pushed back his chair and went out. My Lady Lepe looked out of the window. "'Tis only a puling Puritan wench," she said with contempt. "Madam," says Colonel Royston, who was buckling on his sword, "your womanly sentiments perpetually delight me," and he followed his friend. He found Colonel Stow at the foot of the stair surveying circumstance with an equable brow. Beside the tap-room window a girl wept, and Alcibiade, his plump master of the horse, and the lean Matthieu Marc, who had a rival repute as squire of dames, imparted consolation in several languages, but mine host of the Bird in Hand and some cronies stood aloof and jeered. Colonel Stow came to her. "Your weeping, madam," says he, "makes the ungodly rejoice." She looked up at him. She was not of the women who are beautiful in tears. She tried to speak to him, and made a miserable ridiculous gulp. "'Tis very proper in you to say so," Colonel Stow admitted, "but you need not say it again. I am now in charge of the affair. Come with me." She touched his arm with timid, trembling fingers. The brutal din from the tap-room rose louder. "My father," she gasped. "Yes, but you are in the way," said Colonel Stow gently. "Come." Faltering, doubting, but his placidity was with power, she let him convey her, sobbing, to the door and up to that room where my Lady Lepe sat yawning. "Madam," quoth Colonel Stow, "you can be kinder here than I," and led the weeping girl to her side. My Lady Lepe shrank back in disgust that seemed to be blended with some fear. "What have I to do with the wench?" she cried. "Your womanhood, madam, was not made only for men," said Colonel Stow, and left them together. The girl looked at my Lady Lepe with a most miserable wet face, and my Lady Lepe flushed and stood staring at her, mighty awkward. Colonel Stow came again to the door of the inn. Standing upon the cellar flap outside the tap-room, he reviewed the position. Mine host rolled up to him, frowning. "Sir," he growled, "be you a Roundhead?" Colonel Stow began to smile. "Your humor has attracted me," he remarked, "and yet you do not amuse me. Is not that melancholy?" "I say, sir," the fellow roared, "be you a Roundhead?" "If I were," said Colonel Stow, sweetly, "I could not be doing what I am. And yet if I were not to be, it is strange that I should seek to be doing what I shall soon have done. And look you," quoth Royston, tapping mine host's puzzled shoulder, "though he be not what he might be in what he does, yet we know that what he has done may be no proof of what he can be. Therefore we do all hope for salvation." Then they both bowed to mine host, who had taken a step back and stood gaping. Colonel Stow took Royston's arm and turned him to the tap-room. "Go in, George. Make them happy," said he. Their eyes met for a moment. Royston plunged at the door and went in with a flourish and a snatch of song. "The drinkers of beer did ne'er yet appear in matters of any weight. 'Tis he whose design is quickened by wine that raises things to their height." He was opportune. The sport of the tap-room had grown keen. The Royalists would have the minister sing for them a lewd song of Davenant's against his church. He steadfastly denied them, and already they had knotted a cord about his temples. Colonel Royston, as he relates, preferred to show them how that torture was done in High Germany. "Outside, Alcibiade, my friend," says Colonel Stow. "I am waiting for my horses." Alcibiade bounded to the stable, but was arrested in mid-air by an order in French. Thereafter he bounded again. Mine host and his lounging friends guffawed. Colonel Stow took Matthieu Marc by the elbow and walked him through the village till they came to the smithy. "Matthieu," says he, "buy me 2 pounds of tenpenny nails, and borrow me a hammer withal." "The nails of tenpenny," Matthieu Marc repeated, and his lean jaws halted wide asunder. While Matthieu Marc turned into the smithy, Colonel Stow continued to walk at a gentle gait down the road. His eyes wandered and appeared to admire the cowslips and the speedwell. Coming back to the inn with his nails and his hammer, Matthieu Marc found Alcibiade waiting by the tap-room door. A moment after, Colonel Stow came running, in much agitation. At sight of him, Alcibiade heaved up the cellar flap and flung it wide. Mine host was moved to wrath thereby, and lumbered at Alcibiade, growling, "Od rot it, what be doing, Frenchman?" Alcibiade, who was a man of action, said nothing, but smote with power. Mine host was engulfed. In the same moment he was and was not. From the depths he complained. Colonel Stow by that had his head in the little tap-room window, and shouted, breathless, "George, the Roundheads are on us! Alarm the gentlemen! The Roundheads are on us! A regiment of horse!" "Plague found them!" Royston roared, flinging down the cord in which he was making artful knots. "Saddle, gentlemen, saddle!" The gallant gentleman of Goring's horse tumbled through the door in a heap, Royston agitating from behind, and in a heap with frantic oaths vanished into the darkness of the cellar. Alcibiade slammed down the flap and stood on it. Matthieu Marc swung his hammer and drove the long nails home. Underground the noise was confused. "You are as neat as Providence, Jerry," said Royston. "I should like to see them come out," Colonel Stow admitted. "But one cannot have everything. It is time for us to go. Slit their horses' girths, Alcibiade," and he ran upstairs to collect the women. Royston escorted his amazed minister to horse. "You had best ride with us, parson," said he. "They would doubtless like to see you again, but one must be selfish at times." But the minister was dazed to dumbness. With him mounted on one of the led horses, with his daughter up behind Colonel Stow, they rode away. The loungers of the inn-yard showed some timorous ill will, my Lady Lepe no timorous disgust at the turn of affairs, but neither affected the tranquillity of Colonel Stow. They had drawn clear of the village when the minister recovered speech. "Sir," says he to Royston, "I deemed you a man of Belial, and by the grace of God you have wrought me a great deliverance. Pray, who are you?" "I wonder if you have helped us to find out," said Colonel Royston. End of chapter 2. Recording by Sarah Williams.
Chapter 3 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 3. The inspiration of Colonel Stow. Colonel Stow saw a full troop more of Goring's green horsemen coming down on the village from Thame, and quickened his pace. "You are well out of that parish, parson," quoth Colonel Royston, "and it will be some while before you are in it again." The minister plainly cared nothing for that, nothing for the home he could not save. Never a man grieved less for worldly ruin. There was a wild joy in his eyes. He was throbbing with some glad spiritual orgasm. After a while he lifted up his voice and made a joyful noise. At once Colonel Royston regretted his salvation, and my Lady Lepe snorted at him. But the minister saw nothing, heard nothing in this world but himself. "Had not the Lord been on our side," may Israel now say, "had not the Lord been on our side, when men rose us to slay. They had us swallowed quick, when as their wrath against us did flame. Waters had covered us, our soul had sunk beneath the stream." And many more verses came before he broke off with the jerk of his beginning and, "Sir," he cried, "the hand of the Lord is in this. The Lord will not suffer me to dwell in peace, lest I wax fat. He hath appointed me my portion otherwhere. I will go ride with the host and minister unto them till they that persecuted the saints be cast down and this poor land's iniquity purged away. He that in heaven sits shall laugh, the Lord shall scorn them all. Then shall he speak to them in wrath, in rage he vex them shall." My Lady Lepe made a noise that resembled a profane oath. Then, observing Colonel Royston moved to the gentle mirth and the minister's keen eye set upon her, she blushed notably. "Father, From behind Colonel Stow came a pitiful voice. "Father, shall we not win home again?" "Nay, the Philistines are upon us. We are cast out. We are wanderers upon the earth. Let God's glory be magnified thereby." I can conceive that Colonel Royston admired the man's contempt of all ease. For himself was not made like that. "It is hard," the girl murmured. "Blessed are they that are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Let us give thanks that we are accounted worthy to suffer. Yet my heart is woe for my poor sheep in Chinnor left without a shepherd." "They might have come to aid us," the girl complained. "You had perhaps sung to them," quoth my Lady Lepe sourly. Again she drew the minister's eyes, but met them now with a haughty contempt. He turned in dignity to Royston. "Sir, I am John Normandy, a poor servant of God and preacher of the word. In whose company am I?" "Myself, I am George Royston, who serve no one but myself. My friend is Colonel Stow, who serves all men better than they deserve. And this is my Lady Lepe, who serves her husband by her absence." It was my Lady Lepe who consumed the minister's attention. With his deep, keen eyes on her, and indeed she rode ill. "Pray, whither are you bound?" he asked. Colonel Stow answered for her. "We make for Risborough, and thence Stoke Mandeville." The second name was news for my Lady Lepe, too. It seemed to Royston that both she and the minister were moved by it. The minister turned to Royston. "Prithee, a word apart." And Royston's demure mirth growing more determined, he spurred on ahead with him. Colonel Royston foreboded events, and events to him were all amusing. "I would be plain with you," says the minister out of earshot of the rest. "From your service to me I judge you children of light. You have surely no kindness for malignants?" Colonel Royston felt a confidence impending. He made himself smooth. "Sir," says he, "inquire of the gentleman in the cellar." "It was a goodly deed," said the minister naively. "Sir, I doubt not your honesty. Prithee, how came this woman of your company? Know you aught of her?" Colonel Royston looked under his eyelashes, but his tone was of pure virtue. When a woman asks protection of man through a disturbed country, what man can deny her? "Hark, in your ear!" The minister came close. "What surety have you that she be a woman?" Colonel Royston, who had a reasonable confidence that she was not, exhibited all decent distress. "You alarm me. You appall me. But this is surely a jest. Sir, it does not become your office." The minister was gratified. "Sir, you are a man of conscience. Believe me, I jest not. What men dare do, men must reprove." "It is indeed a grateful task and savory," Royston agreed with unction. "Know then, sir, there is at Stoke Mandeville a Moabitish woman men call Lucinda Weston." The minister, consumed with righteousness, did not mark the shift of Colonel Royston's eyes. "'Tis well known that she hath been commonly visited from Oxford by a malignant who comes in the clothes of a woman that he may be safe from the godly armies at Aylesbury and Wycombe. I do notify you, sir, I suspicion that you have this sinner in your company." Colonel Royston was perhaps as shocked as he seemed. "And this Mistress Lucinda Weston," says he gravely, "what may be her relation with the gentleman?" "Sir," quoth the minister severely, "let us pray to be preserved from the imagination of ill." "By all means," Colonel Royston agreed, "but life will become dull." "'Tis said they are betrothed," said the minister with a sigh. "This innocence disheartens." "Sir, I opine no good thing of a man thus unseemly disguised." The minister cleared his throat for a sermon. Colonel Royston intervened in a hurry. "Yet many men would be harmless women," quoth he, "and some wearing women comfortable men. 'Tis sorrow one can not change the sex with the breeches. If husband could be wife, wife husband by turns, how would conjugal felicities be multiplied?" Then, seeing that the eminent sermon was fairly overwhelmed, he broke off. "But I meddle with the creation. I go astray. Pray, sir, where are you going?" The minister plainly found the agility of Colonel Royston's mind distressful. He breathed heavily. "Sir," says he, "I have it in mind to go to Aylesbury. I have a friendship from of old with godly Master Skippon, the sergeant major general, and will pray his aid in my mission to be one of them that minister to the host. Yea, and moreover I will bear them tidings of this malignant that rides in a woman's coats." There was something of admiration in Colonel Royston's face as he surveyed the minister. He ever loved men who made him busy. "Sir," says he, "you are a refreshment. I am vastly the better of you already. You make me rejoice in the construction of life." Whereat the minister was moved to spiritual song. "Praise ye the Lord, for it is good, praise to our Lord to sing. For it is pleasant, and to praise, it is a comely thing." The sunlight flashed and changed about them. Fleets of white cloud were speeding across the blue, mingling now, parting now, and driving on to the mellow lucid eastern horizon. Meadows wrought with the full gleam of the cowslips shone pale gold. Beneath the white flame that clothed the thornbrake, the banks were all blue with speedwell. From the splendor of the hawthorn, from the wide bare branches of the swaying oak, and high in the utter glory of the sunlight rose the music of the great harmony of springtime. All the live warm air rang with joy. Behind Colonel Stow's back a small voice spake. "Sir, are you a soldier?" "At least I am nothing else," said Colonel Stow, and turned in the saddle to smile at her. I can not find that she was beautiful beyond the ordinary. Colonel Royston has called her a wholesome piece of red and white. But I think he never loved her. She was small, yet of a gracious fullness of form. There was too much of her hair to be neatly ordered, and with the light through it, it glistened like gold. Colonel Stow saw a grave honesty in her gray eyes. Purity encompassed her, seemed indeed her very self, yet you would not doubt her in fullness a woman. "Are you upon the Lord's side?" she said simply. "I shall know when I die," said Colonel Stow. "Ah, but now is the accepted time," she cried, and then blushed and was shy. "Pray, sir, what are you? Of what faith?" "I am a great man in the making," quoth Colonel Stow. The honest eyes grew in naïve wonder and fear of evil. "In what way great, sir?" Colonel Stow was ready enough to explain. "Madame, what a man can do, I can do better. What a man fears, I fear not. When a man despairs, I am full of heart. And with a lost cause I conquer." "Child," says my Lady Lepe, "we have mistook the gentleman, who is surely God." But the round face against Colonel Stow's shoulder was exceeding grave. "Sir, are you with us or against us?" she said severely. "I am both. I am neither," said Colonel Stow blandly, and thus secure entertainment. Joan Normandy gave a little gasp of horror. "Then you do not believe anything?" she cried, shrinking as far as she could in safety from those broad, infidel shoulders. Colonel Stow turned in the saddle smiling. "I believe that I can be great, and I take the part that helps me to greatness. If I choose the King, I will believe desperately in his cause. Now I believe in it as little as you." Then, she struggled with this strange, horrible scheme of life. "Then what is it you live for? Why do you seek to be great? Have you no faith to guide you at all?" "Ay, madame, the faith and worship of a most admirable lady," said Colonel Stow, with kindling eye. "But sure, sir, she would have you not great, but righteous and true," the girl cried. Colonel Stow looked at her with wise, mirthful eyes. "Is that a woman's way, mistress?" said he. "Ay, sir, indeed. 'Tis the great, great pride of a woman to help a man to righteousness." My Lady Lepe surveyed the girl with some contempt. "Some man is to have a melancholy life, I see," quoth she, and the girl blushed painfully. Colonel Stow laughed. The wars had educated him. "The best of us dislike redeemers, child," said he, "even in petticoats. You bear too hard on the world. No cause is all of God, none all of the devil. If I fight for this or that with equal heart, I know myself no villain. What matters to the world is that the men who can, should rule, and school the rest to comfortable life. I am born for that. I grip at place and wide power, to have men the happier for me. Men must be mastered, and I can do it, to mine honor, which is the honor of my lady." Does she know you talk so?" said the girl in a low voice of awe. "There is nothing in my thought for which she need feel shame, madame. It was the fashion once for a soldier to wear my lady's riband upon his morion. I bear my lady's colors in my soul, and live by her spirit. She hath been my inspiration since I had body or mind to go my own way. She hath command of every part of me. She is very queen in all her being. She is of a divine beauty, yet 'tis not the beauty of her that I worship. She—" My Lady Lepe yawned audibly. "Perhaps, sir, this might delight the lady more than us. I hope so." Colonel Stow flushed like a boy. "Madame, if you knew her, you would despise the weakness of my praise. 'Tis Mistress Lucinda Weston of Stoke." He spoke as who should say the Queen of Heaven is my love, and with shining dazzled eyes looked right on through the sunlight. My Lady Lepe was smitten with pallor. "Is the lady aware of your devotion?" she said, and her voice was strained and strange, so that Colonel Stow turned to her. I have some acquaintance there," she explained swiftly. "I am her sworn servant since she was a child," said Colonel Stow, "and thrice in 10 years of war I have snatched the time to see her, and each time known her more worthy worship." "But she is known to you, madame. Is she not more noble far than I tell you?" "You can scarce expect a woman to say so," said my Lady Lepe sourly. Chapter 4.
Of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 4. Colonel Stow Sees His Inspiration. Colonel Stow heard with alarm that my Lady Lepe was bound for Stoke Manor. "Madam," says he in agitation, "you spoke of a lady in sore need. Is Mistress Weston distressed or ill bested?" "I said she was in need of me," my Lady Lepe snapped. Colonel Stow bowed and begged the honor of being her escort. My Lady Lepe, who had no means of denying, said with an ill grace something polite. Bearing away from the hills as the sun sank upon a troubled sea of gold and gray, they came by heavier roads to the dark blue-green meadows, the brown tilth of the vale. Colonel Stow breathed deep the unforgettable, grateful sense of home. There was blood in his cheeks, and again his eye gleamed for a hedgerow, a tree of memories. All the way Royston and his minister, checking and checking again, dropped slowly back to them. Both were concerned to see what my Lady Lepe would do when they came to the dark files of elms that led off the highway to Stoke Manor. She made no mystery. She had no suspicions and was in a hurry. With a bow and a "Good morrow, sir. A good morrow, your reverence," she turned short off. Colonel Stow halted and swiftly set Joan Normandy down, who was surprised and stood there looking at him like a child alarmed by some adult wickedness. "You know the homestead, George," he cried. "Commend these good folk to my father. I will be with you in an hour." And he was off after my Lady Lepe. Colonel Royston, having with grace assisted Joan Normandy up behind him, found her father regarding him severely. "Ay, sir," said he with a shake of the head, "your melancholy anticipations have been gratified. I congratulate you on your worst suspicions." The minister frowned. "Pray, sir, why does your friend company the malignant?" Colonel Royston was never prodigal of the truth. "Why, sir, consider. He deems the creature a lady, and 'tis but common courtesy to be her escort to the end." "Is he thus beguiled?" the minister questioned. I would never trust the man that cannot be deceived, said Royston, who himself, I take it, saw always very clearly. Colonel Stow and my Lady Lepe, neither, I doubt, much liking the other, made great speed to the manor, and I wonder if Mistress Lucinda Weston liked either, when they surprised her in her garden in an aged, faded, dark gown. She checked her walk and stood like a queen, cold and proud, gazing at them full. "'Twas she alone," says my Lord Digby in an intimate letter, "that converted me to an admiration of slight women. She was cleanly, straight as a pine, lithe as a willow sapling, yet with 100 graces of allure. She was other than beautiful, as I judge. She gave a man challenge by the fullness of her life. Her charm was in strength. She had the wide, fearless eyes of a boy. The warm splendor of her hair, the full lips, near scarlet, were vivid of passionate will. Colonel Stow, whose face was very pale, whose heart at wild work, bowed before her to half his height. My Lady Lepe sped to her and caught her breast to breast and kissed her. The blood was flowing in Colonel Stow's brow at that. But Mistress Weston freed herself from the embrace, all composed and fair of cheek. "Good morrow, child," says she. "It is kind in you to come." My Lady Lepe, who was red and something disordered, circled her with an arm again. She permitted, but was more concerned in Colonel Stow, who stood rooted to the ground and dumb. "This is a friend from old," she said, and he saw that strange, wise smile of hers that ever made his heart check and throb. "It was Major Stow last. What now? Colonel, or Baron of the Empire, or Knight of the Fleece?" And she held out her hand. Colonel Stow went upon one knee to kiss it, and she leaned back in my Lady Lepe's arm at ease. "Colonel Stow, madam," says he, "and always your most true and humble servant." "Tell him how he has served you in bringing you me, Lucinda," quoth my Lady Lepe, and appeared to find the position humorous. "'Tis you should reward him for that, child," said Lucinda demurely, and made herself more comfort in my Lady Lepe's arm. My Lady Lepe royally presented Colonel Stow with her hand, who kissed it in turn. "I have been honored by my task, madam," says he. "I wonder," says my Lady Lepe in soft mirth. Colonel Stow, who saw nothing mirthful, turned to Lucinda. "But, Mistress Weston, madam has told me that you are in need. If I can avail, I am utterly at your command." "Nay," quoth my Lady Lepe, "Lucinda needs only me," and therewith embraced her closer. "Is't not so, child?" They looked in each other's eyes and laughed. Then my Lady Lepe smiled upon Colonel Stow. Colonel Stow bowed. "It is well, madam. I will pray leave to wait on you again." "Sir, you are always pleasing," quoth Lucinda, and Colonel Stow went away mighty well content. Guarded from the road by a great hedge of yew and a noble orchard, close the homestead of Broadfields stood. Its red walls and roof were mellowing with lichen, and in the last sunlight it glowed like a house of jewels behind the white glory of the blossoming trees. Across the gate a man of some years was leaning. Hair and small beard had come near white, but his cheeks were like a russet apple and his eyes wide and clear and bright. He held up his hand to his son, and Colonel Stow swung to the ground, and with arms linked, silent, they walked to the house. Colonel Royston, boots and buff coat laid aside, lounged with a long pipe in the doorway and surveyed them benignly. "Well, well," said the father, as one who recalls himself from the extravagance of emotion. "And so you have brought a maid home with you at last, Jerry?" And the brown cheeks wrinkled humorously. "A maid in love with righteousness, so doomed to die a maid. Have you heard her story, sir?" "Ay. God save all children, for I think all parents be mad. This fellow has not been in enough turmoil to day, but is off to the army at Aylesbury, and hath left her here to weep by herself a night. A simple, clean maid, too, Jerry," says the artless father. "Why, sir, simple more than enough, and clean more than enough, too. Well, you ever took more pepper to your meat than I. Come in, lad, and we'll to supper before George Royston here has spoiled his stomach with a pipe. Man is not pig, say I, that he should be better smoked." "Why, sir, I am much like Bacon," said Royston, "the friend of man, but no love of the ladies." "Proper enough for a married man, but dull life for a bachelor. Well, and what will you have for a whet? Pickled eels, or something of a smoked neat's tongue, or a taste of the new Dutch salad?" They were in the hall of the homestead, a broad, low room, all dark oak, with candles bright in pewter sconces, and a fragrant pine log red and gray on the hearth. Soon they made a little party at the head of the long table, with serving men and maids heartily busy below the salt. Joan Normandy, on Mr. Stow's right hand, too shy to speak, too shy to see anything but her platter, was plied in vain with many good things, till, when she would taste neither turkey pie nor a porridge of veal and plums, the men despaired and let her be, respecting grief so potent. They were dallying with the apples and cheese and strong ale, and the serving folk all off to bed, and a pipkin of sack posset hissing comfortably upon the hearth, before Mr. Stow had a mind to speak of what he felt. Royston watched him look at his son, and knew a strange pang of loneliness. "And have you had your fill of war now, Jerry?" says he. Colonel Stow laughed. "I am back for a bigger meal of it, sir. You have a war here that gives one appetite." "It gives me the stomach ache," said his father, "because a king wants to be God, and Parliament men want to be kings. Honest lads that might be raising good wheat and good children go goring one another like mad cattle. Pah! Well, well, there was something left out of me that is in you and your brother. I want nothing that I would make men die for." "David, sir?" cried Colonel Stow. "Is he turned soldier?" "Egad, he's turned saint too, which is more trouble. He hates a bishop as I do the fly on the turnips, and conceives he'll make an end of them, which I do not. He is the major of a sweet company that pray like old women and fight like butchers, with a pragmatical preaching lawyer, Ireton, to their colonel. Oons, Jerry, I hope you are no saint at least. It balks a man with his dinner." Then suddenly the good man remembered the girl at his side. "Nay, my dear, I mean naught against you or your worthy father. 'Tis a parson's trade to be precise and godly, and we like him the better, and a woman is the comelier for standing above a man. You are as sweet as a nosegay at table, but a man likes some ease for himself." She blushed. She was daintily shy, trying to find words. "Nay, please, oh, please do not talk of me. But sure, sir, 'tis a man's duty and great joy to live and die for the glory of God." "Ay, my dear, and I know no better way of it than to grow good wheat and good children for God's world." "Ah, but there is faith," the girl cried, her eyes shining. "We are not without that. The true faith. We must hold it and preach it in word and deed, if by any means we can save people." Little maid, little maid, I can never be so sure my neighbor is lost. If he does fairly, I'll not quarrel with his faith, or bully him into mine, or kill him to save my soul. Well, well, I am too easy for the times, I think, like cider of a frosty day. If you like strong wine, here is Jerry, who would set all the world by the ears if he could be general of half. What, lad, you would still be great or nothing, eh?" "The man who is not great is nothing," said Colonel Stow. "Now I think something of the little man who can hoe a clean row," said his father. "Eh? Well, it is good to have fire in your belly, and good too to have burned it out. You will be blazing some while yet, Jerry." He cocked a wise eye at his son. "Still for Mistress Weston?" "Till the end of time, sir." At the assurance his father was swiftly so melancholy that Colonel Stow was alarmed. "Pray, sir, what ails her?" he cried. His father faltered. "Why, no ill for herself, but ill for you, lad. She is betrothed to a young gentleman out of Berkshire, one Gilbert Bourne, a captain of the King's. He comes to her dressed in a woman's coats to cheat the Puritan patrolmen. And, Jerry lad, I doubt not it is he you brought her today." The wound was kindly given in one clean stroke. Colonel Stow leaned back and shaded his eyes with his hand. Then Joan Normandy, though indeed it could be no blame of hers, blushed painfully, and Mr. Stow, looking anywhere but at his son, saw that her brown hands were clenched till the knuckles glistened white. In a moment she rose, made her curtsy, and fled away. Colonel Stow did not see, did not hear Royston making swift, facile talk of the spring sowing. He was groping breathless in a world from which the light and air of hope had been torn away. He did not perceive that he had been wronged, that the false my Lady Lepe had dealt with him unhandsomely, that Lucinda had borne part in an ignoble mockery of him. These matters passed him by. The impulse of his life was suddenly dead. He was afraid. The rhythmic clatter of ordered horsemen broke upon him. He started up pallid. "Who goes?" he cried fiercely. Royston laid a hand on his arm. The sound came nearer and passed, while the two soldiers listened keenly. "A troop. What does it mean?" said Colonel Stow more calmly. "It means that our parson knew the man under the petticoats," said Colonel Royston, "and my lady will be adorning a Puritan prison without them." The vision gave him plain consolation. Colonel Stow strode out. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 5. My Lady Lepe takes off her petticoats. My Lady Weston had the misfortune to wed a man whom she did not amuse. She was the mother of a daughter with more brains than herself. You would not expect her to find life pleasant. After Sir Godfrey's death, she was doubtless more at ease, but she had made the mistake of loving him. Her daughter was not unkind, but plainly had no need of her. My Lady Weston, in fact, had not enough to give for any one to need her. Her private tragedy was that she knew it. The happiest days of all her life were those in which Gilbert Bourne trusted her with the tale of his first shy hopes of her daughter. It was such a one as Gilbert Bourne, joyous with 1,000 franc enthusiasms, for whom in truth her nature was made, and listening to his shy, eager confidence, she could dream her youth back and a glad wooing and happiness sure. But when he grew bolder and Lucinda kind, he wanted no more of her mother. My Lady Weston had again to efface herself. That was her trade. Lucinda was not troubled by her mother as she sat in the white room of the manor by Gilbert Bourne. He wore still his sombre petticoats of the road, but she was resplendent. An apple green gown clung close about her, with embroidery of silver on her bosom, and the full light fell (always she loved light) through her rich hair, and came with mellow ray to caress her slender neck and shoulder. Gilbert Bourne adored, and she smiled. "Heaven, do you know how you fire a man?" he cried. Her smile faded a little. He saw a strange defiant gleam in her eyes. "Are you afraid of flame? I have something to give the man who fires my heart." He caught her closer. "Lucinda, you, such a gift as no man ever enjoyed yet. You are the very wild strength of life." She laughed softly, looking out at the night. "I would take more than I give," she said. "That can not be. All of a man, his soul to fight with yours the world through, to worship you and guard and serve you. Oh, I give you all, all. But 'tis nothing for what you give in love, all the fierce full glory and joy. Lucinda!" He crushed her hands in his. His breath was on her cheek. She turned her head. "Teach me your hunger," she breathed, her lips close to his. Then he laughed as if all were won. "Dear, you were made for delight. You shall sound every note of love and throb to the music. I'll wake—" Out of the black void beyond the window a gentleman in buff rose to the light, a swart Puritan trooper. A moment he gazed helpless. The duplication of petticoats in this wooing plainly confused him. Then he grabbed the shoulder of each. "In the name of Adam, which is the man of you?" he roared. I wonder if Lucinda ever fully forgave her lover that ridiculous moment. She repulsed him in a spasm of passion that sent him into the Puritan's arms and herself out of them, so that a dozen more righteous warriors, breaking into the room, saw their comrade embracing one woman with a violent fervor, while another regarded him in crimson, palpitating horror. Their natural moral emotions held them a moment gaping. "Oh, fools!" groaned the first comer, for Gilbert Bourne was hammering doughtily at his face. "This is the man! Ugh! And a man of wrath! Bind him with strong cords!" Then they encompassed Gilbert Bourne and overwhelmed him, bidding him earnestly not to kick against the pricks. Doing so with violence, he was borne out. Then Lucinda, angry with him and the Puritans and herself and all the scheme of things, cried out, "It is a foul, cowardly outrage!" The one trooper who was left buried his face in a kerchief, not for emotion, but because Gilbert Bourne had set his nose bleeding mightily. "Oh, that I were a man!" she cried, stamping her foot. "I would swinge you for it. But if I were a man, you had not dared—" "Woman, for what I know you are," said the trooper in a muffled voice, "this is a confusing household to a godly mind." She cried out in wordless, passionate disgust. He strode solemnly to the door, holding his nose. "Where are you going?" she cried. "What is your work? What would you do?" woman," he replied with much dignity, "I would put cold iron to my back." I can be sorry for Lucinda, for indeed she got no more of those righteous troopers than that. Cornet Jehoiada Tompkins had been sent to capture a man of Belial in petticoats, and having done it, was in haste to be gone. Gilbert Bourne, much disordered, was straitly bound on his own horse, and they bore him off to Puritan justice at Aylesbury. It is now well that you should come to the loft, where upon fragrant hay Alcibiade and Matthieu Marc were snoring. Matthieu Marc felt the end of a riding whip separating his ribs. He rolled over, being ticklish, and saw level with him on the ladder a lantern and the face of Colonel Stow, which last said, "Quiet, saddle," and vanished. Matthieu Marc kicked Alcibiade, who, on awake, kicked feebly back. "Even asleep you are not a Christian," said Matthieu Marc sadly. "Infidel!" He took Alcibiade by the ear. "Infidel, arise." Alcibiade sat up. He yawned cavernously on Matthieu Marc. "I shall never be ready for the resurrection," said he. "I understand your fears of it," said Matthieu Marc, and having by this time got his boots on, he vanished down the ladder, whither, groaning but swiftly, Alcibiade followed. In the stable below, Royston was at Colonel Stow's elbow. "What is the campaign, Jerry?" said he in a low voice. "If the gentleman be taken, I must set him free," quoth Colonel Stow, busy with his saddle. Colonel Royston confesses that he did not see the need. To him the issue of the affair appeared humorously just. "Why, Jerry," says he, "it was a scullion's trick the lad played you." "It belongs to me to save him," said Colonel Stow. Colonel Royston turned to his own horse. Chivalry, he reflected, is the most dangerous engine against women, a sex ever unchivalrous. If Jerry would outshine this Gilbert Bourne and dazzle his Lucinda, no better way than to play Quixote. Thus Colonel Royston, who did not suspect his friend of a like profundity, and therefore admired him. Soon they were riding through the stormy dark, Alcibiade and Matthieu Marc bearing each a shoulder load of trace rope. Colonel Stow might be Quixote at heart, but he had another man's head and 10 years' mingled campaigning to help it. Nor to him nor to Royston did the affair loom arduous. They knew themselves in such matters. They rode to the double rank of elms by the road to the manor, halted a while to listen, and went on some way. Then at a word Matthieu Marc slipped to the ground and wove a thick tangle of rope across the road from tree to tree. He came back and mounted again, and held the horse of Alcibiade, who went afoot, crouching. So they waited there in the blackness while the trees rustled and groaned. It was not long till the troop of Cornet Tompkins came clashing on. Cornet Tompkins was in a hurry, and thereby his first files met the graver destruction. Their horses, crashing down in the strong network, plunged madly, and upon them came comrade after comrade, till half the troop was lost in blind, roaring chaos. Swiftly the while behind them Alcibiade wove new ropes across the way and fled, so that when the rearward men tried to rein back, their horses in turn were overthrown, and there was a double distracting tumult. In the stormy dark none could help himself or another, nor see nor guess how they were beset. Blindly they raved, and Colonel Stow and his friend, calm engineers of terror and disaster, hovered on the verge, marking down my Lady Lepe. Out of the thud and crash of the struggling horses and the yells and shoutings of angry, hurt, frightened men, Cornet Jehoiada Tompkins was heard exhorting scripturally, his desire being chiefly to hew Agag in pieces. But Agag they caught none, for Alcibiade and Matthieu Marc, unseen, unfollowed, were already neatly away, and Royston and Colonel Stow plunging purposeful into the midst, had broken through with my Lady Lepe and her horse a sandwich between them before any one knew them for foes. Some bright mind marked the prisoner going in the gloom and raised a yell. Some plunged after, but thereupon from all around the compass came a crackle of pistol shots. Colonel Royston, with some small aid, could ever be ubiquitous. It sufficed. The Puritans had no mind to scatter in a circle of foes. Well on the road to Little Kimble, Colonel Stow drew his rein and my Lady Lepe's. "You will doubtless go faster without your petticoats, sir," said he, and began to cut her bonds. "Zounds! Do you tell me you know what I am?" cried Gilbert Bourne. "I have the honor to wish you joy of your manhood, sir," said Colonel Stow gravely. Gilbert Bourne muttered some oath. Once free, he tore off his skirts and settled himself astride. "That is the road to Thame, where you should be safe," said Colonel Stow. "I will swear I am not such a cur as I seem," Gilbert Bourne cried. "Egad, sir, I ask your pardon." Colonel Stow bowed. "There is no question of pardon, sir. I give you good night." Colonel Royston is moved to record that he was sorry for Mr. Bourne. Fetching a compass toward Aylesbury, they came comfortably home again, but were scarce in before there was a rumble of horsemen. Royston put out the lights, Colonel Stow shot the bolts, and they went lightly to bed, so that when 3 minutes after there was a monstrous din at the door, the whole house was patently asleep. It was some while, and the noise growing ferocious, before a light was struck in an upper room, and the night-capped head of Colonel Royston was thrust into the night. He yawned at it capaciously while the Puritan troopers bellowed up to him. "An ungodly lascivious noise," said he. "I think you be malignants." It was made known to him that they were poor servants of the Lord of Hosts, who desired to know if he had any word of a movement of malignants there or thereby. Colonel Royston gave them in definite terms a description of the character, and a prophecy of the fate of those who troubled the sleep of the godly with vain questionings. Chapter 6 of Colonel Greatheart. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 6. A Person of Importance. Colonel Royston, walking a while before his breakfast, beheld with a bland satisfaction the approach of the minister. The minister was something wan. Colonel Royston joyfully escorted him within. There Mr. Stow met him with a large smile, and the hope that he had not come to take his daughter from them so soon. "Sir," quoth the minister, "I have no home to give her, for I lie in the camp, and in truth she hath not where to lay her head. If of your good will she may shelter here a while, myself being at all her charges, I would give you much thanks." "If 'tis your will, child," Mr. Stow turned to the girl, "'tis heartily mine." She feared with a blush she would trouble him. "No more than the apple blossom the tree, so that is well." "I am hungry to hear, sir," says the innocent Colonel Royston as they went to table, "how you caught your runagate malignant in petticoats." The minister gathered solemnity. "Sir, I have seen the handiwork of the powers of darkness before my eyes. I have beheld the miracles of that old serpent. Do not doubt, sir, that in this dispensation the devil is with power to save his own." "You explain to me the survival of many of my friends," said Colonel Royston. "Pray, sir, did the man become woman to spite you?" The creature was man enough, sir, and fought like a beast in petticoats." "I have ever held that beasts should be confined to breeches," Royston murmured. "But he was overcome, though certain godly young men of the troop still bear marks of his malignity. He was bound upon his horse, and we set off at speed for Aylesbury. Behold, we had not drawn clear of the park when our horses were caught as in a net, both rearward and vanward at once, mark you, which is certainly witchcraft. And some charged down upon us and snatched the prisoner away, and when we would have pursued, lo, there was a ring of fire all round us, as if a great army. Then Cornet Tompkins, who is indeed a savory member, bade halt and sing a psalm. The which done, being cough of the 119th, a very sweet portion, all that army of Satan was passed away, and we were enabled of grace to cut loose the net of many cords wherein we were enmeshed. Then some would have it that we had been assaulted by a regiment of malignants, and Cornet Tompkins bade us move forward together, lest we should be beset, and we went seeking tidings from house to house. Yea, sir, and I grieve that we did break your comfortable rest, wherefore you did justly rebuke us in godly fashion. For it was even as I told Cornet Tompkins, of malignants we could gather tidings nowhere, and it is plain we were entrapped of no mortal power, but of that great red dragon, which hath 7 heads and 10 horns, the tail whereof draws the stars of heaven and casts them upon earth, even as he did put us to confusion with cords, till we cried upon the name of the Lord, which is a very present refuge." Mr. Stow, in mute practical admiration of such a sentence, passed him a full tankard of beer. Colonel Royston carved into a boar's head with relish. "Sir," says he, "your exposition is gladsome. Never before have I seen the devil in things so clearly." And he smiled upon Colonel Stow. "It should be a source of pride, sir," says Colonel Stow, busy with smoked venison, "that the devil is thus attentive to you." And Royston saw Joan Normandy look at him with horror. "Sir, lead me not into the pit of vainglory," said the minister. "I will avow my heart is glad Sathanas has chosen me to march against with powers. Yet of a truth there are those much more worthy of him." "Nay, sir, 'tis ill modesty to bid another go to the devil in your stead," quoth Colonel Stow. "We must needs deem you worthiest, if he does." The minister shook his modest head, but Joan Normandy gave Colonel Stow eyes of more and more ill will. Colonel Royston complains of her somewhere that she had wits in her as well as virtue, an unnatural wedlock. Colonel Stow surprised himself that morning by an insufficiency of melancholy. He knew, whenever he dared let himself think, that the loss of Lucinda tore from him the spirit of life. Without a hope of her, he had no will to go on. But his heart would not believe him defeated. Behind all thought there surged in him a blind conviction that she was his of right. More surely real than all that reason could give him, he felt inviolable bonds. There was that in the past no man could make of none effect, no woman betray. He had the strength of dreams. In his first manhood, when he lay upon the bosom of the Downs, and the earth spoke to him of the power of life, he had seen Lucinda, the soul of his soul, in a timeless world of eager deeds. On the stark, desolate fields of Germany, when the squadrons clashed and he rode to victory through a wild swirl of war, he had seen his strength bound ever to her service, that in union they might conquer and guide the troubled course of things. The dream had been granted, he was sure. He could not be very unhappy as he walked in the orchard fragrance, and indeed it was no day of misery. A swift shower had just gone whirling by, but already, breaking through a smoky cloud rift, the sun was clear again, and the wet white blossoms sparkled with rainbow light, and the daffodils beneath were laden with a gleaming dew of gold. On the wet air came the wild, glad spirit of spring. Colonel Stow breathed of it till his mind was whirled away in delight. He was drunk with the goodness of things. In which happy state he beheld Joan Normandy walking by the violet bank, a vision of neat womanhood. Colonel Stow felt fatherly, and approached her smiling in that style. She turned her back on him. "I might rashly believe that I have displeased you," Colonel Stow mildly conjectured, and turning unashamed, walked by her side. She flushed. She became fierce. "I beg you would not company with me, sir," she cried. "That gives me the right to ask why," said Colonel Stow placidly. She turned to face him. The grave gray eyes flamed. "You have made a mock of my father." Oh, Colonel Stow understood. She had seen that expedition of darkness. "You should have a conscience that would let you sleep o' nights, child. But consider, it would be vanity in me to claim that I am the devil." She flung away from him and sped on over the turf walk. He followed. "Moreover, your father would grieve if he thought Sathanas was neglecting him. Your anger is unreasonable." She was caught in an angle of the hedge and could not escape, but she kept her face hidden, and he saw her hand at her eyes. "Why, child," says he, with his hand on her shoulder, "'tis an idle jest enough, but you make too much of it. Your father has taken no hurt, nor his cause. Nay, believe me, 'tis only a lad in love I have snatched from prison, and your father is no worse for it. Why make it so grave a matter?" "You have made me act in a lie," she sobbed. This precision of righteousness was something beyond Colonel Stow. He took his hand from her. "Pray, if it would ease your conscience, tell him the truth." She turned on him again, miserable and much wrath. "You know I can not, and I hate you." Colonel Stow caressed his beard. "You are out of my knowledge, child," he confessed. "If I can make your way easier, show me." "I am a spy on you if I tell, and you saved us. Oh!" She made a gesture of impatient childish wrath. "I can not tell why you should meddle to help him. He had betrayed you with her. What are they to you?" Colonel Stow became erect. "You talk of what you know nothing, child," he said stiffly. But she would not be rebuked, and they stood against each other in angry dignity, until, since all dignity in this world is fated to a mirthful end, until a hen, fleeing with hysterical complaints, hurtled through Colonel Stow's legs and vanished through the hedge. She was pursued by a small, round, determined child, who, finding these two large people, checked and stood before them stolid, a person conscious of importance. Solemnly he looked from one to the other. Then, his blue eyes large and accusing, he turned to Colonel Stow. "You have made that lady cry," he said gravely. Joan Normandy gave a queer, nervous laugh. It displeased the child, who thought her disrespectful to him. He devoted himself to Colonel Stow. "Man," says he, with the easy dignity of an equal, "who are you?" Colonel Stow gravely accounted for himself. "I," said the child, "am Anthony Jeremiah Higgs. What is you doing?" "Sir, I am being scolded," said Colonel Stow sadly. Anthony Jeremiah Higgs turned the eye of a cold critic upon Joan Normandy, who indeed, between anger and unhappiness, was not comely. He reverted to Colonel Stow. "Does you know Martha?" Colonel Stow denied it. "Martha is like that, when she is cross with Sam." "Anthony Jeremiah Higgs," said Colonel Stow, "a man does not chatter about ladies." The child was plainly disappointed, having doubtless intended a further parallel with Martha. But he took the hint gentlemanly and changed the subject with vigor. "Man," says he, "can you make men?" "I am not allowed to," said Colonel Stow. "Why?" "Because I should not do it well enough." "Try," said the child imperiously, and turned upon Joan. "Can't you make men?" "Not very well," says she, and then with impatience at the foolish stupefaction of Colonel Stow, "He means out of wood, of course." "Oh, faith, that is an easier task," said Colonel Stow, and pulled down a sturdy twig of walnut, sliced it off, and began to whittle it into mannikins. Anthony Jeremiah Higgs directed masterfully the details of the creation. The atom of it did not please him, and he generously handed the creature to Joan. "You may have that. I like them with legs." "Legs are but vanity, a means to naughtiness," said Colonel Stow, but began to construct them, while the child clung to him in anxious delight. "Now make them some women." "Faith," says Colonel Stow, "I think they will be more at peace without them." "They must have mothers," said the child. "They should have thought of that before they were born." Anthony Jeremiah Higgs had too serious a mind to dally with flippant ingenuity. "Go on," he ordered with some scorn, and Colonel Stow meekly continued the creation. Joan Normandy stood by them still, unconstrained now. She watched the small boy clinging about Colonel Stow, eager, happy, and Colonel Stow giving himself gaily to meet the manifold needs of childish importance, and the trouble was smoothed away from her face. Blue clouds had clashed on the hill above Wendover, and a whirl of rain came by, but the sun was clear still, and soon a rainbow spanned the vale. "What is it?" said Anthony Jeremiah Higgs, and was told. He gazed with round approving eyes at the splendor. "I want it," said he. "Are you sure you can find it?" said Colonel Stow. There was the child's look of wonder at man's folly. "Of course I can find it. Come with me." So, with the child for guide, Colonel Stow went off to find a rainbow. Joan Normandy, left behind, looked at the round scrap of life poised to the swing of the man's shoulder, and smiled like the springtime through tears. Chapter 7 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Chapter 7. Colonel Stow is again inspired. In the farmyard, Alcibiade, who had a mind interested in all things, examined the domestic habits of the Berkshire pig. His investigations were interrupted by the issue of Matthieu Marc from the kitchen. Matthieu Marc came like a shooting star with flying dishwater for his tail. From the doorway a plump and rubicund cook spoke of his character in the style of the recording angel, and threatened shrilly of the wrath to come. Alcibiade shook his head at the offender. "You always make love with too much salt in it. It is also the fault of your soups, and disagreeable to persons of innocent mind." "I do not desire to please children," said Matthieu Marc, wrathful still, "and it is not a matter of love, but of sauce." "It is the same thing," said Alcibiade, "to persons of delicacy. I wish to make a sauce of garlic and olives to serve with the roast beef, a sauce alluring and subtle." She resented it. She is a person of no soul. Come away." They went, and Matthieu Marc, being in the power of his emotions, went with speed till they came to a hurdled meadow where the shepherds were busy among many lambs. Of them Alcibiade, who was not fond of going upon his own legs, made an excuse to stop. But Matthieu Marc was impatient. "They tire me, your sheep. Bah! It is a country all sheep, I think, with no taste for savories and no divine desire of war. Monsieur le Colonel also. I do not understand him any more. He dallies. He is in two minds, like the soup of these English, which does not know whether it would be water or grease. In fact, my dear Matthieu, you have no intellect. You do not understand anything but the one little belly of your own. Monsieur le Colonel, he is like the late Bayard and myself. He fights to fulfill his own glorious nature. He is a soldier of dreams. That is why he and I are very terrible in war. We desire only to give our great souls full play." "In that case, my friend, you should become a sheep," growled Matthieu Marc. Alcibiade contemplated the bleating lambs with benignity. "My dear Matthieu," says he, "most men, being stupid like yourself, desire to make life more savory than is good for them. By example, as you want foods that make the innocent stomach wrath, so you lust after plunder in war. But your soldier of dreams seeks only to be himself and let his greatness shine before men." "I can behold a sheep thinking himself great," murmured Matthieu Marc. "He would be amusing." "It is something, after all, to be the perfect sheep," said Alcibiade. And meanwhile the soldier of dreams was away to his desire. He had permitted himself some splendor. A feather of peaceful green caressed his hat, and the rest of him was a consonant blue. I find something of his nature in this affection for blue and green. There was lace from Bruges at his throat, caught in a brooch of sapphires. For all this, Lucinda, I fear, liked him the better. Moreover, he was plainly a man, and therefore a relief from the epicene wooing of my Lady Lepe. And Lucinda, too, perhaps had dwelt with dreams. When she first waked to know her womanhood, he had been in her heart. That availed always. It is likely she was hoping for him when she came out beyond the hedge of roses to the park. So you might explain the sweet humility of her gown, all simple and silver gray. She met him with a shy curtsy and downcast eyes. "I had no right to hope for this, sir." "You have every right to command me, madam." "It becomes me better to ask your pardon." She raised her eyes to his. "Madam?" "To play before you in so ill a jest." "I would give my life to know how much was jest, madam." Her neck grew rosy. That was a great beauty of hers. "What must you think me?" she cried. Tell me how much you know." "Of this, madam, I can know nothing but what your own lips tell." "You know it was a man," she said in a low voice. Colonel Stow bowed. "And yet you, surely none but you, set him free." He bowed again. "Why then? Why?" "Since he was at least a friend of yours," said Colonel Stow. "And if he were more?" Colonel Stow drew in his breath. "Then I am the more glad that I helped him," he said slowly. "I think you live to make me ashamed," she said, and some while looked at him silent, her clear eyes intent and unafraid, but strangely gentle. "And if I tell you he is no more to me than another man, what shall I seem? Whom you saw in his arms?" "I am more sure of your honor than my own," said Colonel Stow. "Yes. She flung her arms wide and laughed glad to the sky. "Yes, you ring true. I should wish you to know all, if you will. This Mr. Bourne, why, I confess I like him not ill, but he is more boy than man. He is pleased to believe himself devoted to me, and hath ventured himself from Oxford often in this disguise. Oh, I doubt I have been foolishly kind, but indeed he amused me, and did himself no ill, I think. 'Tis just a joyous, honest lad, but indeed he has a bold mischief in him, and, why, I cannot tell now whether to laugh or be angry. He made his advantage of your presence to she was in a pretty confusion. In fine, sir, 'twas yourself won him what he had. I dared not deny the rogue, lest you should suspect him no woman, and I could not betray him to you, for I feared you committed to the Puritans like your brother. So he had his impudent will." She smiled, shy-eyed and blushing in a delectable way. "Oh, I ought to feel it more hurt, but he well, some day another woman will make him know it is not play." "A man might make him know it was an insolence," said Colonel Stow with some relish. "Why, yes, sir, when I give some man the right." And Colonel Stow bowed to the rebuke. "But have you heard enough of me to tell me something of yourself?" "I think you know the best of me," said Colonel Stow in a low voice. "Indeed, I know no terrible ill," she smiled. "The best of me is that I love you." He took her hand and she turned a little away. "That is the strength of my life." She did not answer, but she did not grudge him her hand. So they stood when a shadow fell between them. "With whom do you company by stealth, woman?" said one, mouthing in the manner of the pulpit. Colonel Stow turned, stiffening, to behold Cornet Jehoiada Tompkins. Cornet Tompkins was large and upon the way to fatness. His face had reached it, and in some parts betrayed a kindness for the good things of this world. He had the swelling port, the mobile lips of the man of speech. Colonel Stow surveyed him with an amused contempt that stung. He moistened his lips and rolled his eyes. "Who art thou in the purple and fine linen of the Canaanites?" he cried. "Concerning purple," said Colonel Stow, "though I think it be the bully among colors, it has the patronage of your nose." "Fellow, we are not met to debate the fashion of my countenance," cried Cornet Tompkins. "Indeed, sir, it calls not for debate, but lamentations," Colonel Stow admitted. "I see well that thou art of the blood of Shimei, which cursed David. Thy name, O thou man of Belial, and thy purpose here?" "My name, sir, is Stow, and my purpose is to glorify your nose." "Believe me, sir, 'tis a sweet member." Cornet Tompkins was plainly embarrassed. "Are you of one blood with that godly Master David Stow, which is major in Colonel Ireton's regiment?" "His unworthy brother am I, and could wish him here, that we might make a duetto concerning your nose, its complexion. Yet will I do what I can to hymn it worthily alone." Cornet Tompkins, feeling his nose nervously, became plaintive. "Sir, it ill beseems you to mock at a man of God before a Canaanitish woman." "Mock? Who? I? Sir, I am all lamentation. I could mourn with you all the day long." "Like a Dutch tulip at dawn." Cornet Tompkins did not wait for the elaboration of that poetic simile. He strutted off, wrapped in embarrassed indignation. With a whimsical smile, Colonel Stow turned to Lucinda again. "Life is like that, I think. A creature with such a nose shadows us when we dream. Pray, madam, what is his affair here?" "He hath quartered himself upon us," said Lucinda angrily. "O, sir, 'tis not to be borne. A boor that forces himself into my mother's withdrawing room to whine his sermons." Colonel Stow took counsel with his beard. "It were easy to fix a quarrel on him whereof he would not recover. But I doubt you would have but more of his kind to trouble you. Nevertheless, I am heartily at your command if you desire it." "Nay, that is no help, sir. The fellow swears we are to have a company of his knaves billeted on us till the war ends, because, forsooth, we have given shelter to spies of the King. Indeed, sir, I have much to thank Mr. Bourne for. These vile Roundheads make my life hideous. They force their brutish persons upon me in every chamber. They deafen me whining their psalms. They pray at me with vile names. Oh, I would that the King might conquer speedily and whip the knaves back to their kennels." Colonel Stow's brow was bent and his eyes fiery, but he spoke calmly enough. "You are all for the King, madam?" "Who is not, but such base rogues as these?" she cried. "Oh, I would that I were a man to strike for him. Sure, sir, every noble heart is with him. 'Tis the honor of England for which he fights. How should he yield his realm to the madness of base-born fanatics? His cause is the cause of every man of right knightly blood. Shall such rogues as these be our masters? Nay, sir, who is loyal to himself is loyal to the King. Each man that hath any honor, ay, each woman, is bound to him." She was fair enough, with her eyes aflame and bosom surging. Colonel Stow bowed. "You have spoken, madam." She smiled at him with a new light in her eyes, and quick, eager, flung out her hand to him. His lips stayed upon it long, and as she smiled down at him a strange tenderness made her face lovely. Colonel Stow was something pale as he stood again erect, and a long while their eyes spoke together. Then, with her bosom rising, her neck rosy, she turned a little away. But when, in a while, Colonel Stow spoke again, he was calm enough. "It is plain, madam, that while you cannot drive these rogues away, you can leave them behind. Are there friends where you can make your home a while?" She hesitated a while, finger on cheek, then with a sudden glad cry, "Ah, but Oxford! To the King at Oxford! One could live there." Then her face fell again. "But these knaves would not suffer it. We are in prison to them." Colonel Stow smiled. "I can not permit a gentleman of such a nose to meddle with my emotions," said he. "But—" She looked doubt and surprise, and was plainly puzzled. "But he has many, so many men," she faltered. "It is like a regiment." "It is, in fact, half a troop," said Colonel Stow, who had a neat mind. He smiled again. "They make the affair an entertainment." "You mean that you can?" she cried, and he bowed. "Everything is easy with you," she said slowly. She drew a long breath. Her eyes began to flame. "Oh, it is good. It is good to be by your side. You are sure. You give me life." He flushed. He caught her hands in a grip that hurt her, and her breast beat against his, and as a strange keen throb of passion waked in him, he saw Cornet Tompkins under the elms regarding them gloomily. It was necessary to part with laughter. Then Colonel Stow, approaching Cornet Tompkins with determination, described in fullness his nose. It obtruded, nevertheless persistent, into the dreams of life. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 8. Upon the Use of a Nose. Colonel Royston complained of the nature of things. The fork of a pear tree made him a pleasant seat, and at whiles its blossom fell upon him, so that he had an Arcadian air. The smoke of his pipe rose comfortably to the lucid sky. Yet he complained. He desired fruit as well as flower. "For," says he, "the virginity of this white blossom purifies the mind, so that I am in the mood to eat fruit with a devout relish. But when the fruit is here, my mind, unadorned with flowers, is but gross and carnal, which is proper enough for blood puddings, Jerry, my love, the blood puddings of Erbach, but spoils the taste of fruit. Ah, would that I had been consulted in the creation! As I see it," said Colonel Stow, who was stretched full length beneath him, "the flaw in the world is the nose of Jehoiada. Since Nuremberg, when we made them of our breeches, I have ever doubted a sausage. Sure, the man who uses one for a nose is a misanthrope. Nay, George, the nose of Jehoiada must determine us. For myself, if I were not beautiful, I would choose to be a gargoyle," said Royston. "But you were born shy, Jerry. What ails you with Jehoiada? Does he wear his nose haughtily? With a crude pride he flaunts it in the delicate places of my soul. Oh, 'tis the ugliness of all the world incarnate. It is plain, George, since the nose of Jehoiada is of one side, certainly God forbid it should be upon two, that would be unfair, there is but one hell, we must be of the other." Colonel Royston regarded his friend with a singular benignity. "We are to ride for the king, Jerry? Then I think there is another nose than Jehoiada's that is guiding us, to wit, the fair nose of Mistress Lucinda. When, by the grace of God, you learn to love a woman, we shall both regret it," said Colonel Royston with decision. "Her nose will be to you a thing of no account. That will add piquancy to the amour. 'Tis no part but the divine whole of her will inspire you. So it is now with me, I will not deny it. Indeed, I am engaged to liberate her from the nose of Jehoiada and bring her to Oxford to the king. Wherefore, George, propound me a strategy. Jehoiada guards the manor with his nose and half a troop. We muster but four, for I would not bring my father's hinds into the affair, who are indeed but bumpkins." Colonel Royston waved away smoke. "So my lady would go to the king," said he dryly enough. "Perhaps she would also go to Mr. Bourne." "Mr. Bourne is only an impudent boy who is pleased to believe himself enamored," said Colonel Stow. "He is not very amusing, but no more harm." Colonel Royston looked down at his friend with a singular affection. "All is well, Jerry?" he said softly. "Very well. I see good days, George. We will make ourselves somewhat to this king of ours, and to fight before the eyes of my lady." He laughed. "Well, the first pleasure is to discomfort Jehoiada. A strategy, George. Propound me a strategy. With four to defeat half a troop. 'Tis worthy of your genius." Colonel Royston withdrew his pipe and caressed his mustachio. "You remember how Strozzi got the little Margravine away from the Croats at Fullingen? Put poppy juice in their beer and cut their snoring throats. But she had a strong stomach, the little Margravine, and your lady might think it over sanguinary. Strozzi is a butcher," said Colonel Stow shortly. "He does make a mess," Royston admitted, "but he arrives. You want a strategy of delicacy, a campaign for petticoats. It is not in my way. I am not sure that it is decent." Colonel Stow began picking daisies. "If there were firing," said he, "much firing, at dusk or dawn, Alcibiade could make a very thunder with 2 carbines. Jehoiada should take the most of his men out against it, and we might swoop upon the manor and be gone." Royston shook his head. "If I am too sanguinary, you are too sanguine, Jerry," said he. "And egad, that sums up our natures fairly. I know no surety Jehoiada will be a fool the way you need. When he hears firing, he is as like to shut himself in the manor and stand to arms. Well, we be a pair of paladins indeed, but miracles are out of fashion." Colonel Stow cast daisies into the air and gravely watched them fall. Above the hedge rose the head and shoulders of a man who rode down the lane, a Puritan officer. Colonel Stow sat up. "My brother," said he, with a whistle of doleful mirth, "he complicates the affair." In a minute Major David Stow strode into the orchard. He wore a light corselet and a helmet of polished steel, and his sleeves and breeches were tawny red. There was no doubt of the brotherhood. They were a match in strength, of the same wholesome pallor, the same earnest, glad eye. But David Stow's faith kept him clean shaven and his hair cropped. And there was brotherhood enough in the greeting. Colonel Royston saluted with a lifted pipe and an approving smile from the tree. I think he had always an admiration for David Stow. The brothers were side by side on the grass. "It is good to have you home, Jerry, and you are come in a good hour. This poor land needs such as you." David looked at him with affection, but there was no answer. Colonel Stow was playing with a daisy. "You'll not put off your corselet yet, Jerry?" David cried in some surprise. "Nay, lad, I wear it. But for which cause?" "It is not you who can fight for tyranny, a tyranny that would own body and soul." For the first time Colonel Stow heard the faith that fired the strongest hearts of his day, that a man must be free to worship his God what way he would, without the leave of bishop or king, that free men could only live in a realm themselves ruled, that the king must be a servant of his people, not master. David Stow preached it with a passion that made his brother wonder, and with a strange power. Here was a shy country lad become a man sure of himself and masterful. Colonel Stow knew strength and honored it. And yet, though he had been free to believe, though no woman had bound him to another cause, I doubt the Puritan faith had never held him. He knew men over well. He saw that the world had no heart for the stern virtue of the Puritan. For each to do what seemed good to himself must needs be chaos. He felt, as a man is sure with no need of reason, that the mass of men were not ready to be free. In a masterless realm he saw cruelty and the ruin of waste. He had no hope of a nation of saints, it may be, no desire. He believed in order and the middle path passionately, sternly, as fanatics their own wild faith, and the fervor of his brother left him cold. Still David Stow went on with swelling heart, proclaiming the kingdom of God on earth. "Nay, Jerry, you must be with us," he cried at last. "There is but one cause for such as you." "'Tis a fair dream, lad," said Colonel Stow, looking up from his ruined daisy with something of a sad smile. "But a dream not of our day. Nay, this is the hour. 'Tis we are called to the work. Let us be glad that to us is the glory to found surely a nation of righteousness. We must to arms and set all men free from the bonds of the tyrant of sin." Colonel Stow shook his head. "My world is not your world, lad. I see men that would break down a good order given us from of old. I see a people, no saints, but kindly fools that need the old rule to guide them aright. David, lad, the hour has not struck for your design. And well, I am not a man of tomorrow." But again David Stow must proclaim his vision, that strange glad vision of a world not come yet, where each man shall be free to do his own will, and each earnest with an austere passion to do the will of God. To the men of his faith and his day it was near. It was all but real. Colonel Stow shook his head. He saw too clearly to believe. David pleaded passionately still. It was hard for him to deem a man honest who stood against his cause. But he was sure of his brother and needed him, I think, as man not often needs man. And at last, "You must be of us, Jerry," he cried. "The cause calls for such as you, and I want you by my side." It was strongest of all he had said. Colonel Stow drew in his breath. "I am pledged to another cause, lad," he said slowly. His brother looked in his eyes and knew there was no answer. Silent he held out his hand. Silent he rose. Then turning away he saw Colonel Royston, grave beyond his custom. Their eyes met. In the hardest days that came there was always something of a kindness between these two. "I must not ask you?" said David Stow. Royston shook his head. David Stow looked at his brother again and went away sorrowful. They were not wholly light of heart whom he left behind. "I would as soon be that man as myself," said Colonel Royston pensively. If Colonel Stow could not feel that, for to him was granted the excellence of Lucinda, it was yet some while before he brought his thoughts back to the problem of the hour. "There remains," said he, "the obstacle of Jehoiada. I hope my brother is not a friend of his." "If he is, we had best go borrow an army," said Colonel Royston grimly. But that fear was removed, for they saw David Stow pass the orchard hedge again, riding back to Aylesbury. He waved his hand and was gone many a day from his brother's life. Colonel Stow gave a sigh of relief. He could not indeed be the comrade of such a nose. That nose! George, it gives me an idea. An idea of low birth? 'Tis a suspicious member, the nose, and such a nose. I will be sworn Jehoiada is suspicious. It would be but kindness to give that nose employ. Well, he shall suspect. Gerechter ergot. How he shall suspect." Colonel Royston coughed so piteously that his friend looked up in sympathy. 6 feet away in the garden he beheld Joan Normandy plucking daffodils. "How sweetly innocent are flowers," said Colonel Royston, recovering from his illness. Colonel Stow shook his head. "I discover in you a likeness to Jehoiada, George," he said sorrowfully. Joan Normandy, with a certain defiant deliberation, completed her nosegay. She then departed leisurely. "I would trust anything," said Colonel Royston, "but righteousness." Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Chapter 9. Concerning the Angel Uriel. Jehoiada Tompkins, cornet, will be moved of the spirit at half after 10 in the Sabbath forenoon in the palace of Amalekites, which is called Stoke Manor. Such was the grateful news conveyed to the homestead in Jehoiada's own hand. It begat some unseemly mirth from Colonel Royston, and an offer on his part to conduct Mistress Normandy to Jehoiada's punctual motions. "Sir," says she, with her chin in the air, "I desire your escort nowhere." For if Colonel Royston loved her little, she was ever something less than Christian to him. Colonel Stow held the gate for her as she went forth, all black and white, clasping close in her hand a worn Bible, and he stayed a while looking after. Her loneliness appealed to him, and that faith of the worn Bible, yet there was something ridiculous in one who could seek the ministrations of Jehoiada. Between sympathy and mirth he watched her out of sight, whereby he had the honor of a salute from a strange gentleman. A gentleman who progressed in bounds like a fluttering hen, a shaggy gentleman who was naked to the waist. He halted on the sight of Colonel Stow. He flung out a talon of a hand. "Woe unto thee!" he shrieked. "Woe unto thee! I am the angel Uriel." "How do you like it?" said Colonel Stow politely. "I do not like thee, thou man of Babylon. I pour out my vial upon thee, for thou hast the mark of the beast. I am come to prophesy thy destruction. I am the angel Uriel, and the noise of my roaring goeth before me, for I am charged to make the high places tremble and the mighty men flee away. Woe unto thee! Thou shalt have a grievous sore." Then Colonel Stow was gripped by an idea. "This gentleman," said he to himself, "is the very man for Jehoiada." But aloud, "Uriel, my friend, you have mistook my direction. I shall have no sore. I am a person of no honor. But there is one, Jehoiada Tompkins, that pretends he is moved by the Spirit, a very forward preacher that hath the mark of the beast upon his nose." "Give me word," cried the barebacked gentleman. "Is he of them that would testify unto the people?" "Very painfully he does so," said Colonel Stow. "It is against such I am sent, that they may gnaw their tongues in shame. Verily, I shall prophesy unto him even as the bite of a scorpion. Give me word of him." Colonel Stow gave a precise direction. Straightway he went bounding the road, crying, "Woe, woe, in a lake of fire." Then Colonel Stow went in and made Royston write him a letter, the which he put in his coat, and himself with some expedition followed the barebacked gentleman. For my part, I judged Jehoiada Tompkins an honest man, who strove earnestly to do his duty. It is not easy to like him the better. Lucinda, walking with her mother along the gallery of Stoke Manor, was surprised by the irruption of half his troop. "What is this new insolence?" she cried. "Cornet Tompkins would give his testimony." "Desire that you may have ears to hear," quoth the lank corporal, while the two women looked at each other in helpless disgust. Others came flocking to the gallery, such of the peasants as were stern Puritans, such as had the gift of curiosity, all in their whitest smocks and finest woolsey, and the sergeants of the troop ushered them into an orderly array, while the troopers marshalled themselves in a line of spiritual battle behind. Joan Normandy came, guided by a solemn giant in steel and buff, but her eyes went this way and that in a fashion less than devout. She was hoping to see Lucinda. There could be no doubt who it was in the silver dress with the proud lips. Joan flushed strangely and hurried by. It was a great company. The peasant folk came eagerly to spread themselves in the manor hall. They felt the carved wainscot, the pictures, the gilt armor, almost their own. Each one of them swelled as good as the gentry. Truly the rule of the saints was pleasant. But Cornet Tompkins was by no means minded to comfort them. With a large Bible in the swelling port of the preacher he came. His breastplate gleamed like a mirror. The linen at his throat was spotless white. His face glowed and shone. He ascended a chair, glowered, and smacked his lips at the congregation. Unto me, Jehoiada, the Lord's cornet, came a voice, saying, "Speak." Then I knew it was an hour of wrath, and I cried aloud to you, "Come unto me, that I may chasten you. Verily, I will spare you no whit. I will scourge you with my tongue for your offences, which are noisome unto me." And without doubt Cornet Tompkins had held the attention which he had thus worthily won. But on a sudden a shriek rang through the gallery. "Woe, woe, and a beast of horns!" Through one of the long windows came a shaggy head and a naked body that brandished haggard arms. "Come out, and again I say come out. I am the angel Uriel." With one eager impulse the whole congregation turned to him. Behold the scarlet-colored beast!" he cried, pointing to the ruddy face of Cornet Tompkins. "I see him with 7 heads and 10 horns. I denounce him unto you. I publish his doom. I am the angel Uriel. Come out from him, come out, for his name shall be called Magor Missabib." Cornet Tompkins was displeased. "Who is this that blasphemeth the Word?" said he with austere dignity. "Troop sergeant, away with him!" "I am the angel Uriel," the man screamed, tossing his shaggy head, whirling his bare arms aloft. "I have the light of the Word. Nor death nor hell prevail against me, nor that great beast, that old serpent. Come forth from the house of Rimmon, and I will tell you a vision. Woe, woe, and the gnawing of tongues. Come!" He leaped down to the ground, and in a weird voice crying, "Come, and I will show you the things that must be hereafter," began to climb up a tree. And the congregation of Cornet Tompkins, used to seek the strangest ecstasies of religion, eager as the Athenians for some new thing, streamed out after him. Vainly Cornet Tompkins cried to them not to follow one possessed of devils. Their minds were in turmoil. When men were all equal and as good as the gentry, what might not be true? It was an age of many a wild creed, and many a man awaited eagerly a new revelation. But Cornet Tompkins, wroth for his unspoken sermon, cried out, "Sergeant Bunce, commit this man of Belial into a ward." The true Puritan temper, that made each man free to preach his own faith, knew nothing of such discipline yet. The sergeant stood stiff. "I am a poor deacon of the Lord," said he, "and I will lay no hands upon one who comes in his name." And with that he too went off to hear of the vision. Cornet Tompkins was left with hardly 2 or 3 gathered together. He came down from his chair and looked moodily at the scene without. There, high in a tree, like some strange bird of legend, the barebacked man swayed to and fro, screaming. It was a lurid, fantastic dream he had to tell, made up of scraps from the Apocalypse and the prophets of denunciation, grotesquely twisted to suit the place and the time. But it was burning with something of a madman's faith, and it awed peasant and soldiery. They gazed at him in earnest. But Cornet Tompkins groaned as he thought of what they had lost. "Verily, this is an age of false prophets," said Cornet Tompkins, with shaking head, "and he hath 7 devils." He looked upon Joan Normandy, and the 1 or 2 that preferred sanity in their devotions, who were left him, humbly expectant still. "To your tents, O ye people of God! Let us pray that the truth may be made known." Now Joan Normandy, as she was going out, came upon Colonel Stow. She gave him one swift look of surprise and hurried on. But Colonel Stow, smiling blandly, lounged into the gallery, and there let fall a letter upon a window ledge. He was unseen, for of those left, Cornet Tompkins was coming down the gallery, his head bowed and wagging in mourning for his spoiled sermon, and Lucinda was waiting for him with an unkind smile. "I fear your soldiers have heard you preach before, sir," said she. Cornet Tompkins breathed heavily. His trade was sermons, not repartee, and glared at her, and she laughed. Then as he passed her he saw Colonel Stow, but Colonel Stow, save for one swift glance that spoke, made no account of her nor laughed. He approached Cornet Tompkins with a grave sympathy. "Sir," says he, "you despoil me of a refreshment. I am come to hear the Spirit move you, and you make me less sound than a sucking dove. You promise me bread and give me less than a stone." Cornet Tompkins turned upon him with a stony stare. "Mock not," he said in a hollow voice, "mock not, that ye be not mocked." His extreme discomfiture moved Colonel Stow to pity. "Sir," says he gravely, "you do me wrong. I am come but now to hear you, and I find naught to hear. Prithee, what prevents?" Cornet Tompkins clutched him by the arm and led him to a window. "That prevents, sir." He pointed to the weird, half naked creature yelling from the boughs. "That prevents. That demoniac. They are all gone after false prophets, and have no mind for the truth." Colonel Stow looked long. The gentleman was even more surprising than he had hoped, but he preserved a great gravity and shook his head. "I like it not," said he, "I like it not," and shook his head again. "I suspect him much." "Sir, I suspect him of the devil," cried Cornet Tompkins. "I suspect him of playing the devil, which is worse." Cornet Tompkins gasped. "Who would play the devil but one mad?" "I suspect him less mad than he would seem." Cornet Tompkins opened his mouth, and in that state tried to smile. It was impressive. "Sir," says he, "this is a precious thought." Look you, Colonel Stow grew more earnest. What is his errand? Why should he come here? Why seek you out? "Sir," says Cornet Tompkins, melancholy again, "'tis plain the devil would put me to shame." "I doubt the devil wears a king's coat when he is at home," quoth Colonel Stow. "Sir, I see malignancy here. Take heed that he does no work of treason, ay, that he bears no missive from malignants." Cornet Tompkins was uplifted. "Sir, you say well," he cried. "You are of a godly understanding. I will take guard. Yea, I will search him out." "You will do well, sir," said Colonel Stow with a grave enthusiasm. "Search everywhere that he hath been. I wish you well in it." So, well content, they parted. But when Cornet Tompkins meditated upon his search, he could not think that the barebacked gentleman had been anywhere save at a window and up a tree. Away from the house, behind the hedge of roses, Colonel Stow found Lucinda. She gave him her hand with a smile. "Pray, how much are you in this?" "Nay," said Colonel Stow, "I only felt the gentleman of no coat was made for Jehoiada. At least I see no other use in him. Oh, 'tis so, Jehoiada dislikes him a merveille. I think him most wholesome for Jehoiada, but he is to me no more than a convenience. Madam, will you ride to-night?" "To-night!" Her eyes glowed. "Oh, you are quick. How then? What of the Puritans?" "I rely upon Jehoiada to abolish himself. 'Tis the best deed the poor man could do. Make no parade of going, madam. Have only your jewels and such small things to hand. We can take but your mother and you, and here must be no more words. We are foes before the world." Lucinda laughed deliciously. "I like to play with the world," she said. Meanwhile Cornet Tompkins had found upon the window ledge a letter that gave his heart delight. He was consoled for the lost sermon and all the triumph of the barebacked gentleman. But his sudden swift desire to catch this last was foiled, for the barebacked gentleman, who had been for some while speaking with tongues not his own, with no more warning hurled himself out of the tree and rushed wildly away, screaming that he was hunting Sathanas, in which dangerous chase none then followed him, so much alarm had he made. But presently after he came again, and for half a generation there was in Stoke and Weston Turberville, you may read of it in the pamphlets, a sect which prophesied by the name of the Angel Uriel, and for his greater glory were scant of clothes, till Major General Fleetwood, a person of orderly mind, laid hands on them and compelled them into prison or coats; for the which, despite threats, the angel showed no indignation. Chapter 10
of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 10. Cornet Tompkins snaps at a shadow. Colonel Stow came out from his father something grave. His father had omitted to wish him joy. He had also behaved with levity. "Ay, ay, a man will go when the woman calls, and I should like you less if you did not hear her. Ay, a lad ought to be amusing, and so you'll be for the king, with as fair reason as most, indeed. Oons, there is wisdom in this war." It seemed to Colonel Stow that some emotion would have been in better taste. He went with solemn zeal to inspect the work of Alcibiade and Matthieu Marc, who had business concerning horses and saddles that was of importance, but needed darkness rather than light. The pervading mystery of it completed the alarm of Joan Normandy, suspicious already of the inquiry of Colonel Royston and of Colonel Stow's visit to the ministrations of Cornet Tompkins. When Colonel Stow, desiring to contemplate peace, came to sit beside her in the porch, she received him with eyes of war. "You are required to love your enemies," Colonel Stow admonished her, "and for mere dignity you should smile at them," which he duly did. She was no better pleased. "I could like you better if you were an open enemy," she cried. "But it would be less amusing for me," Colonel Stow protested mildly. "At least I should not have to despise you and myself." "I can not conceive that we are so much alike. Pray despise me alone. You will find it less an effort. More just also. For what, after all, have you to do with me?" Her cheeks were suddenly scarlet. Ah, it was like a cry of pain. "Ah, I would that I had never seen you. It flatters me that I should thus deeply affect you. But all is well. Tomorrow you can believe that I have never lived." "You are going, then?" she cried angrily. "Your manner scarce invites me to stay," Colonel Stow remarked. She flung out her hand to him in hot impatience. "Oh, is all life a jeer and a cheat with you? Can you not be true to yourself?" "I do not understand the occasion of this homily," said Colonel Stow with dignity. Joan Normandy gave something of a sneering laugh. "Oh, you are very noble, and you sham a friendship with our officer to tell him lies and cheat him again. I thought even malignants kept their honor. But you—" "Perhaps I may be some judge of a soldier's honor, too," said Colonel Stow coldly. "But if you have such a kindness for Jehoiada, child, go tell him I am cheating him." She turned upon him, gray eyes flaming fierce. "You know that I can not, and I ought. And I hate you," she cried. "Oh, it is mean in you." And she started up and sped to the house. Colonel Stow made figures in the ground with his heel and contemplated them gravely. To him thus engaged came Colonel Royston. "Do you meditate upon your own virtues, Jerry?" Colonel Stow looked up. "On the contrary," said he. As the day waned to sunset, Lucinda felt strange forces working about her. The troopers were busy with horses and arms. Cornet Tompkins, whom she was at some pains to observe, went with exaltation in his gait and mysterious scriptures upon his lips, as thus: "Troop major, of new powder to each man a flaskful. Nay, I will put a hook in their mouths. See to it that the carbine locks be spanned. Verily, I will eat fat. Verily, the Lord is against thee, O Gog." Lucinda was puzzled. It was hard in such spiritual emotions to find the practical hand of Colonel Stow. And all day long Cornet Tompkins, bent upon a map of the shire, muttered more mysteries. "Moab shall be my washpot. Over Edom shall I cast out my shoe. Alack, Gog, why tarry the wheels of his chariots?" quo' she. "Until every man a damsel or two. Ha, ha, said I to my soul. Ha, ha, I behold a wailing in Babylon." Not till the twilight, not till the troopers were mounting, he sought out Lucinda for her punishment. She was in her mother's withdrawing room. He ground his heels into the white Bagdad carpet. "Woman," says he, his nose shining with emotion, "thou hast kicked against the pricks and art full of wickedness even to the brim. I, Jehoiada, am appointed to cast thee down. Go to, humble thyself. Learn not to mock at the children of light. I have thy naughty paramour his letter, and this night he shall taste the bread of affliction." Lucinda was white in alarm. This was no sign of deliverance, but a new danger. "I have no letter," she cried. Cornet Tompkins allowed himself to laugh. "Ha, the peril of an Amalekite hurts thee in a tender part. Nay, woman, thou hast no letter, for I have it. I, Jehoiada, the coronet of the Lord. Would that I had the vile fellow that brought it. But it suffices. Thy portion of woe is assured. Hearken." And he read with mouthing sarcasm these surpriseful words: "I must see you at once before I go. Ride out to-night to Monk's Pool at Saunderton. Slip away from the Roundhead villain at sundown, and I will await you. Once with me, have no more fear of the Roundheads. I have half a troop of Goring's horse to my back. They will watch over us, and we shall laugh at your sausage-nosed Puritan." Here Cornet Tompkins stopped to ejaculate, "O Gog, Gog, verily I will leave but the sixth part of thee," and he snorted at Lucinda and went on, "Nay, come with me, my life, and you shall be free of him and his kind for ever. Thy true lover, from the Bird in Hand, G.B. at Chinnor." The last in the warmer style being Colonel Royston's private effort to add probability to the chilly swaying of Colonel Stow's design. Cornet Tompkins grinned triumphant, and his face shone like a ruddy moon. Lucinda was troubled. The letter was truly mad enough to be Gilbert Bourne's own. She was mightily angry with him. That he should confuse the plans of Colonel Stow and keep her still a prisoner to this maddening Puritan soldier was an infamous folly. She flamed at Cornet Tompkins in an unlovely fierceness, like a trapped beast, and he grinned the more. "Verily, verily, the iron enters into thee and saws thy soul asunder. This it is to wanton with Amalekites." He flaunted the letter before her, and Lucinda was suddenly white and bit her lip on a cry, for she saw the writing, and it was not by Mr. Bourne. Cornet Tompkins mistook her emotion. "O thou naughty member," he cried, "shameless art thou in thy affections for this Assyrian, O Aholah and Aholibah." Lucinda snatched her fan from the table, and with it slashed at his eyes. "That is the woman's answer, fellow," she cried. "Go, get the man's." Cornet Tompkins, half blind with undesired tears, stepped back unsteadily. "Wanton, wanton, I go," he cried, "and thou shalt see thy lover in chains, yea, in fetters of iron, till I hang him high as Haman before thy threshold for an abomination and a spy." Cornet Tompkins loved a rounded sentence. He wiped away his tears and strode with dignity to the door. Lucinda turned to see her mother crying gently, and made an impatient ejaculation at such folly. You never valued him, Lucinda," said my Lady Weston, sobbing the more. "But I would I were his mother." She referred to Mr. Bourne. Lucinda was not concerned in such fruitless emotions. While she was hurrying to the window to know what meant the noise of the troopers' parade, two stalked in without a word and sat themselves down on either side of the door. Lucinda had hardly turned upon them before a word of command rang without, and she saw the mounted company wheel and swing away through the dusk. Cornet Tompkins took due strength to deal with that half troop of Goring's horse. Then Lucinda made to run out, but one of her guards rose up against her. "Woman, we are bidden guard you in our presence, and though you be an evil sight to a man of faith, yet will we do it." Lucinda recoiled, all quivering with impatience. The other trooper looked at her and groaned, and shook his head and groaned. "It were well to comfort our souls with a savory exercise," said he, and in a gloomy nasal tone began to recite the mystic parts of Jeremiah. You conceive how he soothed the straining nerves of Lucinda. But the dull sound of Cornet Tompkins' horsemen had hardly died away when there was a swift scurry over the turf, and even as the recitation of Jeremiah was cut off and its giver moved swiftly to the window, Colonel Stow came in, flushed with ingenious agitation. "Good sir, give me word. Is Cornet Tompkins within?" says he breathless to the first trooper, who shook a solemn head. "Oh, luckless day!" cried Colonel Stow. "His troop major, then, or a sergeant?" "Brother, they be gone out to capture an Amalekite, and we only are left. Is it a matter of war?" "Alack," said Colonel Stow, who was swaying a little upon his toes, "I fear you may think it so," and as he spoke he let drive at the man's chin, and whirling around met his comrade's rush with another shoulder blow. The first was hardly fallen before Colonel Royston was upon him and had a noose round his arms and a kerchief in his mouth. Swift and neat likewise Colonel Stow dealt with the other. My Lady Weston screamed her fright, and Lucinda chid her angrily to silence. Fitly trussed and gagged, those two hapless troopers were propped up against the doorposts to contemplate each other. Colonel Stow, flushed still, but now purely calm, made his bow to my Lady Weston. Such affairs must always give pain to persons of sensibility, my lady, but I trust we have not been indelicate. Pray, will you ride? Time is short. Then Lucinda whirled her mother away to cloak, and as she passed Colonel Stow she held out her hand. His lips caressed it, and one of the hapless troopers was heard to groan. With him Colonel Royston remonstrated. "Believe me, you are less hurt than you suppose, and you should be more grateful than you look. I have never seen a neater surprise. It should be an education to you in tactics, which most men only learn by death, an expensive method I would not urge upon you, unless you would die for pure philanthropy." "Come away, George," said Colonel Stow gruffly, watching the two helpless men. His friend's manners displeased him at whiles. Out in the gathering dark, Alcibiade and Matthieu Marc waited with 4 good horses beside their own. Colonel Stow swept a swift glance over the sky. It was clear enough to find stars if need were. He laughed. Night and a ride through the enemy's quarters. What more should a man want? "I want less," Colonel Royston admitted. "A woman or so less." Wherewith the women came, cloaked heavily, each with a large and weighty casket. Colonel Stow took Lucinda. My Lady Weston was crying still, which Colonel Royston observing, "Nay, my lady, 'tis hard enough to quit home," says he gently enough. Anything of the mother would always mellow him. "But you should count on coming again when these rascals are beaten." "I do not care where I go," said she feebly. "Is it Mr. Bourne?" "Oh, Mr. Bourne is more safe than yourself. The matter of the letter was a ruse of ours to get the Roundheads away." She stared at him, endeavoring to grasp this. She was not quick of wit. Then she gave it up with a sigh. Turning to her horse, she saw Lucinda in Colonel Stow's arms as he swung her to the saddle. "I wish it were Mr. Bourne," she murmured to herself, and was more lachrymose. Colonel Royston was not sure that he differed. End of chapter 10. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 11 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 11. Colonel Royston deserts a lady. The sky was darkly gray, set with rare stars. They rode through murmurous gloom. Warm wind of the passion of spring moved about them. Close to the strength of that square shoulder, breathing the strange throbbing sense of the night, Lucinda smiled, and her bosom was quick. Life was good. Life was good. She had conquered. She and the man. He had broken all her chains. He had made all bow to her. She felt in her the wild force of the world beat free. It surged in Colonel Stow, too. Every nerve in him was aware and glad of her eager womanhood. He had won the best of life. He never knew of the white face behind a window of his home that yearned after him through the dark, through tears. From the heavy gloom of the lane they came suddenly to blither air, to the wide freedom of the vale. All about them the dewy, flower-studded meadows bore a strange, ethereal light. Lucinda gave a little glad cry, like a happy child. Then as Colonel Stow turned to her, she saw the flash of his eyes and was breathless. "Oh, it is life with you," she murmured. "I live to make your life," he said. "I did not know I could feel this. I am glad, glad. It is to have all the power of the world in me." "I am no man without you, and you without me no woman. Now, we are lords of life." She laughed a little. "You and laughed again gladly. They were riding close as troopers in the charge. Her shoulder touched his lightly, and again. "Oh, the night and the joy of the night," she cried. He could see the surge of her bosom, the silvery cloud of her breath, and her lips dark in the white comeliness beneath her hood. "Sure, this is our birthnight." "All's new indeed." "Yes, and all life is for us." "Ah, what does a maid know?" "Nay, not even what she hath to give." "And you?" She turned upon him in a quick impulse, then gave a queer, scornful laugh. "Do you know naught of yourself? 'Tis you make my heart wild. You are strong, you are sure. You force things to your will, lightly, and laugh." Swiftly she flung her hand to him, and as he gripped it and crushed it against his lips, "Oh, ay," she said in a voice of miserable mirth. "Oh, ay, 'tis yours. If I take, I give," he said. She looked at him while they rode far. Then she caught his hand and kissed it fiercely. "So, it is so," she muttered. Then with a wild laugh, "Oh, there is power in us, power." "You were born for that." He gripped her hand till she bit her lip from the pain. Woman of my need." "Yes, ah, yes. All the world is yes to us now. There is naught denied. Oh, you master me, and I am master of all in you, I." He leaned out of his saddle. He flung his arm about her. She swayed lithe and glad in the hard strength of it. Her lips were parted in a strange smile. "There is matchlight on the right front," said Colonel Royston. Colonel Stow let her go easily. "Rein up," he said, and peered along Royston's pointing arm. Tiny specks of yellow played will-o'-the-wisp far off. "They fling pickets wide at Aylesbury," he said calmly, and looked up at the stars. It was grass country and studded with trees, but open on either hand. "Take the women, George. Bear away to the south. Alcibiade." But while Royston, with a sharp by left and with spur, hurried my lady and Lucinda before him and set their horses to a sharper pace, the specks of yellow were gathering and there came the sound of steel. "Is there danger?" said Lucinda under her breath. Colonel Royston laughed. "With a lady, madame, there is always danger." "I have no fear, sir," she cried angrily. "That is why you are dangerous," said Colonel Royston. "Is Colonel Stow in danger?" she insisted, imperious. "If you had never thought of him it might have been kind," said Colonel Royston sourly. "To think of him now is impediment." Lucinda looked at him long. It is likely that Colonel Royston, being a friend, would have borne hard on any woman who dared an affection for Colonel Stow, and this woman heated his blood all out of reason. With amused disgust he did his best for her, drove her on swift over the meadows, down the hill toward Ford Brook. There was need. Challenges rang out behind them. The yellow gleams of the musketeers' matches were multiplied. They heard the mingled din of a troop of horse. "Egad," muttered Colonel Royston with a doleful chuckle, "we have turned out the whole command." And indeed the meadows were aflame far and wide. There was a storm of shouting, orders and oaths. Then amid all the stars of yellow light the blue flash of powder and volley on volley of musketry. Colonel Royston made up his mind. "God be with you," says he, "for I shall not." And he reined up sharp and went back for his friend. But before he had gone far, while the musketry still raged furiously, he came upon Colonel Stow and Alcibiade riding at easy speed. "En avant, George," says Colonel Stow with a laugh. "They will be engaged some while yet. Freeze never surrender, and there is plenty of match." Colonel Royston understood. It was a proved device of the German wars. A few links of match, close twisted tow, tied to tree boughs and lit, were as good by night as a battalion of musketry. The Puritan picket, daring not advance on such a force, was still firing heavily. "Faith," says Colonel Royston, "I'll never more be such a fool as to suppose you need me, Jerry," and they drew up to the women. Lucinda turned quick on Colonel Stow, and he smiled to her. Then she laughed out. "O, I am a fool to fear," said she. And yet, there was a gallant gentleman here feared for you too, but I should be wiser." "You flatter me, madame," said Colonel Royston bluntly. "I had not begun to fear, but I love him better than I love you." "And I like you for that," said Lucinda, and looked at Colonel Royston for the second time. "But he'll soon be of another faith," said Colonel Stow, then suddenly turned with his ear to the wind. "Hark!" The rattle of musketry had fallen fainter, and now it was wrapped in another sound, singing a swelling chant. "Indeed, this is a glorious victory for Te Deum," said Lucinda through mirth. "That is not the picket, but an army," quoth Royston. Silent. There was no doubt of it. Slow, majestic, deep-throated, it was borne down wind. "All that people on earth do dwell sing to the Lord with cheerful voice. Him serve with mirth, his praise foretell. Come ye before him and rejoice. Know that the Lord is God indeed. Without our aid he did us make. We are his flock, he doth feed us, and for his sheep he doth us take." The two soldiers looked at each other with an unspoken question. Colonel Royston had heard that psalm raised from the sodden plain of Breitenfeld when Gustav smote the Catholic army to death. Now it came from his foes. Colonel Stow drew close to Lucinda again. She had no fear. Lithe and gay she rode, and often she smiled and spoke to him softly. So they came through the night, past ghostly villages and church towers that loomed in mid-air. With wet feet they made across the dark ford below Waterperry, and climbed the shadowed lane till the wind was cold from all the hills and the moon rose close upon dawn. A faint blue light came over all, and through it they moved weirdly, like creatures of dream. My Lady Weston was swaying in her saddle as they rose by the steep track to Shotover, and Colonel Royston, gently enough with her, gave her the stay of his arm. But Lucinda rode light. She was pale indeed, but her eyes shone like stars in a windy sky. Before they were over the hilltop the dawn was white, and the moon's crescent no more than a pale glimmer of cloud in its mist. Lucinda turned to the call of Colonel Stow's eyes, but a shadow came over her face, and she sighed. "I did not want the day," she said. Far below, caught in a girdle of white mist, lay Oxford, walls and spires rising through lucid air, a city wrought in silver. End of chapter 11. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 12 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 12. Colonel Stow Makes a Mistake. Oxford was strangely alive. The undergraduates had been driven from their colleges to make room for loyal souls who could buy a lodging dear. The quadrangle of Merton was gay with the Queen's ladies. Christ Church cloisters rang with the quarrels of the King's Council. Each gray gateway from Worcester to Queen's, each sedate lawn and dark stair glowed with the pomp of women, echoed the statesmanship of zealous men, clashed and rustled with silk and steel. Oxford had the fashion and business of a capital. Queen Henrietta and Madame Saccharissa devised new stomachers each week, and my Lord Digby exhibited a pretty conceit in hose. The mill of the King's Mint rumbled in New Inn. Some fragment of Lords and Commons, a ghost of a Parliament, met in the schools and played at making laws. My Lord Keeper gave justice to silly loyal suitors in the Convocation House. Above all, this rang the true note of war. An ugly army of sackers and demi-culverins wore the turf of Magdalen, and their swarthy Italian gunners made a barracks of the cloister quadrangle. Forges glowed in New College, where the armorers wrought the pike-heads anew and struggled with the snaps and locks of the carabines. The meadows by the Cherwell were white with tents. Tall pikemen in corselet and morion, little musketeers armorless and like mushrooms under their spreading felt hats, blue-coated, big-booted troopers swaggered in disorderly array all across the High Street. Without, on the old walls and the new drawn lines of defense, the undergraduates labored with mattock and spade, grumbling but perforce, save such as could find 12 pence a day to pay the cost of the war. Colonel Royston spoke unkind words of this piebald town. As a court he held it mean. As a camp he condemned it for gaudy. He desired leave to go into the country and see the flowers grow. Whereby it happened that they came into Christchurch meadows to see a resplendent throng trampling the fritillarias. But Colonel Royston would not be comforted. They look like peacocks, he complained. They sound like peacocks. But peacocks have brains. I have eaten them in Milano. Down a lane of bare heads and curtsies came one of picturesque gait and a garb of much art. Black velvet with cloth of silver. None could have answered a salute with more grace. Colonel Royston, erect as on parade, looked keenly at this elaborate person. He found sentimental eyes and a narrow brow. "I have known kings," said he, "and that is not one." King Charles went on through his worshippers. Colonel Stow, it is likely, felt a desire to help him. Going easily amid the loyal company, they came upon one of a southern splendor. His hat and feather were of a vivid blue, and a pale blue the wide lace collar that fell over his crimson coat. His crimson hose ended in a foam of lace that filled the top of his walking boots. All this belonged to a dark, lean, scarred face. "Strozzi," said Colonel Royston calmly, "I thought you were hanged." The Italian smiled. "So did Wallenstein, and now, having got to hell, doubtless he misses me. But one cannot always be obliging. I bribed Walter Butler to hang a Greek instead." "I never liked Butler," said Royston. "You are quite right, my friend," the Italian agreed pleasantly. "I do not make the world agreeable for others." "How are you damaging it here?" said Colonel Stow. "I am colonel in the regiment of artillery. And what have you the felicity to be, gentlemen?" "We are ourselves. Tell us what there is a chance to be." The Italian looked at them swiftly, inserted himself between them, and drew them aside. "My friends," said he, "there is a great chance to be nothing. Look, you think here is an army?" "Not the least," said Colonel Royston. "I think here is a herd." "A herd of swine," quoth the Italian, then looked at him with cunning. "But then, my dear friend, why are you here?" "Strozzi," said Colonel Royston sternly, "we fight for our rightful king." "Do not talk imbecilities," said the Italian. He drew them farther away from the throng, and his voice fell. "You are come to spy for the others, eh? Oh, do not play at being angry. I have a mind to do it myself." "My dear Strozzi," said Colonel Stow, You do us too much honor in thinking us like yourself." The Italian shrugged. "You might as well be frank. I would join you, and I should be some use." "I am always frank with you, Strozzi," said Colonel Stow in a tone of gentle reproach, "because I know nothing puzzles you so much. And this is the pure truth. We have come to fight for the King." "Then you make the mistake of a fool," said the Italian, not without satisfaction. "That is encouraging," said Colonel Royston cheerfully. "If we will not be knaves, we are plainly fools." "Oh, I suppose you would have joined Tilly after Leipsic. Have you not heard of the battle in the north on the Marston Moor? The wooden-head Rupert flung his army away, and half England is lost to the King. Wait a little. We shall lose the other quite easily." The two looked at each other. Here was the reason for that Puritan psalm of triumph. "I wonder if we have taken a wrong turning, Jerry," said Colonel Royston aloud, but in his heart he was wondering how loyal Lucinda would be if she saw the Puritans conquering. "Bah, 'tis a lost cause," said Strozzi. "I like it the better," said Colonel Stow, but Colonel Royston confessed himself of a different temper. While he spoke they saw a man walking like themselves apart from the rest. He was a big fellow in a scarlet coat, something sparkish in his dress, but his hat was over his brows and his dark handsome face lined with pain. The courtier throng was staring at him and laughing and flinging jeers. "The Palatine looks for his army. His Highness meditates new glory. Rupert le Diable flees from the saints." But Prince Rupert strode by the mockery, alone, unheeding. Colonel Stow took a pace forward, drew himself up, and saluted. The dark eyes flashed at him. Then Prince Rupert touched his hat and strode on. Strozzi was laughing. "You make a mistake, my friend. The Palatine will never do anything." "Perhaps I like mistakes," said Colonel Stow. Chapter 12. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 13 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 13. Mr. Bourne is sorry. My Lady Weston had found lodging in Holywell. Therein Colonel Royston was doing his best to amuse her while Colonel Stow sought her daughter. There was a tiny garden girt with gray stone that bore red wallflowers, and Lucinda took her ease in it. She lay back in her chair white clad, and her lithe strength gave all its grace. In a rich glow the curls clustered about her brow. Bare neck and shoulder, darker than her dress, as if a mellow light fell about them, were delicately wrought, instinct with life. "Indeed, you have a wonder of glory to give," said Colonel Stow in a low voice. A shadow crossed her face. He was perhaps too much in the vein of Mr. Bourne. "But if I give all," she said, and her gay eyes challenged him. "I could not take less." "Are you strong enough to use all of me?" she laughed. "Is there a power you have I can not help? I wonder." She looked at him long. "Sometimes it seems you can set all of me free to be strong and glad. The night, ah, the night was dear, but it is day now, and sometimes I wonder, there are needs in me you do not give, and I want more than you." Colonel Stow did not understand. This differed too vastly from the mood of the night, and the mood of the night was his always. He was a man and simply made. More than once in life a woman's candor puzzled him. While she looked at him an innocent question, he was miserably grave, so miserable that she broke out laughing. "Sure, sir, you will not bear it hard that a woman should find it tiresome to love one man. 'Tis churlish." Colonel Stow endeavored to laugh with her. "If you need another, I'll forgive you, but not myself." "I'll have no forgiveness," she said gaily. 'Tis as sour as pity. If you can forgive, you cannot love, and all I do is right." "I heartily believe it," said Colonel Stow. "Alack, poor soul!" quoth she. "Wherefore you will do my will," said Colonel Stow calmly. She laughed deliciously. "I can love you for that." Before she guessed, he crushed her against him and kissed her. "'Tis agreed," said he. Her neck was rosy. There was wicked mirth in her eyes. "Indeed, that was timely," said she, and Colonel Stow beheld Mr. Bourne. Mr. Bourne was a better man than woman. His shoulders set with a style, he stood a fair sturdy lad, sure of himself. "I had not hoped for this, madame. It is a rare delight, but—" "Nay, I fear it will be scarce that," Lucinda murmured, with a swift, mischievous glance for Colonel Stow. "But I fear these villains distressed you at Stoke?" Lucinda lay back with one slight arm behind her. "If you ask why I have come here, sir, faith, I can not tell you." And smiling wickedly, she looked from one man to the other. "Nay, it puzzles me. But I think you know each other's quality." Upon which neat hint Mr. Bourne admitted the existence of Colonel Stow in a brief bow. Colonel Stow was more polite. "My compliments upon your transfiguration, sir," says he. "At least you now look real. It is a beginning. We have all to be infants once." Mr. Bourne flushed and glared, and reverted to Lucinda. "I trust you have not been in danger through me, madame." "I shall always be glad you came to me," said Lucinda in a low voice, and while Mr. Bourne flushed again for delight, she smiled and looked up at Colonel Stow. "Indeed, the lad has helped us to a night for which we must always be grateful," said Colonel Stow with an intimate air. "Are you so sure?" And he saw that strange, faint smile of hers. "Sir," says Mr. Bourne with some heat, "I have a name, and I would thank you to call me by it." Colonel Stow bowed. "I could not suppose you were proud of it," he explained politely. "For the service you have done Mistress Weston, sir," cried Mr. Bourne, much wroth, "I thank you, but—" "I wonder if you will," said Lucinda softly. "It were perhaps better, madame," said Colonel Stow, still with his maddening air of intimacy, "if Mr. Bourne stayed away from your presence till he grows up." Lucinda laughed. Mr. Bourne, crimson and stammering, approached Colonel Stow, his hand on his sword. "I am sure my mother needs me more than you, gentlemen," said Lucinda, and fled away. Mr. Bourne was left confronting Colonel Stow, breast almost upon breast. He was plainly in the extreme of wrath. Colonel Stow as plainly calm. "There must be an explanation between us, sir," said Mr. Bourne hoarsely. "I am afraid you are a little dull, Mr. Bourne." "Understand me, sir," cried Mr. Bourne, tapping the cup hilt of his sword. "Oh, I understand you. I wish you could understand anything else." "I invite you to a walk in the meadow, sir." "Soit," said Colonel Stow calmly. "I assure you we shall both come back." Mr. Bourne leading at a high and haughty gait, Colonel Stow following with his natural sobriety, they strode out of the house and off down Long Wall. From behind a curtained casement Lucinda watched them go, and her eyes sparkled joy. Then she ran off to Colonel Royston. Halfway down Long Wall Mr. Bourne turned on Colonel Stow. "There is good ground between Merton Wall and the Cherwell, sir, where we are not like to be disturbed." Colonel Stow bowed. "Another matter, sir. If this be not bloodless, we shall be required to give a cause for the quarrel. You will concede that a lady's name should not be made vulgar." "You take yourself too seriously, Mr. Bourne," said Colonel Stow with a smile. "But if your dignity needs a fairy tale, why, as I remember, your indignation began at some talk of babes. Let us say we disagree concerning the fashion of babies' clothes." Mr. Bourne made an angry exclamation, and turning, strode fiercely on. Close upon Cherwell bank, where the kingcups glowed, they found short grass and the light falling fair through the willows. Mr. Bourne was for engaging at once. "Do you insist that I should sweat?" said Colonel Stow plaintively, and made a gesture of taking off his coat. "As you will, and how you will, sir," cried Mr. Bourne. "Prithee, do not delay." "There is plenty of time in your life yet, believe me," said Colonel Stow, and was meticulous in folding his coat. The swords crossed. Gilbert Bourne came on with fierce vigor and skill. He had the best of the English style. Colonel Stow knew that and some others, but Mr. Bourne exercised him. It was necessary to check the lad's fervor. After a parry of Prime, Mr. Bourne drew back his blade to make a complicated attack. Colonel Stow gave point in a stop thrust. It was all but home in the throat. Mr. Bourne came on, fighting keenly, and more keenly still as his blade was countered again and again, till his play was more fierce than safe. To one wild rush Colonel Stow threw back his left foot and dropped his body. While Mr. Bourne's blade gleamed idle over his head, he straightened his arm and his point shot round Mr. Bourne's side, cutting a neat line in the lace shirt. It might as easily have been in the heart. Mr. Bourne knew that as well as Colonel Stow. He recovered and sprang back, and hesitated a moment, his eyes searching Colonel Stow's amiable face. Then he came on again, but with more caution, and Colonel Stow found a use for all his skill. Mr. Bourne was fighting for his sword's honor. His anger was under the curb. He called on himself for every trick of the art, and he had more of the quickness of the schools than remained with the soldier of many campaigns. Colonel Stow was pressed hard. He fought it out coolly. He could trust his strength to see Mr. Bourne weaken, but each moment had close perils. Thunder of God! It was a rattling German oath, and with it the swords were struck up and a big fellow sprang between them. Is there no foe without, that cavaliers should fight each other like rams? Put up your iron, Gilbert. It was Prince Rupert. "'Tis an affair of honor, sir," said Gilbert sulkily. "Your honor is to obey. Put up, man, or you have to do with Rupert. Who is this gentleman? Ah!" He knew the man who had saluted him. "Who are you?" Colonel Stow made his salute again. "Jeremiah Stow, sir, lately colonel in the service of the Duke of Weimar, and anxious to be in yours." "So." The dark brows bent. "And in whose service are you killing Mr. Bourne?" Colonel Stow laughed. "Sir, if you saw our last passes, you must know it was not Mr. Bourne who was like to need a coffin." "Indeed, sir," says Mr. Bourne, "Colonel Stow fights to please me, not himself, and has shown more courtesy than I." "So." Prince Rupert looked from one to the other. "What is the quarrel?" Colonel Stow smiled with intention on Mr. Bourne, who blushed furiously. "Why, sir, there is an age when a man hates to be called a boy, and longs to be taken solemnly. I have offended Mr. Bourne in both parts. I have no gift for being solemn, but I will promise Mr. Bourne to do my best with him hereafter. His swordplay is at least no jest." "Colonel Stow does himself an injustice, sir," said Mr. Bourne quickly. "If he had willed it, I had been on the turf." "Faith," quoth Prince Rupert, clapping a hand on either shoulder, "you are neither slaughterers in earnest, and you do yourselves an injustice to play at it. I will see you join hands." "I shall be glad if Mr. Bourne can be my friend," said Colonel Stow. Mr. Bourne flushed. A struggle was plain in him. Then suddenly he gripped Colonel Stow's hand. "You are always to outdo me," he said in a low voice. Then turned to Prince Rupert. "Indeed, sir, I owe more to Colonel Stow than I can repay. I would pray your Highness to consider his claims, for I can warrant him a soldier of courage and resource." And to the embarrassment of Colonel Stow he related the entanglement of Cornet Tompkins. "I'gad, sir, you are a man for me," cried Prince Rupert. "What was your service in Germany?" "I can send your Highness letters from the Duke of Weimar and Oxenstierna." "Do so, and you shall hear from me." Prince Rupert held out his hand. "I am your Highness's servant, and if I may speak of him, my comrade Colonel Royston, who is as good a soldier as myself and of longer service, seeks a commission too. Let me have his papers. We need men." Touching his hat, the Prince swung away. "I think we are quits now, Mr. Bourne," said Colonel Stow with a smile. "There is the other matter," said Mr. Bourne. The two men looked in each other's eyes. "Sir, I fear you have mistook a kindness for something more," said Colonel Stow. "You conceive that Mistress Weston honors your affection?" Mr. Bourne cried. "Sir, I am very sure of it." There was pity in Mr. Bourne's smile. "I am sorry," he said gently. "She is pledged to me." "You mistake," said Colonel Stow. Again they looked at each other a while, silent. "You will agree that she should best know," said Colonel Stow with something of a whimsical smile. Mr. Bourne looked pity again. "I am sorry," he said. "I am sorry." Colonel Stow found him irritating, and was glad that the chapel bells alarmed him, and he fled to his post in the King's Guard. Colonel Stow went off to speak with Lucinda. He did not see any humor in the affair. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 14. Colonel Royston stays by a lady. Without ceremony, Lucinda drew Colonel Royston away from her mother. "I must speak with you at once, sir." Colonel Royston pretended no pleasure as he rose. My Lady Weston was left alone in that placid unhappiness she knew best. Colonel Royston was taken to the garden. "Sir, your friend and Mr. Bourne are gone away in anger together, for a duello, as I believe." Colonel Royston allowed himself the smile of a cynic. "I congratulate you," said he. He brought the blood to her cheeks. "You are insolent, sir," she cried. "It is amusing," said Colonel Royston. Lucinda stared at him. He was a new kind of man, and to her, it may be, his roughness was strength. At least he challenged her, and she was ready. "You are little concerned for your friend," she said with a sneer. "My concern is for the other gentleman," said Colonel Royston grimly, "so I will preserve your own admirable calm." "Pray, why should I be troubled by their danger?" she cried. "God forbid I should help you to emotion," said Colonel Royston heartily. "Yet each of these two silly gentlemen has run some small risk of life for you." "And am I not worth a risk?" she said softly. She faced him, lithe and white, with a strange, mocking smile. "If you did not think you were, you might be," said Colonel Royston. "Am I the weaker for knowing myself?" "Is any man the stronger for knowing you?" "You do not answer," she said gently. "You only hate me. Why?" "It happens that you were made for that," said Colonel Royston. "Because I have won your friend?" And the fire went out of her eyes, and they were grave and kindly. "Because you have won what you can not value." "Perhaps I know," she said in a low voice. "Perhaps I am sorry. Oh, I would I were more than I am, or less." Colonel Royston was surprised at the subtlety, and turned to face her. "Is it my fault a man should love me?" she said, with something of a sad smile. "Ay, and his ill fortune," replied Colonel Royston. "Oh, your words try only to strike," she cried, her brow drawn. "Why should it please you to hurt me?" And her throat quivered. "I am no man for women, madame," said Colonel Royston gruffly. "We are best apart." But he did not go, and his face was set in a dark frown as he looked down at her. "Nay, why will you hate me?" she cried. "What wrong have I done?" "It were well you should be faithful to my friend," said Colonel Royston. Her cheeks flamed. She was erect and proud-eyed. "When I plight faith I shall keep it," she said. Then on a sudden pressed her hand to her temple. "Oh, I know," she cried. "He is noble, nobler than I think. And yet, ah, can you guess how a woman yearns for strength, hard, cruel strength?" It was a shot that hit the white. Colonel Royston himself thought his friend too kindly, loved him perhaps for the weakness, yet thought him less. Himself being hard enough was the greater in his own eyes. He smiled upon her for her good taste in men, but he was still loyal. "You will find Colonel Stow strong enough, madame," said he. "I can not tell," she murmured. "And I would not hurt him. It is difficult." She was pale, and she trembled a little. Colonel Royston signed mutely to a chair. "Nay, walk with me a while." She pressed her bare arm through his and together they paced the turf, she a slight white thing to his broad strength. "If he could make me afraid," she murmured to herself. Then louder, "I can not go the straight ways, you know. There is something wild in me. If he can not master it, I am not sure — I am not sure." "Yet I have heard you call him master," said Colonel Royston. "I wanted to believe it," she said simply. "Nay, he is clever, and a man who does things dazzles me. Oh, he is adroit, and frank, and gay, and that night I hoped — I hoped —" She sighed, then swiftly changed her tone. "But if I were his, you would hate me. You want your friend." Colonel Royston stiffened. "I like to think he wants me." "You are not modest," she laughed. There was something grim in Colonel Royston's smile. "Faith, madame, there is not much modesty in this garden." "You are not a coxcomb, but a man. Why should I pretend to you? Oh, I loathe the women that must be always hiding behind a veil." "Yet there is a decency in clothes," said Colonel Royston. "Clothes are for the people one does not trust. Do you never take off yours, sir?" "'Tis an unedifying sight, madame." He looked down at her with a grim smile. "You would see no better than a hungry beast." "Hungry for what?" "For all there is in life." "Good and evil?" "If it has a relish. What is a man for but to taste all and get his fill of what he likes best?" "And what is your liking, sir?" "I'll tell you when I die." "You have not found it yet?" "I have found 1,000 things worth living for, and none worth dying for. 1,000 things to like, and none to love." "Not even a woman?" said Lucinda, smiling. "All the women I ever knew have too many clothes, or nothing inside the clothes." "I am not like that," said Lucinda meekly. Colonel Royston laughed. "You? No, you are white flame in a woman's body." A moment her hand closed lightly on his arm. She drew in her breath. "You know me," she said in a low voice. "And by Heaven, you are worth knowing," muttered Colonel Royston. His face was something flushed. They paced a while in silence, and she watched him with sparkling eyes intent. But Colonel Royston had his head back and was staring full in front. With a queer laugh he looked down at her. "For good or ill," said he. "Indeed, I fear you will always be able to laugh at me," said Lucinda. "It will be mighty good for you." "So I'll take you as medicine." "I'll strive to be fitly nasty." "Will you find it an effort, sir?" Lucinda laughed, and they saw Colonel Stow. "Have you buried him, Jerry?" cried Colonel Royston. "Mr. Bourne is my very good friend," said Colonel Stow. Lucinda blushed and stood still. "O lud," quoth Colonel Royston. "And have you not marked him?" "I am glad I did not," said Colonel Stow. Colonel Royston whistled and — "You are very compassionate, sir," Lucinda sneered. "I can not guess why you should be bloodthirsty, madame," said Colonel Stow sharply. "Nay, keep your censure for who will endure it," she cried. "Tira lira," Colonel Royston concluded his melody. "I profess most men would think you owed Mr. Bourne some small matter of a sword point, Jerry." "Mr. Bourne has been in a mistake," said Colonel Stow, and came up to Lucinda. She met him with a defiance that made her lovely. "Madame, Mr. Bourne conceives that he has some right in you. It were —" "Is it my fault if Mr. Bourne is a fool?" "Perhaps," said Colonel Stow, with the beginning of a smile. "And now you will make him wise again. You will wake him from this mistake." Her bosom rose. "You take a high tone, sir," she cried. "It may be you are in a mistake, too." "Am I?" said Colonel Stow. Then he caught her hands, and though she leaned all her body away from him, he drew her close till her breast touched his. Her neck was rosy, her eyes shone dark. "Do I presume?" he said in a low voice. "You know." And so held her a moment, her breast beating light against his breath in her hair, while she feared and longed for what might come next. For Colonel Royston stood by, frowning and grim, but Colonel Stow let her go gently, and with a quiet I am your servant, madame," made his bow and kissed her hand. She, intent on him, was a moment before she thought of offering it to Colonel Royston. But Royston, with the briefest bow, turned on his heel and followed his friend. "What did you do with the boy?" said Colonel Royston gruffly, as they turned into the street. "Made a hole in his shirt. He needed no more." Colonel Royston grunted. "The fact is you are too much the lady, Jerry," says he. "Men should love me the more." "And what of the women?" "There is one that matters, and I shall content her." This confidence annoyed Colonel Royston, who looked sour enough. "I'gad, 'twas a quaint fight, George. The lad will be no ill sword when he toughens. He exercised me. I was fairly praying for him to tire, when in strikes the Palatine and would have us embrace. I believe I pleased Monsieur Rupert. He'll give me a regiment if I know men. So I spoke a word for you too, and I think our affair is done." "Ay," says Royston with a sneer, "a regiment for you and a company for me. Ay, you are charitable." Colonel Stow stared. He was not used to jealousy in his friend. "Faith, George, I am selfish enough with you. You've given too much for me. But in this there is no more for me than you. If the Palatine will not give us two like commissions, the better is yours." "No, i'gad," cried Royston, flushing. "I am a cur, Jerry." Chapter 15 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 15. Why come ye not to court? It was a court of fantasy. No man looked what he was. No man said what he meant. Each much-curled dame played at being the goddess she was called. All the air was heavily fragrant of bows and lofty conceits, and Colonel Stow found it something hard to breathe. He was not able to tell Chloris that her voice called his fleeting soul away, nor swear to Saccharissa that her beauties employed his utmost sight, as the first dawn the eyes of Adam. He could not profess himself prostrated like the groveling Caliban by the courteous grace of a gentleman who made way for him, or liken King Charles on his entry to the white sun waking the splendors of all the subject flowers his light had made. In such a world he felt himself the country lad in worsted who was a judge of furrows and right harrowing. But there was splendor. Diamonds and white bosoms were gay all down the great hall of Christ Church, and men too sparkled in jewels, and vied with the women's silk and brocade. The scarlet gowns of doctors of divinity were no more than a simple chord in the loud melody of color. Colonel Royston approved. This was to his taste. Thus gorgeous a court should be. He fed on the luxury of it, and proud of his own simplicity, despised them all, and most of all the elaborately posing king. Indeed, King Charles posed well, a stately melancholy in cloth of silver that set off his dark eyes and hair. His queen, for all her golden gown, was but a foil to him. Her weak round beauty made his sad sentiment look noble. "You might almost take him for a man to night," said Colonel Royston. While he spoke, came through the courtiers one who was that at least. Prince Rupert, taller by a head than the men who tilted eyebrows and sneered as he passed, made a mock of their splendor. Colonel Stow could see the faces change ludicrously. Prince Rupert was in simple dove gray from head to heel, and even his sword hilt plain, but across his breast was the broad blue riband of the garter. The Palatine knew how to dress. Colonel Stow honored the ability of it with a whimsical smile. Since these men were to be swayed so they must be swayed. One would not, however, admire them for it, nor perhaps the man who cared to deal with them so. The Prince took him by the elbow and had him out of the throng to the stairway. "Look you, sir, I have a word for you. I have read your papers, and they like me. I never knew Oxenstierna could praise before. I think you have seen more service than myself. I see you were with Turenne. Why did you leave him?" "M. de Turenne has a brutality of manner," said Colonel Stow. "He is like a cat," the Palatine admitted. "A quarrel, eh? He proposed a hanging which I could not permit." "Was it your own?" "No, sir, a prisoner." "So, if that is your temper, you are the more use. Look you, sir, war here is not the war of Germany. It is all policy and quarter. They call me Rupert le Diable, but, thunder of God, if these English knew what war could be, they would worship me. Understand me, sir," the brown eyes blazed suddenly, "if you can not hold your men, you are no use to me. I brought a squadron of Croats through Saxony after Wittstock, and no woman was the worse for them." "Good." The brown eyes twinkled. "I am only asking you for miracles. Well, you will have no such rogues as Croats, but you will have fools who think they have rights. Oh, the devil! Are you the 19th cousin of any great house yourself?" "My father is a yeoman squire in Buckingham. I know no better of my blood than that." "Thank God for it." Rupert clapped him on the shoulder. "The army is crawling with fellows who have some dirty connection with dirty blue blood. Well, sir, if you will, you may have your commission to a regiment of horse." "I humbly thank your Highness. And I dared to speak for my friend?" "Oh, ay, your friend. You can give him a squadron." "By your Highness's leave, if I might take the squadron and Colonel Royston the regiment. He is an older soldier than I." "Ods blood, here is a friendship. Take care. There was never much got by playing Jonathan." But he looked at Colonel Stow with a kindly boyish delight. "Well, tell me the man's service," said he, and he linked arms and walked out to the freshness of the night. There was that within for which the Palatine had little taste. To the strains of flageolet and clavichord a smooth lad of the Christ Church servitors, tricked out in a woman's clothes, was singing a fantastical lament as Io, the wretched love of Jove. Now Io, you recall, was through Juno's jealousy tormented by an immortal gadfly. So when the boy ended with a great tremolo, "Woe is me that I am fair, woe is me that I am young, woe is me for my soul is stung, ever, ever, ever," my Lord Jermyn was pleased to make him a low bow and took up the doleful tone. "Sister Io, you are dull, Sister Io, go and try, Sister Io, to kill your fly, Spider, spider, spider." It was within the comprehension of her Majesty. She abandoned herself to laughter, and at once all the court honored this wondrous wit. Even the royal melancholy beside her condescended to a childish smile. The world might nudge and whisper behind his back, but he could not dream of jealousy against my Lord Jermyn. Yet of that queer menage of three the best brains were in my Lord Jermyn's head. The Queen was urging him to sing now, and he denied only long enough to win a tap of her fan. Little and sleek in a splendid red brocade, with a chain of rubies round his neck that he could never have paid for, he posed till he waked all expectation. Then he whispered a word to the flageolet, and in a pleasant voice enough, "Oft have I mused the cause to find Why love in ladies' eyes should dwell. I thought because himself was blind He looked that they should guide him well. And sure his hope but seldom fails, For love by ladies' eyes prevails. But time at last hath taught me wit, Although I bought my wit full dear, For by her eyes my heart is hit. Deep is the wound though none appear. Their glancing beams as dart he throws, And sure he hath no shafts but those. I mused to see their eyes so bright, And little thought they had been fire. I gazed upon them with delight, But that delight hath bred desire. What better place can love desire Than that where grow both shafts and fire?" He acted it to the Queen, and she laughed back to him and conquetted with her fan, and at last was pleased to feign displeasure at his boldness. So that there was no royal sign given for applause, and my Lord Jermyn was honored with a silence. Then he, keeping up the silly game she loved, must needs play pique, and turned away from her. So peacocking it through the throng he came upon Lucinda. My Lord Jermyn was a connoisseur. This lithe, fierce creature took his eye. A sea green dress clung to her, and there were emeralds in the gorgeous mass of her hair that dared a happy disorder. She bore herself nobly. The slim neck and shoulders were no alabaster, but warm with quick life. My Lord Jermyn appraised her, and met eyes as bold as his own. "For by her eyes my heart is hit," he cried quickly. "A small mark, my lord." "A poor thing, madame, and not now mine own." "Why, have you mislaid it?" says she, with a swift glance at the Queen. "I have dropped it in your bosom, madame," replied my Lord Jermyn. "A cold habitation." "The flame of my desire will melt those walls of snow." "And your heart be drowned like a blind puppy." "You fence with a sharp sword, madame," cried my Lord Jermyn, something hurt. "I would be a foil to no man, my lord." "Nay, you are made to be a man's breastplate." "I know no man big enough to wear me." My Lord Jermyn made a gesture of despair. "Then, madame, you condemn the creation, and you were made to be its joy." "I had rather be my own." "All men are yours," said my Lord Jermyn. Lucinda smiled. "While I am not theirs, I am well content." "Od's blood!" cried my Lord Jermyn in a fine transport. "There is one man I envy, and I hate to death." Then with a grin, "and pity." "Who is it?" asked Lucinda in sweet innocence. "Ay, who is it? I am on fire to know. Who is the happy man that makes those cruel eyes melt, that still bosom throb? I would condole with him, or kill him." "I wish I knew him," said Lucinda, smiling. "Or will you be he, my lord?" My Lord Jermyn kissed her hand. "And I will do more at your convenience." "Nay, if you care for my convenience, you care not for me." "I protest," cried my Lord Jermyn, and was probably in earnest, "I protest you are the most piquant mouthful of a woman that ever was created." "But I doubt your appetite," Lucinda laughed. "Doubt anything but that," cried my Lord Jermyn, and chancing to turn a little saw the Queen frown black. He laughed and engaged Lucinda more closely. "Nay, madame, you have brought wild life into this dull court. You shall inflame us. You shall make us mad. I would give my soul, or my little finger, to make you mad for me." "It would surely be disloyal of me," said Lucinda, with a quick eye upon the Queen, "and perhaps not amusing." "Oh, I engage for that," cried my Lord Jermyn. "Nothing is so amusing as to embrace me. It has so many sensations." Lucinda considered him with mockery. "Well, I will take you for holidays, my lord, but indeed I must have another for my daily bread." "It is dry, the daily bread," said my Lord Jermyn, "but you, madame, are like wine with it to make the sacrament of life." He pruned himself, having achieved such a conceit. "Alack, my lord, while I make you think of spiritual things, you remind me of nothing but the earthly." "It proves that we are apt for each other, like soul and body." "Ay, my lord, in most of us they quarrel doughtily." "And the soul yields to the body's eloquence." And my Lord Jermyn possessed both her hands. "Madame, it is an omen." "Of eternal punishment, I fear." "With me even that would be agreeable," says my lord modestly, and kissed her hands and her arms. Then sideways he looked at the Queen. Her displeasure was not lovely. My Lord Jermyn, who had some likeness to a monkey, thought of a new mischief. "But I confess, madame, you were made for an angel." "Do I not succeed as a woman?" "Ay, faith, but I see you have a golden harp. I hear your heavenly voice. Confess it, you sing?" "No heavenly songs, my lord." "The better fit for court. Let me lead you to the musicians. Nay, I will not be denied. I am her Majesty's master of the revels." "Her Majesty will not revel in this, my lord," said Lucinda, with a swift, laughing glance from the Queen's ill grace to him. But she suffered herself to be led. Lucinda enjoyed herself. She had no illusions about my Lord Jermyn, who was to her as mean a thing as Prince Rupert had called him. But my Lord Jermyn drew the eyes of the court. My Lord Jermyn could help her to do the like. Once on the stage, she was sure of her power to dazzle and thrill. She saw herself already an uncrowned queen. My Lord Jermyn aping it about her, she spoke with the musicians. The clavichord broke through the rustle of talk. It was a song, daring on a woman's lips, and there was a dance with it of no cold measure. A lover I am, and a lover I'll be, and hope from my love I shall never be free. Let wisdom be blamed in the prudish man-hater, for never to love is a sign of ill nature. But she who loves well, and whose passion is strong, shall never be wretched, and always be young. With hopes and with fears like a ship on the ocean, our hearts are kept dancing and ever in motion. When our passion is pallid and our fancy would fail, a little kind quarrel supplies a fresh gale. But when the doubt's cleared and the jealousy's gone, how we kiss and embrace, and can never have done. Her lithe body gave all its grace to the dance. She acted the words with vivid gestures of allure. When at last the swift medley of color and womanly form was still, and she stood panting delicately, smiling, with a touch of red in her cheeks, even though the king maintained his sentimental sadness, and the queen was moody and gave no lead, the court was quick with my Lord Jermyn to do her honor. The gentlemen, and even some of their ladies, crowded about her. My Lord Carnarvon, my Lord Wilmot, my Lord Digby, and Madame Saccharissa too. Lucinda had her reward. With hot cheeks and kindling eye Colonel Royston watched that dance. As it ended and they crowded round her, he turned and saw beside him Colonel Stow. "She is glorious, Jerry," said Colonel Royston, and his voice was unsteady. But it was plain enough from the gloom of Colonel Stow's brow that he was of another mind. "What, man? You are not a puling Puritan. Has she not a splendid life?" Colonel Stow forced a laugh. "I have quiet taste, I think," he said. Royston fell back a step. "By Heaven, Jerry, you are not the man for that woman," he muttered. "Perhaps I know her better than you, than these." His lip curled as he looked at the courtiers about her. Colonel Royston, who was flushed, bit his dark mustachios on an oath. "But I came to seek you, George. The Palatine asks for you." Royston grunted and followed without a word. Prince Rupert stood in the quadrangle, looking up at the sky. "Saturn is red to-night," he said. "What would Booker argue of that, I wonder?" Colonel Stow and his friend, who were no astrologers, made not a guess. Prince Rupert returned to the world. "So you are Colonel Royston," and he looked the big man up and down. "You are fortunate in your friend." "I shall try to deserve my fortune, sir." "No man deserves his friend," said the Palatine with his boyish cynicism. "I'gad, sir, what can you do for a man who would give up his regiment to find you one?" Colonel Royston became pale and looked at his friend strangely. "That is what Jerry Stow would be doing," said Rupert, laughing and slapping the uncomfortable Colonel Stow on the shoulder. "Well, sir, I like him too well to do without him. And I find you too good a soldier not to use you. I have seen your papers and heard more of you. And faith," he put his elbow into Colonel Stow's ribs, "I think your deeds have lost nothing in the telling. There is a Welsh regiment of foot forming. Faith, it will need some forming, but I hear you are a doctor of the Swedish drill. The commission is yours if you care to have it. What do you say, man?" Colonel Royston saluted. "I am your Highness's obliged servant." "So. You will wait on me in the morning." He glanced from one to the other. They were both ill at ease. "Two is company, I take it," said he with a laugh. "Zounds, this affection is out of date. Good night to you." Then Colonel Stow linked his arm with his friend's. "So that is well, George," said he. "Ay, you have cut a mighty fine figure," growled Royston. Colonel Stow started in utter amaze. Royston drew away. "And what good is it to us? The Palatine is but a fool's general. You know it as well as I. And you have seen what kind of honor they have for him here." "But general he is," Colonel Stow expostulated. "And if we are to have commissions, they must come from him." "Oh, ay, if you like to crawl and beg favors," cried Royston. "It is not my way." "You are unreasonable, George," said Colonel Stow mildly. But Royston was beyond that. "Oh, ay, I am unreasonable. And you are to pose as chivalrous and make me mean. And I am to take your leavings while all the world praises your nobility. It is always so. By God, am I made only to be your foil?" "I am sorry, George. Oh, curse your smoothness!" cried Royston, and flung away in a rage. Colonel Stow stood looking after him, hurt and hopelessly puzzled. And Colonel Royston stamped away through the night in an aching fever of rage. He was puzzled by it, and raged the more in a futile hate of all the world. Chapter 16 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 16. Colonel Royston Breaks His Sword. You can hardly conceive Mr. Bourne at peace all this while. He was as sure of Lucinda as of himself, but of pure charity and good fellowship it was necessary to shatter Colonel Stow's assurance. The poor gentleman must not be let cheat himself more. To fulfill which philanthropic purpose Mr. Bourne, as soon as his duties of the King's Guard could spare him, sought the aid of Lucinda. It was an afternoon of swift showers, and the walls glistened with jewels. Lucinda, all silver and cream, yawned at her window over the prudish poems of Mr. Habington. She received Mr. Bourne with a smile as likely to be more amusing. He was at least gorgeous in his scarlet and blue. "You are grateful as sunshine, Gilbert," she cried, tossing the book away. "That man makes love like an angel with a cold." "Is my way better?" said Mr. Bourne, kissing her hand. "Yours? Well, you are like a pleasant child." Mr. Bourne frowned. There was a savor in that of the ideas of Colonel Stow. "You did not think so once, madame," said he. "Oh, no," she laughed readily. "Once you bored me. That was when you thought me a goddess." She made a face of mock horror, and he smiled against his will. "Faith, you are nothing but a woman, with all the torment of your sex." "If you can laugh at me, I shall love you," she said, and signed him to a place at her side in the window seat. She tossed back the curls that glowed about her brow and freed the grace of her neck from its lace scarf. Mr. Bourne had not much power of laughter, least of all when his eyes were on her. He looked long. "Nay, I am not come to jest," he said. "Lucinda, we must be frank now." "Gilbert, my dear, you could never be anything else," she laughed. "Ay, and you must understand." "I understand you to your finger tips." "And on my soul I understand you," cried Gilbert, and doubtless believed it. But he saw that strange, wise, mocking smile of hers. "If I thought so," she said slowly, "why, I might be afraid of you. And you would be happy." "I am happy," he said gravely, "and God forbid that you should fear me." She laughed. "Yes, I am happy," and he took her hand. "But others must know that I am happy, Lucinda." "My dear friend," said Lucinda, "at knowing another happy, one is only in a bad temper." And she took her hand back. Mr. Bourne laughed. "I shall make all men unhappy indeed." "You are not big enough," said Lucinda, shaking her curls. "Nay, but you are my queen, and when I possess you—" "You will have grown," said Lucinda sharply. Mr. Bourne stared at her. "Dear, I know I am all unworthy," he said in a low voice. "That I have never doubted." "But in truth I love you more than life. You are my honor and my soul." "It is a little tedious for me." Mr. Bourne made an exclamation. "Once you did not think so." "My dear Gilbert, while you were not serious, you were amusing." "Ah, Lucinda, this is no jest." "If you could but see it." "It is my whole life and yours, and we dare not play with it." "What else is life for?" Lucinda laughed. Mr. Bourne frowned. "I do not understand you of late." "Faith, my friend, you never did." "Is it—" Before the question was ended, Colonel Stow came in. "In good time, sir," Lucinda cried. "Here is Mr. Bourne as serious as a thunderstorm." Colonel Stow bowed to Mr. Bourne. "A very wholesome affair," he said gravely. "Yes, in good time, sir," cried Mr. Bourne. "I can now ask Mistress Weston to tell you what she promised me." Lucinda gave a swift glance from one man to the other, but she did not hesitate. "A smile while you live and a sigh when you die," she cried. Colonel Stow turned to Mr. Bourne. "Are you not pledged?" Mr. Bourne said in a strange voice. She laughed. "Gilbert, my dear, you are very tragic." He made an impatient gesture. "And it becomes you deplorably." "Nay, answer me!" he cried hoarsely. Colonel Stow drew away. "My friend, there is no return for worship. You have worshipped me, so why should I care for you?" The lad flinched and was white, and turned unsteadily away. "O Gilbert, pray be amusing. That is your metre." He faced round upon her. He was white still to the lips, and his eyes misty. He tried to speak. "I am sorry," he muttered, and made his bow and burst out. Lucinda smiled at Colonel Stow. "With his next love he will think himself more and her less, and it will be the happier for both of them. Mon Dieu, he has been an entertainment." But Colonel Stow was entirely grave. "You do yourself an injustice, madame." "To deny myself to Mr. Bourne? Sure you would have me too generous, sir." "To jeer at a man's devotion." Her eyes flamed. "What right have you to rebuke me?" "No one in the world has the right but me." "Are you to order my life?" "Your life is mine, your honor mine." She sprang up. She flung her arms wide. To no man in the world," she cried, and her voice was glad. She stood against him, maiden in the pure, gentle hue of her dress, passionate with vivid lips, and the glow of her hair and her eager eyes, all fiercely lovely. "How little you know," he said, and laughed a little. "Are you glad to be a queen that is deaf and dumb and blind? You are that, no more than that, in your maidenhood. You'll never know life without me. The power of you sleeps till I awaken it." "My power?" She threw the laugh back at him. She was defiant still, but something of the fierceness was gone out of her. "My power? Ask other men of that. The boy that is gone, I, and stronger than he, have I no power over them?" "Yes, power to bewilder them, and torture them, and make them mad. Do you think you were made for no better than that? By Heaven, it shall not be." He strode to her and gripped her hands. His eyes were flaming with a rare light. She felt the keen strength of him, manhood at war with her own nature. You must give men heart to dare and work. You are to help life, not break it. With me and through me, we together to order and guide the people. I have not the force without you. You are blind without me. We together, we are power." He crushed her hands in his. "What? Do you deny me? I am yours as you are mine. Mine to take to myself and use." He flung her hands away and grasped her waist. "You know it, yes, you know it, body and soul. They cry to me. Is it not true?" She was panting a little and flushed. She had turned her face from him. He took her chin in his hand and made the glistening eyes look up to his. "You shall own it, by Heaven. Are you not throbbing for me? You, the force of life. I am your guide. Yield yourself. Yield." She looked long, silent. Suddenly she flung her arms about him and clasped him passionately to her breast, crushing herself upon the harsh buff coat. He drew her face from his shoulder and kissed her fiercely. Her arms fell loose about him. She freed herself and stood leaning against his shoulder, trembling a little, looking away. She put her hand to her hot cheeks and gave a queer, miserable laugh. "Yes, I am yours," she said. His arm was hard about her again, and at the touch of it she drew to him, sobbing. Calmer at last, though her eyes were dark still with tears, she looked up at him with a strange surprise. "Ah, you are wonderful," she said, drawing a long breath. "I did not know. You made me not like myself. Ah, It was like a cry of pain. Her arm closed on him with nervous strength. "Do not fail me." Colonel Stow laughed. It was twilight when he came out. He saw a lucid violet sky, and a tiny star pale in it, but all the west was mellow yet, and the afterglow caressed wall and tower. Rustling by each narrow lane from the river meadows a warm wind came, heavy with the sweet breath of summer. It gave him the poignant mingled fragrance of young grass and may and lime, and it bore his love new strength and his strength new love. He was drunk with life. Like one who walks in a world of visions, where all things are of his realm, where all is subject to him, he swung through the throng of the High Street. The swaggering soldiers, the mincing, laughing girls, were all his people for him to use. He was lord of all. He looked up and laughed. Darkly clear like deep water, and vast beyond the sense of man, rose the dome of the sky. With that immensity of the world he was akin. The strength of it was his strength. He had the secret of its mystery and its calm. Long he stood still, looking up where the gray spires of St. Mary's sprang glorious to the white glow of the evening star. He knew the strength of men's striving and the eternal joy of peace. And he was to be a ruler among his people. He felt the surge of his power and its mastery. In their lodging, in the upper room of St. Aldate's, Colonel Royston did sword exercise by candlelight. He was stripped to his shirt and bare-armed, and this way and that his heavy strength swung easily with a ripple of muscle. Stepping light as a child, in a hurry of joy, Colonel Stow ran up and flung the door wide. "George, I am the happiest man alive!" With the draught the candles flickered and guttered and went out, and in the bewildering light from the open door Colonel Royston, who was lunging, misjudged his distance. His sword came against the stone of the chimney-piece harshly. "Is it broken?" cried Colonel Stow. "At the point," said Royston out of the dark. Chapter 17 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 17 Ingeminating Peace. A disorderly crowd in the meadows beyond Wadham was disturbed by Colonel Stow. He required the officers, nay, any officer, of Audley's Horse, and the troopers of Audley's Horse, lounging with dice and tankard before their slovenly tents, bade him to Beelzebub, with whom their officers ought to be, or to the Ship in the Corn Market, where doubtless they were. Colonel Stow rode off, but he left behind him Alcibiade and Matthieu Marc, and they were soon putting up a tent. They were approached by some slouching troopers, who, coats all undone, hose gaping at the knee, stood aloof and eyed them with distrust, muttering. Then one cried out, "Look'ee, my buck, what be doing here?" Alcibiade had a mallet in his mouth. Matthieu Marc, the pessimist, made the reply. "Gentlemans," said he, "what does anyone do here? Tell me then. I do not understand her, your war. She is like a bad dream." They guffawed at him. Nothing could be more absurd than being foreign. "If you could see yourselves, you would not laugh at me, Coquins," said Matthieu Marc bitterly. "But yes, I am droll. To come to such a war, such soldiers." He flung up his arms at them, and turned to the tent again with the haste of despair. Alcibiade straightened himself, grinned at them, jerked his thumb knowingly at Matthieu Marc, and grinned again. "He wants everything better than it is made, gentlemen, even you. It is an impossible, that dear Matthieu Marc. But tell then," Alcibiade too was interested in these unsoldierly soldiers, "at what hour is your troop drill, and your squadron drill how often?" They guffawed again. "You be an innocent." "Innocent of all but sin, gentlemen," said Alcibiade politely. "But enfin, you have your parades, parfois? Harkee, innocent, we cavaliers do need no foreigners' drillings. We be gentlemen. We do fight." "I felicitate the enemy," said Alcibiade, And what do you fight for? Find your own horse and 2 shillings a day. Alcibiade waved his hand. That is no matter for the gentleman soldado. Your cause, messieurs, your faith. They nudged one another and looked at one another with stupid grins, and agreed that Alcibiade was a natural. While they were enjoying the thought of that, one changed the subject with a simple rudeness. What be that tent for? For your colonel, gentlemen, said Alcibiade, and saluted at the name. The shaggy jaws dropped. Be your master a foreigner like to you? Says one in a surly amazement. He is English altogether. It is his one fault, but he will make you a regiment such as your country has not, a sweet regiment. They were in no way rejoiced. If he do try foreign tricks with us, I am sorry for he, says one. Messieurs, said Alcibiade sweetly, when I look at you, I also am sorry for him, but if you do try tricks with him, I am very sorry for you. They gaped and glowered at Alcibiade a while and then slouched off to impart the ill news. Alcibiade returned to the tent and Matthieu Marc. Matthieu Marc was interjectional in his own tongue. What a nation! What animals! What a war! Tell me, Alcibiade, he struck an attitude of despair, why do we waste on these stupids our skill? We seek always honor. If we can made soldiers of these, it is honor indeed, said Alcibiade. But even he was something chilled by these slovenly cavaliers. Myself, I would like to know why these gentlemen fight at all. Now, with Gustav, one fought for the religion, and with Bernard, to make him a kingdom, and one believed in them. But these, they believe in nothing. In their shilling a day, said Matthieu Marc, and made scornful noises like a sheep. The others, the enemies, I wonder if they know why they fight, said Alcibiade pensively. It will make a difference. One may not suppose that Matthieu Marc, or even Alcibiade, always ready to talk of what they believed, understood the profundities of the English heart. But they knew the temper of conquering armies, and even Alcibiade whistled a mournful lay as he drew the guy ropes fast. There were others jovial enough. The officers of Audley's Horse knew no care. Their credit was good yet from the sack of Marlborough, and the ship gave them all they needed. Being the forenoon, it was no more than a gallon of spiced wine and a bowl of ale with toasted crabs swimming in it. Cornet Sackville and Captain Sedley and Captain Godfrey, 3 lads of little beard but with faces stained already and voices going husky, were pleased to pipe up. We be soldiers 3, pardonnez-moi, chevaux en pré, lately come forth o' the Low Country, with never a penny of money. Fa la 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 lantido dilly. And the others broke off their game of hazard to beat time with the pewter. Here, good fellow, I drink to thee. Pardonnez-moi, chevaux en pré, to all good fellows wherever they be, with never a penny of money. Fa la 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 lantido dilly. To which came with an explosive entry Major Dick Stewart. He flung his hat down on the dice and himself into a chair that creaked. Perdition, lads! Odds fire! Damnation! And he drank off a pint of the wine. Speak for yourself, Major, piped Cornet Sackville. Odds blood, if I do not speak for you all, you be no men but so many sheep's kidneys. Oh, split me that I should live to see it. A sour, stiff-backed, swell-ahead Jack Pudding from Germany to command us. Us! Oh, burn me, 'tis enough to make old Sam Audley ride back on a gridiron to card him. The rest had no mind to cool his wrath. Viejo diablo, says Captain Sedley, who had a rarefied taste in oaths. Would the king have us learn the High Dutch? Nay, the calf is English born, a Jeremiah Stow. Jeremiah under the 5th rib smite and spare not bare bones. Zounds! He should be with Mandeville and Noll Cromwell. The name is an insult to the regiment. Insult, quotha! Major Dick Stewart made away with another pint. Odds bones, 'tis a vile outrage, and the lad that doth not resent it is a white-livered prigster. Are we rats that the Palatine should foist a broken bully from Germany on us? Was there no gentleman in the regiment good enough to be its colonel? Od rot me, lads, we'll roast this white cuckoo roundly. Ho! Ho! roared Captain Godfrey in the manner of one cheering on dogs to bait a bear. The door was opened. Grave and entirely calm, Colonel Stow gazed upon these flushed, agitated gentlemen. "Who are you, milk-face?" cried Major Stewart. "You are the gentlemen of Audley's Horse," said Captain Stow, and on the answering shout saluted. "I have the pleasure to be your colonel." Major Stewart put his elbow into the ribs of Captain Godfrey, who did the like for Cornet Sackville. The gentlemen of Audley's Horse began to laugh at Colonel Stow, and laughed in volleys. Colonel Stow leaned against the doorpost, caressed his beard, and smiled upon them kindly. "I fear," said he in the first lull, "I fear I shall want new officers in my regiment." He looked them over with plain contempt, which was multiplied as his eye rested on the purple amplitude of Major Dick Stewart. "Major," says he in a calm, small voice, "you have rested so long in the tavern that the regiment has forgot what you look like. Go and show them." Major Dick Stewart flung himself back in his chair, dashed his spurred heels into the floor, and was understood to bid his colonel seek perdition. Colonel Stow laughed. "If I do not obey you, I am a Christian," said he. "But," and the tone hardened, "if you do not obey me, you are broke. Get to your duty." The major glared and his neck swelled. He seemed to desire to swear. Colonel Stow continued to regard him with a perfect calm. He heaved himself out of his chair and stood over Colonel Stow. "Make me a return of the damaged pistol locks by sundown," said Colonel Stow, and turned from him with contempt. Major Stewart plunged out. The rest of them were whispering together. Colonel Stow, preserving always the extreme of quiet in his manner, walked to the table, picked a pipe with care, filled it from his own silver box, and lit it and composed himself comfortably in Major Stewart's chair. Then the little Cornet Sackville did the like himself, with a comical affectation of Colonel Stow's manner, and concluded by arranging himself in a chair precisely opposite Colonel Stow, whom he ogled. The rest ranged themselves in a half circle and stared at the colonel as if he were a show. "'Tet to do," says Captain Sedley. "The colonel has very large feet." "But how sweet a nose," said Cornet Sackville affectionately. "And what long ears," cried Captain Godfrey. Colonel Stow smoked on, silent and calm. "Madonna," quoth Captain Sedley, "he is quite tame, our colonel." "Blessed are the meek," said Cornet Sackville with unction. "Had they no use for cowards in Germany, Colonel?" inquired Captain Godfrey. Colonel Stow continued to smoke. He dropped his words lazily between puffs. "It is very natural you should all desire the honor of crossing swords with me, but I have no reason to think you deserve it. I shall concede you a chance. Which gentleman bears himself most soldierly in the next fight I shall permit to try my swordplay. You, sirrah," he singled out Captain Godfrey, "go make my compliments to Prince Rupert and assure him in my name I'll have the regiment in hand by tomorrow." Captain Godfrey gaped at him, turned for inspiration to his comrades, who had none, and shambled out. The others, on whom gloom was plainly descending, muttered together again. "Sir," says Captain Sedley, with an aggrieved air, "sir, we would have you know we are gentlemen and will be treated for such." "You shall be till you make it impossible," said Captain Stow, and finished his pipe. Then he rose. "Well, gentlemen, you will understand me in time. I understand you now, which is the chief matter. The regiment parades at 5." Then he went back to his regiment and mingled with the troopers, who found him a new kind of officer. He treated them as men. He was concerned for their fortunes. He desired to listen to their grumbles of rations and pay, and was not fool enough to believe all they said. Such a colonel was vastly impressive to the soldiers of the army of the King. They turned out on parade with a smartness that disgusted their officers. Then Colonel Stow made an oration. "You know nothing of me, gentlemen. I have fought 14 campaigns and borne my own regiment through 6. It is my habit to see that my regiment fares as well as the best and deserves it." Whereafter, till sundown, he put them through a drill the like of which they had never known. It was the opinion of the troopers when, sweating and stiff, they came back to water their horses, that their colonel was a tough fellow. But their colonel thought less of them. In days that followed, Colonel Stow taught them tribulation. They were schooled as never soldiers of the King had been schooled before, and they did not affect to enjoy it. But to their surprise it bred in them a queer surly affection for him. Indeed, if he harried them it was plainly for their good, and for their good he harried others too. My Lord Percy, who was master of the victualling as well as the ordnance, did not hide his disgust with a colonel who expected something of him and got it. Before a week was out, Sir James Griffin, the paymaster, found himself recalling the parable of the importunate widow, and Sir James was a man of religion. The officers of Colonel Stow approved these proceedings in no particular. They condemned him for an ungentlemanly frowardness. A fellow thus troubled by the base concerns of common troopers was plainly of low blood. But they found it extraordinarily difficult to convince Colonel Stow of his inferiority. Attempts to make him ridiculous recoiled like an ill-backed petard with general disaster. The fascinating dream of common mutiny was shattered for ever by Prince Rupert's jovial confidence to Captain Godfrey that the man who made trouble for Colonel Stow could count on an enemy. The courtiers might mock at the Palatine, but no man in the army invited his anger till there were 20 leagues between them. Brave souls like my Lord Goring might dare it then. So Colonel Stow's officers were sulkily submissive, an air which became them mighty ill. Such of them as were sportsmen, and had some feeling for their trade, saw the regiment quicken under his hand and were aggrieved with themselves for being pleased. What Colonel Stow thought of his regiment and his army he kept to himself, for it was as strange an army as king ever used to vindicate his majesty. There were indeed those in it who believed in him passionately as in their God. There were those less devout who yet counted all well lost for him. There were more who felt their own lordship over the common herd linked indissolubly with his kingdom and who fought for him keenly as for themselves. But these all told made but few, and the mass of that army cared no more for king than for Puritan, and knew less of war than the Morris dance. They were soldiers neither from a fierce zeal nor by trade. They were the loungers at bull baitings, the idlers and broken men of village and town, who ran to war as they would have run to a street brawl. Never an army knew less of its business, and its general, the Palatine, who was not the man to make good soldiers out of sots and fools, nor had he the chance. He must needs fret the best of his strength away in fighting the good gentlemen of the council who conceived themselves statesmen and generals by divine inspiration, and, having but little matter of state left them to occupy with, took hold of strategy and the government of war. Not first of generals nor last, Rupert found his most troublesome foes of his own party, and he had not the temper to wear them out. If Rupert had a plan of campaign, my Lord Digby was instant to the King with another. The King spoke both fairly and thwarted both. That was the royal conception of majesty, to trust no man and to hold himself secret from every man. He moved in a mysterious way because it was his divine right, and certainly he performed wonders. Inasmuch he was a monarch and God's proxy, he could not commit his sacred designs to men nor tell them the truth. Double-faced through good and ill, he lamented continually the harshness of his friends and solemnly likened his foes to them that slew the Christ. With such a bloody method and behavior, their ancestors did crucify our Saviour. So he wrote in a poem that would be blasphemous if it were not too stupid. It was ill fighting for a king who could not conceive that any man had the right to require honesty of him. "By God, sir," cried Rupert once in a blaze of passion, "the chief traitor to King Charles is King Charles himself." Outwardly that was forgiven, but the King did not suffer himself to forget. Never afterward could he believe Rupert loyal. He solemnly added another to the list of woes which he kept with zealous precision. Played the kindly uncle to Rupert and believed no word he said. It may not have been the wise way for a king to deal with his general, but King Charles was above human wisdom. This quarrel came when the King, swayed by the sapience of my Lord Digby, was pleased to consider he had army enough. Rupert desired to enroll new regiments of foot. My Lord Digby, who grudged everything that gave the Palatine power, persuaded the king that if the army could not sweep the Puritans away, it was the fault of its general, and that the money for the new regiments were better spent in diplomacy. In fact, that it was a derogation from the divine majesty to believe a larger army needed. The king saw in this queer notion a subtlety, and it captivated him as usual. So you find Colonel Royston, with a commission to form a regiment, instructed that no regiment was to be formed. In a cold rage he went off to Rupert. He would have forced a quarrel, he says, if he could, but with the first sneer Rupert himself broke out. "Thunder of God, man, swear at me and have done. I swear at myself that I am fool enough to stay here. If you have any honor, lose it. If you have any loyalty, break it, and by hell you shall live the happier." He drank heavily from the flagon at his elbow. When the king played him false he was apt to fly to wine. He pushed a bottle across the table to Royston, and the two of them in the worst temper with all the world got vastly drunk together. You conceive Royston in a sorry state the next day. The gloom of things he beheld in aching discomfort twice as black. It was obvious in his aspect. He was not inclined to take meekly Colonel Stow's shake of the head and small reproving smile. "A fine lusty fool you have made of me, Jerry," he growled, and called defiantly for a tankard of dog's nose. Colonel Stow shrugged. "Wine is a mocker," he remarked. "And what a murrain have I to do but drink?" cried Royston. Colonel Stow opened his eyes and said something about a regiment. Royston swore profusely at the world. "Regiment! I have no regiment and shall have none. By heaven, I was a fool to follow you. I might have known you would feather your nest and I should go howling. What else have I ever had by you?" Colonel Stow was grave. "It may be so, George," he said at last with something like a sigh. "I did not think to have heard you say it." Royston gave an ugly laugh and drank again. Then he put down the tankard with a bang. "Bah! I am a churl, Jerry, and the Palatine has a better head for liquor than I. But my temper is broke, I think. Faith, there is some reason for a man that has been diddled like me." And he told how the king had forbidden the raising of one regiment more. Colonel Stow cursed his king for a fool. Then he looked wistfully at his friend. "I wish to God you had my place, George." "Oh, have done with that," cried Royston impatiently. "But gad, Jerry, I'll wager we are come to the wrong side." "I'll not believe that," said Colonel Stow. "There are men worth making here. But faith, George, if you wish yourself out of it, I can scarce bid you stay now. Will you go?" Royston hesitated some while, and often afterward, as he hints, wished that he had taken the occasion and given his friend a good bye. But, "I'll see it out," he growled, and he gave a queer laugh of contempt. Colonel Stow gripped at his hand with glad enthusiasm. "Faith, you were made for a friend, George," says he in a low voice. Royston laughed again. He despised himself on many counts. It was a foolishness to stay where neither money was to be won nor name. It was a foolishness to be governed by friendship. It was worst foolishness of all that friendship should be mingled with what mocked it, a shameful care for the woman of his friend's love. Lucinda, who was surely very sorry for it at the last, had power with Colonel Royston, and he despised himself and stayed. Strange company for those gentlemen volunteers, who, splendid, undisciplined, and useless as brave, filled up the army of the king. The gentlemen volunteers had no doubt of the issue of the war. It was as certain that the king would conquer as that neither horse nor foot could stand up for their charge. They looked for utter victory and the stamping out of Puritans and the rule absolute of their divine king. There was a fair array in Oxford of some such faith as this. Even Rupert had still in his sanest hours a vast confidence in himself. The rout at Marston had hurt his pride and taught him the grip of fear. But if he was soured by it, he was soon his own master again. He bore his work hard, and the politicians fretted him into black hours, but he could not longer together doubt himself an unconquerable artist in war. He and his friends all counted on triumph, and did earnestly desire it. The politicians, my Lord Digby, Mr. Hyde, and the rest, quarreling with him on all else, were agreed in this: the unhindered rule of the king, no less, was their goal, and as some of them seemed to march to it by strange ways they were entirely sure of attaining. But the most of them, the great mass of the army, knew no such flaming faith. They fought because it was the game, and when the game was no more amusing would give it up light of heart. Whether king ruled or Puritan troubled them little. England would be a fat, pleasant country still. There were some, too, not the least wise, not the least honest, who, while they fought against the Puritan, feared the triumph of the king. Men who loved England and sane life better than any passionate creed. They saw no end to the war in the victory of either army, no future for England under either sway. It is not always the men of low spirit who rank with the Laodiceans. When he walked the meadows at dawn one day, Colonel Stow saw a gentleman of a disorderly dress and a bent back who went uncomfortably. His black hair was all unkempt, his face of an unwholesome darkness. He knit his hands behind him strenuously and talked to himself. The matter of his discourse was but one word. In a shrill and sad accent he ingeminated, "Peace, peace." Colonel Stow passed him and saw the melancholy of his eyes. It was my Lord Falkland, the Secretary of State. Colonel Stow watched him a while and went away thoughtful. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 18. My Lord Digby upon Woman. "Harry, you are a fool," says my Lord Digby in a didactic manner. "Bah, I amuse myself," quoth my Lord Jermyn, and flicked his rustles. "Precisely," said my Lord Digby. They were of the gay company in the broad walk, where the elms were newly bright and the wood pigeons murmurous. My Lord Jermyn had just been displaying himself with Lucinda, beside whose lithe grace, it is to be confessed, he was comically brief. Lucinda was remarkable in a gown of summer green, and she wore it worthily. "Woman," says my Lord Digby with his wise air, "woman, if she is only amusing, is not even that. She is not worth playing with unless she is too dangerous for play. You play with all, Harry, which means that all play with you." "You are like a rattle," says my Lord Jermyn frankly. "That good girl, who, thank Heaven, is neither good nor much of a girl, is like a hogshead of Spanish wine. I like to taste her, but I've no mind to take the whole of her. Oh, we understand each other." "My dear Harry, you never understood a woman yet. It is why you have such success with them. Madame Lucinda is a bigger soul than you. She has passions." My Lord Jermyn chuckled profanely. "If you were a man with red blood I might be sorry for you. She believes in herself. It is the last worst fault in woman. But she will give a man or two magnificent moments." He contemplated my Lord Jermyn benignly. "Harry, I should like to see you in a tragedy. You would be amusing." "You could never be that, George," said my Lord Jermyn with a yawn of candor. But my Lord Digby was born for the didactic. "She is a woman of the grand order. She'll use her strength. She needs all men to be her slaves, and knows not to deny herself. A woman worth dying for, if you are of that temper. She is not for you, Harry. You would give her little sport. But she is real, real. Non equidem invideo. Miror magis. I adore her, but I have no use for her, and pray Heaven she hath none for me. I find my own occasion in one of your shy maids who scarce knows what womanhood is for, one whose glory is to spend herself in a man's service, not a man in hers. Some sweet, virtuous fool. I was never a tragedian, Harry." "You have words in you, not blood, George," said my Lord Jermyn, who honestly conceived himself a creature of romance. It was growing late, for the Meadows, who felt themselves the models of the court, had made for the town already, and Lucinda was going, too, with Colonel Stow at her side. You may guess what brought Colonel Royston to mingle with that array of courtiers. Lucinda had taught him weakness. He would not go seek her out. What a pox she was to him! But he would walk where she might be seen. Why the fiend should he run away from a woman? When he saw her swaying on Colonel Stow's arm, he did not deign to see her, but he heard the ring of her laugh, and when she beckoned he thrust through to her side. "You make yourself a stranger, sir. Or is it an enemy?" she cried with sparkling eyes. "It is an indifferent, madam," said Colonel Royston. "And that is a challenge. Nay, but first I challenge you. Doubtless you have wished your friend joy of me. Pray give me joy of your friend." It was her first confession of surrender. Colonel Royston bowed. "Do you doubt your joy, madam, or his?" She looked at Colonel Stow, and they laughed together. "Nay, we know," she said. Then, clinging to Colonel Stow's arm in a dainty poise, she turned to Royston. "But indeed, sir, we would have you glad with us." "You are marvelous kind," said Colonel Royston. His color was high, and he would not look in her eyes. "I' faith we are great happy," she murmured, and, drawing close, looked up at Colonel Stow with a strange, tender smile. Then she gave some of the kindness of it to Colonel Royston. "I want you to know," she said simply. Royston bowed again. His lower lip was drawn in. "In truth, George should share of the best we have," said Colonel Stow. "There is much," said Lucinda in a low voice. Colonel Royston, looking up, saw their eyes meet again, saw her hand linked close and pressing his friend's. She turned quickly. "Some day." There was a laugh in her voice. "Some day, sir, mayhap you will know." "Oh, you expect too much of me," cried Royston sharply. At the strange tone she seemed to start and draw against Colonel Stow, and so swaying with him step for step, looked full at Royston. "Nay, I think I know you," she said softly. "If you do," cried Royston, "you know why I leave you now," and he plunged away down Merton Street. Lucinda looked surprised at Colonel Stow, who laughed. "Nay, dear, I think we be too much lovers for George, who is not in that way." "It is so indeed," said Lucinda innocently, and was very kind to Colonel Stow thereafter. 25 miles away, in the old guild house at Aylesbury, where the wounded Puritan soldiers made hospital, one of their nurses knelt by her bedside praying. With a work that left her scant time to think of herself or days to come, Joan Normandy felt life easier. Still there were hours when a lonely fear possessed her, and she found no help but in prayer. It was not much for herself. She had no right to ask of God an easy life. If she could not be happy in her lot, the fault was her own, and she must cure herself. She prayed for him, her wonderful hero of the springtime. Colonel Stow never knew how magnificent he was to one woman. His gaiety and the ease of his strength fascinated, even when she trembled for his scorn of the laws she worshipped. There was a strange glamour about him. He was clothed with the glory of a maid's first dream of man. In the tiny bare attic she knelt all white by her bed and gave herself to a pure yearning for him, as a mother yearns over her child. She had no thought nor hope to see him again in life, but with all the power of her being she prayed for him. She pleaded with God in tears and trembling that he might be safe and given a good happiness. It was of her faith that one soul given utterly to striving for another's good might prevail with God. She tried. End of chapter 18. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 19 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 19. Newbury Vale. Before this business be done, we shall be the longest winded army in England, wrote Sir William Waller to his masters the Parliament. He was manoeuvring across the Middle West with an army of infantry against the King's horsemen. He complains, moreover, that when he rebuked his men, they sang to him, and the strain was this, a low song: Home, home, we would be home. He have done with you, thorough. Flight ye the morrow, we'll drive our furrow. Home, home. The hint was broad. An army compounded of these men will never go through with your service, Sir William Waller protested. But all the while the men who had overthrown Rupert on Long Marston Moor, the Ironside cavalry, were drawing slowly south. They suffered from only one disease. Their general, my Lord Manchester. His lieutenant general, a Mr. Cromwell of Huntingdon, mentioned it. While Waller was amid these pathetic difficulties, and my Lord Manchester in no hurry to help him, the King was fighting my Lord Essex in a comical campaign that made Rupert swear, but did little else, good or ill. It served Colonel Stow, however. His regiment, exercised daily in tactic, not tried too soon by the stern shock of a stricken field, grew ready and quick. He began to be proud of it, and the men, who found he never risked them idly and always had a care for them, approved him mightily. Even his officers were learning. All went well, but he discovered with surprise that half England cared nothing for the war. The country folk had an impartial disgust for Cavalier and Puritan. The Cavalier fed on them without paying. The Puritan cut down the Maypole and stopped the Morris dance. How should they care for either victory? What hope for them in the rule of plunderer or the rule of killjoy? Colonel Stow, watching, understanding, it was the best part of his mind that he understood unlike men, asked himself sometimes what he had to make in it all. But he seemed to see clear. With such fair weather armies he had not met the Ironside cavalry. The war must drag out long, and in a long war men who knew their trade would come to power. He saw himself a conqueror among conquerors, a master in England, and Englishmen glad of him. In fine, he esteemed himself still highly. It was a state necessary to his happiness. Lucinda had long letters of joy. Do not doubt that she was happy too. I think she believed in him always. The wind of Waller's army held out. My Lord Manchester, sweet, meek man, stayed his hand from breaking the head of his lieutenant general, and joined them at Reading before Rupert and the King could eat them up. There was marching and counter-marching in the Vale of Kennet, and at last, under the wooded hills that sheltered Newbury, the outposts met, and the Puritan troopers flung themselves from the saddle and knelt to thank God for the sight. There was no doubt of battle. Cromwell was there, and Rupert. Where Speen Hill rises above the meeting rivers, Rupert chose the ground, and through an autumn day the King's infantry scarred the hill's wealth of timber with a breastwork. Below, in the wooded angle between the clear waters of Lambourne and Kennet, musketeers lined the hedgerows, and in the open meadows under the guns of Donnington Castle the horsemen awaited their chance. It was a position folly could hardly weaken. Colonel Royston, riding along the front with his friend, allowed himself to admire. "If they have any gentleman that is fool enough to fight, he will break his nose here, Jerry," said he. "There's Cromwell, who the Palatine calls Ironside," says Colonel Stow. "They say he is very hot in the charge. I'm glad. I need some faith to believe it, for when I knew him in Stoke he was half a natural by reason of too much religion." Colonel Royston laughed. "Jerry, my dear, pray for a few fanatics. None else will dare come at you." But Colonel Stow was something pensive. "'Tis a footmen's battle, I fear. I find no space for a shock. These hedgerows are mighty neat for your musketeers, but 'tis no gentlemanly way of fighting. Gustavus for me and a brigade at speed." Colonel Royston shook his head. "A wasteful tactic, Jerry. Give me Scotch musketeers and Swedish pikes, and I'll break the best charge you bring. It's an archaic beast, your horseman. The world is the footman's now." "Alack for a dull gray world," sighed Colonel Stow. "Faith, you are born out of time, Jerry. You should have ridden with Monsieur Amadis of Gaul, or the late Lancelot of the Lake. You like your fights romantic. I only want to win." Colonel Stow laughed. "Ah, I want much more than that." Royston looked at him queerly. "Yes, you want too much, you and she." They parted soon and in silence, and Colonel Stow came back to his quarters at Donnington shadowed with solemnity. Major Dick Stewart was awaiting him, more flamboyant than for many a day. "Ah, Colonel," says he, with a knowing grin at Colonel Stow's grave face, "you apprehend a battle, eh?" "Nay," says Colonel Stow sweetly, "my apprehension is that there may be none." "Ah, you burn for one indeed." Colonel Stow opened his eyes. "I had hoped you had learned your position, Major," he said sadly. "And I thought you would forget your promise, old bones," cried the Major in triumph. Oh, Colonel Stow understood. "I am engaged to cross swords with the gentleman of the regiment who does most gallantly. But indeed, Major, I never hoped for the pleasure of meeting you." Major Stewart snarled. "I wonder you think this matter worth while," said Colonel Stow pensively. "It does not amuse me, and it appears painful to yourself." "Zounds, sir," cried the Major, "we shall see if you can jeer to morrow." "I warn you 'tis in battle I am most satiric," said Colonel Stow. The Major flung away from him, muttering. On the next day, when dawn broke dull red, the King's men saw a brigade countermarching round the base of the hills by Winterbourne to take them in the rear. At the same time there was a feint upon the front by some horsemen, who got nothing but a rough handling for their pains. The growing light showed hill and valley alive with men. It was a strange, cliqueted fed array, more like a dozen armies than two, for countless colors and fashions and strange panoplies broke the dull peace of meadow and hedgerow. Trooper and footman of those notable Ironside regiments of the eastern counties were indeed alike in tawny red. Rupert's horsemen had no color save blue and steel, but the rest of the army was any color and all colors, orange and green and white, violet and grays, as it were a masquerade on the hills. Only my Lord Manchester had made his men wear green boughs in their morions, so that they marched like a copse at war. The matches were blazing along the hedgerows. The musketeers filled their mouths with bullets and felt the powder cases in their rattling bandoliers. Already the Puritan pikemen were closing upon Speen Hill. The quarter cannon and sakers behind the breastworks there began to fire and played hard, and, quoth Sir William Waller, they made the ground mighty hot. But though their ranks were rent, the pikemen worked on steadily, and when it came to push of steel, the musketeers had no hope to stand against them, but ran from hedge to hedge. Slowly the green boughs won to the foot of the hill, and Skippon, the sergeant major general, who knew his trade, halted them there a while, though the cannon were fierce upon them. Then he raised the shout, "The sword of the Lord!" and sprang forward up the hill. By the breastwork there was a long, stern fight. They had no room for skilled tactic or the power of massed numbers. It was man for man, and the victory to the stronger, stubborner men. The King's men had courage. There was no question of that in the wildest, riotous regiment. But it needed more than courage and a sportsman's joy of a fight to hold out till dark, thrusting and bearing the thrust of the 18-foot pikes. While the sun was still high, the breastwork was won, and the Puritans came over it singing a psalm. Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in generations all, before thou ever hast brought forth the mountains great or small. They clapped their hats on the touch holes of the guns to claim them for their own, halted to form again, and charged on down the hill after the King's men. But there was to be no easy victory. As soon as they were off the hillside, the hedgerows rattled musketry, and their front was smitten away. Still they had the heart to force advance, but it was difficult and slow, and the night near. Down in the vale, Rupert's horsemen faced Cromwell. This way and that they moved through the meadows, each seeking his chance to take the other at advantage. Most of Rupert's men were cursing the tactic and delay, and around Colonel Stow his officers babbled of white-livered, water-blood Roundheads. Colonel Stow laughed. "There's a soldier commands there, gentlemen," he said, nodding to the green boughs of the Puritan troopers. "A man who knows when not to fight." "Your own kind of courage, Colonel," Major Stewart sneered. "Yes, sir," said Colonel Stow, eyeing him serenely, "for I know how to fight. Oh, zounds the fool!" It was a tribute to my Lord Cleveland. My Lord Cleveland suffered from the ability to believe himself a leader of cavalry. He had chosen to fling his regiment at Cromwell, and the lieutenant general, who desired nothing better, split his brigade in two and let a half fall on either flank of my Lord Cleveland's unhappy men. They had been utterly overwhelmed, but for Colonel Stow, who swung his regiment round and made as if he would take the Puritans in the rear. They faced about to meet him. Their trap was spoiled, and my Lord Cleveland's men straggled back in disorder. But their colonel had gone down in the charge, and their standard of a lion with a beagle baying at him was gone to swell the Puritan trophies. Colonel Stow drew off. There had been no more than some snapping of pistols between the front ranks. There was naught to be won of a charge, and soon either side fell back. Twilight was darkening. "Rot me," growled Major Stewart, "one runs no risk in this regiment. Oh, burn me, not one poor charge." Colonel Stow was looking at the standardless, shattered ranks of my Lord Cleveland. "Nay, we'll not lose our honor," said he. Major Stewart laughed. "I thought we had." "You are perhaps a poor judge of honor, Major," said Colonel Stow sweetly. The Major snarled. "Well, Colonel," says he with a scornful truculence, "and since you are so honorable tonight, whom do you name to fight you? Which is the happy man?" "How can I tell?" said Colonel Stow. "Fgad, I thought as much. Nay, will not be bubbled so. Which did most gallantly, you said." "And that is for you gentlemen to say," said Colonel Stow sweetly. "Ods fire, with you in command, no gentleman has a chance to be gallant." "You see none?" Colonel Stow inquired with some interest, and when Major Stewart denied it with oaths he laughed. "Why, sir, do you mean to slide out of your promise?" cried the Major. "You shall confess I have kept it," said Colonel Stow. Chapter 19. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 20 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Chapter 20. Mistress Normandy sees a friend. Prince Rupert knew, and Cromwell knew, that those stubborn Puritan pikemen who one Spleen Hill had decided the issue of the day. Cromwell and Rupert both looked often anxious to the main body of the Parliament army about Newbury, where my Lord Manchester had command. If Manchester would but hurl his brigades on the King's infantry, they could be taken in front and rear and trampled to powder. With fierce messages, Cromwell's orderlies sped to my Lord Manchester again and again, but my Lord Manchester, that sweet meek man, would not be so harsh as to defeat his foe. Twilight fell on a half-fought fight. Prince Rupert, unlike Lord Manchester, could make up his mind. He saw swiftly that the weak position left him was not to be held, and swiftly came his orders for retreat. The gentlemen who brought them to Colonel Stow's regiment could not find Colonel Stow, and Major Stewart swore by his honor and much else that the white cuckoo had deserted. If he had seen the going of Colonel Stow, he would have been more sure of it. Colonel Stow was possessed with an idea that pleased him, and it took him a strange course. The best of a soldier that I have known, Colonel Royston calls him, and always of a great sanity, and Royston, though a friend, was no fool. But Colonel Stow lived a soldier of dreams. There were hours when he must fling sane duty away and ride with romance. A deed of wild splendor could allure the man whose nature would not let him waste a troop in rashness. He loved, doubtless, as in a rare sneer at his friend Colonel Royston hints somewhere, he loved to conceive himself decorated with a knight-errant's glory. He was a subject of vanity, but chiefly he desired this wild work for the throb of it, the instant peril of all. That made for him the best of life. So you see him in the twilight, with a Puritan's green bough in his hat, and a Puritan's red cloak about him, working craftily round the rear of Cromwell's troopers. They were dismounted and loosening girths and making ready to bivouac. Colonel Stow came through them at an easy pace, whistling the tune Martyrdom. "Whence, brother, and with what fortune?" cried a swart troop sergeant. "Praise the Lord," Colonel Stow exhorted him. "From Sir William Waller, to whom the Lord hath been very gracious. What fortune with you?" The troop sergeant groaned in spirit. "The Lord hath not suffered us to do an execution. We are miserable sinners and unworthy. We have gone to and fro in the earth and walked up and down in it, yet we have accomplished nothing save some small overthrow of one regiment of the men of Belial, from whom we took their colonel and their standard." "A standard?" cried Colonel Stow in righteous ecstasy. "Nay, but you jest." The sergeant groaned. "What have I to do with jesting? I am a vessel of wrath." Colonel Stow asked pardon for mistaking him. "Whose was this standard, then?" "Man, what do I know? We fight not for such gauds. 'Tis sent to the man Henry Montagu, whom the children of this world call Earl of Manchester." "And the children of God call fool," said Colonel Stow, and won a sour smile from the sergeant, and rode on. The affair prospered excellently. The darkness was falling swift, and the fires made black shadows that Colonel Stow used well. Himself scarce seen, he watched the gathering crowds and their bearing, and caught scraps of talk. They fascinated him, these soldiers who could not joke. He saw them through the lurid smoky light, belts loosed, corselets unlaced, but with no joy in their ease. They crowded round the soup pots to argue whether the Lord was displeased with them for forwardness, or my Lord Manchester like Saul, who slew not Agag. He caught the strong accent of his own Buckinghamshire, and checked a moment to hear Ingoldsby's regiment holding a prayer meeting till their pots boiled. They were doubtless ludicrous, but that was not what troubled Colonel Stow. They were too much in earnest to be jalescient enemies. He liked a little humor upon the other side. Again and again a patrol challenged him for his errand, and was satisfied to hear that he came from Sir William Waller. Colonel Stow always made one lie take him as far as it would. His first danger came as he drew upon the houses of Newbury town. He heard the ring of his own voice before him and had almost ridden against his brother. There was a party of Puritan officers too much concerned with their own debate to mark Colonel Stow's sudden break of pace behind them. Colonel Stow heard that his brother was displeased with the world and my Lord Manchester. The sentiment appeared general. Newbury town was noisily alive. The streets throbbed with chatter and argument. Soldiers and citizens wrangled vehemently in biblical phrases on the fortune of the day and the morrow, and Colonel Stow had no difficulty in avoiding attention. He learned easily that my Lord Manchester's quarters were at the Sun, and saw with a glad relief his brother turn into the courtyard of the Blue Bear. The marketplace was half light with the glare of lanterns and torches, and by the door of the Borough Hall, made hospital for the hour's need, grave-browed nurses stood waiting for the first convoy of wounded. There was one who, as Colonel Stow turned from the bridge and rode into the light, gave a strange choked cry of alarm and caught her breast. "It is nothing, it is nothing," she gasped as the others turned to her. "A tiny shooting pain. It is gone. It is past." She was Joan Normandy. Colonel Stow heard her cry and the murmuring voice, and was most careful not to see her. But the heart in him beat queerly. Some tone in that cry troubled him, and Joan Normandy thanked God that he had not heard, and gazed after him, wide-eyed and white, trembling. He frightened her with a wild hope. He wore the Puritan tokens, the Puritan colors, and still she dared not let herself believe that he had given himself to her faith. That were too great a joy. But he was near, he was near, and her blood surged quick, and she strained after him. Colonel Stow, brazen enough, rode up to the door of the Sun, my Lord Manchester's inn, dismounted, and gave his horse in charge to one of the lads of the town who gaped about the doorway. A moment he stood and with swift eye considered the position. My Lord Manchester had no more guard than a single sentry at his door. The marketplace had 100 tiny crowds of soldier and citizen all chattering together, but there was not so much as a sergeant's guard under arms. It promised well. Colonel Stow turned by the broad gateway to the Sun. He approached the sentry with a flattering air of confidence. "Hark ye, brother, where will I find the captain of the guard?" The sentry permitted himself to grin. "Do you want your head bit off?" "Nay," said Colonel Stow, "I have an unreasonable kindness for it." "Then keep yourself away from Captain Billy Vaughan," said the sentry. Colonel Stow scratched his nose. "There is doubtless some one more amiable," he suggested. "And if so there be," said the sentry, looking excessively wise, "why should I tell you?" Colonel Stow put his hand in his pocket. The sentry grinned more broadly. Colonel Stow was relieved to find some one corruptible in this righteous army. A shilling passed. "Do ask for Sergeant Bill Willey. He'll not be far from the tap." Colonel Stow proceeded, following the smell of liquor. Not indeed in the tap, lest discipline should be shamed, but within easy reach of it he found a red round man with a sergeant's orange scarf on his buff coat. "Sergeant Willey?" quoth he, and the round man wheezed. "May I speak with you?" "Surely," said Sergeant Willey. "Shall we crack a quart first?" "Surely," said Sergeant Willey, and grinned, "if you pay for it." Colonel Stow remarked to himself that my Lord Manchester's quarters had a different atmosphere from the rest of the army. He drew Sergeant Willey away to a corner, and they burled their noses in tankards of the oldest October. Then, "'Tis a little affair of my own," says Colonel Stow mysteriously. "I am a trooper of Ireton's, and when the malignants charged us to day I had the luck to win one of their standards by a thrust in the short ribs. Well, the standard, my quartermaster saith, he sent to my lord here. But I have found a low fellow of Cromwell's regiment swears there was but one taken to-day, and he took it. Prithee, tell me that I may call him a liar. What have you here?" "There is but one brought in, my bully, a thing of a red lion with a yellow dog that yelps at him." "'Tis the true likeness of mine," cried Colonel Stow in an ingenuous rage. "Verily, I will chastise that vain boaster with whips and with scorpions. Prithee, sir, help me to a sight of this, that I may know it and be sure. I would not lightly make strife in the army of the Lord." "O, faith, if you are for swingeing one of Noll Cromwell's varlets, none of my lord's men will balk you. I'll help you to the rag, my bully. Follow on, and good luck to your quarrel. Follow on." He led the way up to a disorderly guard room where half a dozen troopers lolled and snored and drank. He took from a corner the tattered standard and shook it out carelessly. It was stiff with blood. "There's the ugly rag," he said with a sneer of a laugh at it, and flung it down on the floor. Colonel Stow's eyes flashed. The soul of Sergeant Willey annoyed him. "Is that yours, my buck?" quoth Sergeant Willey, and stirred the blood-stained folds with his foot. Colonel Stow picked it up with a gentle care and spread it wider, drawing back with that pretence to the door. "Yes, it is mine," he said gravely, and on the word smote Sergeant Willey down with the staff and darted out, slamming the door. He took the stairs in a leap. He rushed across the courtyard. Shouts arose behind him, and the heavy thud of the troopers. "Halt there! Seize him! Seize him! A malignant! Seize him!" And under the gateway a man did seize him. Colonel Stow found himself gazing closely into a red fleshy face from which gray eyes flashed pale. It was Cromwell himself. Colonel Stow put the staff of the standard between General Cromwell's legs, and flinging himself forward, upset General Cromwell and broke away. The sentry drove a pike at him, and he slipped beneath the thrust and leaped to his saddle. Men ran to snatch at his bridle, but he drove his spurs, and the horse bounded forward, hurling them down. One of Cromwell's escort had time to rein round in his path, but the staff of the standard emptied the saddle like a lance, and Colonel Stow crashed across the market while the little crowd of chatterers fled out of his way. He stood up in his stirrups. "For the King!" he shouted. "For the King!" and so sped away from the half light of the marketplace into the gloom. There was one who watched him go with a wild gleam in her eyes. Her bosom surged high and her cheeks were hot. She was alive with a strange joy. She was keenly, fiercely glad of his deed and proud. She throbbed with mad life. He was her hero of the springtime, and none like him among men. He dared, and, gay and splendid, he conquered the impossible. It was good to give her heart to him. Not then, nor for many an hour, did she think to weep that his deeds were for her foes, that he was pledged still to another faith, another love. He was fearless and strong and great. While she toiled that night through to ease the pain of the wounded, her soul was singing a strange melody. Colonel Stow was heartily anxious as he broke away through the dark streets. He could hear Cromwell's troopers behind him, and he did not know the town. Only he meant to get out of it on the side remote from the armies. By the turn of the road to Hungerford, two Puritans caught him up and he heard the whirl of their wheel-locks, and struck out behind him with the full length of the standard. He hit something. The shots went wild, and he had time for his sword before they closed. He drew rein sharply, and they were borne by him before they were aware. Then from behind he came at them with the point, and one went down over the horse's head, and the wild blows of the other but grazed down his arm as he was away again. Still the other pressed after him, and he thundered through the peace of the country night, watching the hedgerows. At last he saw a meadow clear from the road to the river, and reined short off. One quick scurry over the turf, and his horse took the water. The Puritans had their fill. They halted steaming horses, and trained their pistols for him. But it was an ill shot for Wheellikes in the gloom, and the balls whistled far wide. Colonel Stow rose on the farther bank and waved the standard round his head, shouting, "For the King! For the King!" Wet and ragged, his face splashed with blood, he came back to his regiment. It was mustering for retreat. Major Stewart, enjoying himself in command, received his colonel with no affectation of pleasure. "Oh, rot me," says he, "I swore you had gone over to the other side." "It may surprise you," said Colonel Stow sweetly, "but you spoke the truth." "If I ever knew what you meant," Major Stewart grumbled, "it would be better for both of us." "Who knows?" said Colonel Stow. "Well, I had to fetch something. Major, will you send that to Prince Rupert with the duty of Colonel Stow's regiment?" "By the Lord," said Major Stewart very slowly, "it is Cleveland's standard." "Your surprise does not flatter me," said Colonel Stow. Chapter 21.
Of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 21. Colonel Stow Keeps the Peace. Through the darkness the King's army defiled past the front of my Lord Manchester's position and took the road for Oxford. My Lord Manchester was kind enough to neglect so fair a chance of attack, for which he was after mightily blamed. But it seems likely that at the moment of opportunity my Lord Manchester had enough to do in bracing himself against a torrent of reproaches from the lieutenant general, who loved him hourly less. So the weary cavaliers made away north over gray uphill roads the long night through. Not till dawn did they dare stay for a bivouac. On the reverse of the hills beyond Ilsley the campfires broke against the first blue light, and worn-out men slept where they fell. Colonel Stow and his officers, gathered round a fire, looked at one another queerly through the pungent smoke. There was silence. The sutler brought them cheese and biscuit and a jar of ale. "Well, gentlemen," says Colonel Stow, beginning to munch, "there was some matter of a duello, I think. Have you made your election? Which of you have I the honor to meet?" Major Dick Stewart swore pensively at creation. Then there was silence again. Colonel Stow shrugged. "The next move is yours, gentlemen," said he, and went on with his cheese. "Split me," said Major Stewart, and for a while expressed no other desire. Colonel Stow, munching placidly, felt their eyes converge upon him. I can not conceal that he was subject to vanity. Then, "How a murrain can we fight you?" the Major blurted out. "If you'll fight the man that did best today, fight yourself. Od rot you, you have beat us all, and well, we are all for you, and there is no more to it." "Saint Denefer," said Captain Sedley daintily, "I will recant some words of mine. I profess I have a cruel tongue. I ask pardon, Colonel, and salute you de bon cœur. No cavalier can do more." And from the rest, who despised Captain Sedley's gift of words, there was a gruff muttering. Colonel Stow was ready to make repentance easy. "No need for so much, gentlemen," said he quickly, and stretched out his hand to Major Stewart. "The truth is, I was only seeking the right to keep peace with you." "The truth is," growled Major Stewart, "you are beyond us and we be fools. Split me, we be fools." The other gentlemen had not the same zeal in confession, but they did not deny it. "It was a holy frame of mind. I foresee that we shall be a happy regiment, gentlemen," said Colonel Stow. They looked some doubt of living up to his emotions. "If only we had more beer," he said sadly, and won all their hearts. They guffawed affectionately, in the midst of which, vague through the smoky light, a large man came stalking to them. There was no mistaking the Palatine. "Colonel Stow?" he called out, and with Colonel Stow the officers scrambled to their feet. "I've come for a share of your cheese, gentlemen," says he, and squatted down by their fire. They made their circle again, and the Palatine filled his mouth. "I'll swear you get the best provand in the army, Jerry Stow. Mine is maggots," said he. "Our sutler is the best thief in the army," said Colonel Stow with modest pride. "Then I shall hang him to encourage the others." "He would certainly steal the rope, sir." "Humph!" Prince Rupert's eyes grew keen. "Did he steal that standard?" "O, sir, he has no time for trifles. Consider this excellent ale, which I do trust never belonged to your Highness." "It does now," said his Highness, after an admirable potation, "and I defy your sutler. But we are going to talk of that standard, my friend. Your Highness will find the beer vastly more interesting." His Highness finished the beer and remarked that it had no more interest. "Now, my friend, who won that standard back?" "My regiment had the honor to present it to your Highness. Your Highness will be good enough to give the credit to the regiment." "Damn your civilities," said the Palatine. "Do you tell me you marched on Manchester together?" "I beg your Highness to count it the gift of the whole regiment, and to believe you wrong no man in thanking all." "Hullendanner, are you to order my conduct?" cried the Palatine. "Who won the thing and how?" "If your Highness considers the deed worth any advancement it should be from Major Stewart here." "Hang me if you need be so anxious to rob a man of his laurels," said Rupert with a sneer. "'Tis a cursed mean spirit and—" "Hear, hear!" spluttered Major Stewart. "Od rot me, this is all topsy-turvy. 'Twas the Colonel himself took the thing. I would be boiled before I went hawking among the Ironsides." Rupert turned upon Colonel Stow. "Now, what a pox is this play for?" said he, with some irritation. "Faith, I did take the thing. 'Twas purely for the honor of the regiment, and I beg your Highness to give your thanks to Major Stewart, to whom I owe a debt, for commanding where he might command." "Humph!" Rupert frowned at him. "You will be so very kind as to tell me a little simple truth." "It shall be purely bald," said Colonel Stow, and made his tale so. But before the end of it Rupert was clapping him on the shoulder and guffawing tumultuously. "I would give my garter," he gasped, "to have seen Noll Cromwell on his hinder end." When all was told he was some while in growing grave. Then, "Faith, you ought to have been a knight errant," said he. "And what the devil am I to do for you?" Colonel Stow looked at his major. "Ah, I know," and rising he gripped hands with both of them. Major Stewart was more red than nature. He grunted profusely, staring at his colonel. "You made me cursed uncomfortable," said he. "That is the whole matter of the standard, which, as Colonel Royston said, was neither war nor business. There are more moral people than he who admire it but little, some of good judgment who sneer at Colonel Stow for his pains. Doubtless there was a gaudy vanity in it all, but if you have no mercy for that, you will not understand Colonel Stow, nor why some men and women loved him strangely. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 22. Lovers' Meeting. So with no great loss, yet with no great glory, the King's army won back at Oxford. They had fought a tiresome campaign and ended it no better off than they began. There were some gentlemen, like Colonel Strozzi of the artillery, who began to make ready for a change. The longer the war, the better the Puritan chance of victory, for the King had no money. Oxford welcomed his army with no exuberant gaiety, and even my Lord Jermyn's splendors were something bedraggled. But Colonel Stow never permitted himself to borrow other people's despair. There was a lilt in his walk as he went through the snow showers of a December morning to wait on Lucinda. She gave herself to his arms and came from them rosy, with sparkling eyes. Then, as he held her away to look at her, he was aware of an elegant mourning robe, black and silver. Black became Lucinda's richness well. He was swiftly grave. "You have had some loss, child?" "My mother," said Lucinda calmly. "It was hard for her to leave the Manor. She never had much strength after." Colonel Stow frowned at her. He felt a discord. "I am most sorry," he said gravely. "I do not know," said Lucinda. "She had not been happy. I never remember her happy." Colonel Stow repented of a rash censure. "Dear, it is hard for you," he said tenderly, and rested his hand on her shoulder. Lucinda laughed. "Oh, she and I were not much to each other, you know." Colonel Stow took his hand away. "She was kind to us," he said with a shade of reproof in his tone. "Was she?" said Lucinda. "I never knew her kind or unkind to any one. Yes, she was like that. I do not think she was fond of life." Colonel Stow felt a harsher discord. "You are not troubled by much regret," he said severely. "Why should I pretend?" Colonel Stow turned away from her to the window and looked out at the whirling snow. She hurt him. He believed in tenderness and the emotions. He was of those who find the worth of man or woman in tears. Lucinda, lying back on her cushions, watching him with that strange, puzzling smile of hers, thought him, I suppose, something of a fool. He struggled to convince himself she was not callous. He came to her. "Dear, you are brave and true," he said, and felt it sounded queerly. "I am stupid, I think. Indeed, I seek to keep you from sorrow." "I am not afraid," said Lucinda. "Indeed, sir, I think I never was afraid of anything but you." Her eyes grew dark and intent. "You know too much of me," she said. "I would know all to love it better." Lucinda laughed. "I wonder if I know all of you." "I need no better love, at least." "That may be," she said gravely. Then tossing back her curls, "Well, sir, and what great deeds have you brought me back from the wars?" This note was true to Colonel Stow's taste. He smiled at last. "I tell myself I have not done unworthily." There was gaiety in Lucinda's laugh. She had never been blind to Colonel Stow's vanity and liked him for it the better. "Tell me a score of the finest deeds," said she, settling herself in a delectable pose on her cushions. "I have made a rabble into a regiment, and gentlemen of the tavern into officers." Lucinda yawned. "It is doubtless more glorious than amusing." "And they adore me for it." "But why should I?" "Nay, Heaven forbid you should adore me." "I fear it has," said Lucinda. "I am content. It has bidden you love." "Why, sir, there was indeed compulsion." Her eyes sparkled wickedness. "But whether of Heaven, well, 'tis not maidenly to think so." "Faith, I belong to this world," Colonel Stow admitted, "but I think you are not all of another neither." Her eyes met him fairly still, but a slow blush came. After a while, "I believe you play with me because you have nothing to boast of," she said. "I have no skill in boasting," said Colonel Stow, and doubtless believed it. "But there is something to tell," and he began the exploit of the standard. "It was the Ironside himself that grappled me, but I sat him down disconsolate. The sentry at the gate advanced his pike at me, but I made under that and flung myself up in the saddle. There was one of Noll's men in my way, and I gave him the standard butt like a Magyar's lance, and he was down too, and I was away at speed through the town. Noll's men made after me, and there was a small affair with a pair of them, for which one is now sorry, before I got a chance to break to the river. We swam that with the pistols blazing all ways behind us, but the Roundheads would not bathe, and I came easily to the army and sent the standard back to the Palatine with the compliments of the regiment. He had his reward. Lucinda's breath came fast and her eyes shone for him. Her hands were close clenched. "I am glad, I am glad," she cried. "Yes. And what did Prince Rupert send you back?" Colonel Stow laughed. "An oath or so." She sat erect and fierce. "Why, you see, I was more modest with him than with you, and would not tell him whose the deed was." "But you did." There was a hard, sharp ring in her voice that he did not know. "Yes." He looked his surprise at her. "Faith, yes," and he chuckled. "I told him and begged him give the reward to fat Stewart, the major." He laughed happily. The boyish magnificence of it, and his own naïve vanity brought him pure joy. But a queer change came over Lucinda's face, her lips shaped to a sneer. "You make everything like a boy's game." Colonel Stow opened his eyes. "Why, yes, all the world is a boy's game if you make it so." "I am a woman," said Lucinda. "No man will ever complain of that." "Will you give me only a boy?" He came close beside her. "Is that all I am?" he said in a low voice, and slipped his arm about her. But she broke away. "O, you are like a child that is always crying, 'How fine I am!' I believe you think of nothing but making yourself a fool's hero of mad romance. What kind of man is it that longs and strives to be like Mad Quixote? You are so vain of it as a girl of her gown." Colonel Stow flushed. He felt a pitiless truth about some of that and it troubled him. "'Tis so in fact, dear," said he with a doleful laugh. "I am something of a peacock." "In the name of Heaven, do not be meek," cried Lucinda. "This is not to be borne. O, I hate your great-souled hero with no brain for himself." "Why," Colonel Stow protested, "all I have is mighty anxious to take care of me." "What help is it then? You do a rare great deed and get nothing for it. You care only to look the Quixote and cry, 'Nay, pay another, not me. I am above such gauds.' But I have no patience for it. I despise a man that is afraid to be greedy." Colonel Stow shrugged. "I am afraid of many things. I have never denied it." "And you pretend strength to me?" Colonel Stow looked in her eyes. "Yes," he said. She started up. "I hate all this. It is not real. It is all words and a show. Do you know? Do you know? You are making yourself no more than a romance book for me. What worth is there in all you have done? How are you the better? What have you won by it?" "If you do not know, I can not tell you, madame." "I detest your loftiness." Colonel Stow bowed. "I shall try to get more." Lucinda stamped her foot. "Do you seek to put me in a passion against you?" "I hope I may never give you better reason," said Colonel Stow. "Nay, child, I doubt I am a vain fool, and you are too honest for me. Let it rest. Faith, I can not afford to be at war with you." "I am in no temper for peace," said Lucinda. When in a little while Colonel Stow left her, his hand was at his chin and his brow furrowed. Chapter 23 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 23. Lucinda Weeps. The court had a wintry melancholy. Its pride was decaying. The assurance of triumph that never came was enfeebled. Queen Henrietta, who expected a child, was out of spirits and there was a notable scarcity of money. It would have been disloyal to affect gaiety and impossible when one's jewels were sold. Colonel Royston compared the assembly in Merton Hall to birds at the moulting time. So harsh were their voices, so stale their finery. Colonel Royston had a grim pleasure in the exhibition till he came upon one who excelled the rest in gloom, yet escaped the ridiculous. It was Lucinda. While he bowed, he sneered at himself as a fool for seeing her. Lucinda did not speak, but there was appeal in her eyes. Royston felt himself flush. "I have to offer my regrets, madame," he said with a gesture to her mourning gown. "My mother." Colonel Royston bowed again. "Will you give me escort home?" she said listlessly. "There is no one else." Royston laughed. "You flatter me," and he made a way for her through the crowd. Lucinda was of better fortune than some. She had still a coach. Colonel Royston handed her in and showed no zeal to follow. She leaned back with a shrug and a careless "As you will." Colonel Royston came in beside her. They were jolted up by St. Aldate's. It was not possible to avoid the touch of her shoulder, her perfume. But she showed no interest in Colonel Royston, and he looked at her black and then with surprise, not all cynical, at her listless brow. He was not able to believe in a mourning Lucinda, and yet she was no creature of affectation. "You are not inspiring, madame," said he. "So I find," said Lucinda with a quick light in her eyes. "I suppose I am not inflammable," Colonel Royston sneered. She had a trick of waking the brutality in him. "I was not thinking of you," said Lucinda carelessly. Colonel Royston did not miss the inference. It was Colonel Stow who failed to answer to her desires. He could easily believe it. And he felt some contempt for both of them, for Lucinda because she was not high enough to be content with his friend, and for his friend because he did not satisfy Lucinda's need. "I always found Jerry asked an uncomfortable virtue of me," he admitted with a grin. "I do not know why you should sneer." She looked at him with grave, questioning eyes. "I am made for it." "Poor creature," said Lucinda. The coach drew up at her door in Holywell. He was punctilious in handing her out. With her hand still in his, she checked and turned. "Will it please you to come in?" "I am not amusing, madame." She gave a queer, scornful laugh. "Oh, if you are afraid," and passed on. But Colonel Royston, who, unlike his friend, conceived himself afraid of nothing, followed her close. He stood over her while she held out her hands to the fire and its light fell on her neck. "I wonder, do you ever want more of a woman than she had?" Colonel Royston laughed. "Always, and therefore took nothing." "I wonder, does a woman always disappoint a man?" "Unless he is a fool," Royston assured her. She leaned her head full back to look up at him. The light laughed about her breast. "And the man, he always disappoints the woman, perhaps?" she said in a low voice. "If he has disappointed you," said Colonel Royston with grim emphasis, "I do not admire your desires." She bent to the fire again. She was silent so long that Royston changed his place to see her full. Her eyes were glistening, her cheeks jeweled with tears. "Humph. You are not proud of yourself either, it seems." She looked up fierce. "No one but you has ever made me do this," she cried, and roughly brushed the tears away. She started to her feet and faced him. "It is true. I am ashamed. I would to God I were fit for him. But there is more. I want more." She caught Royston's arm. "You know me. There is a wild blood in you too. I am what I am." Colonel Royston tried to laugh. "Something of the tiger, I think." But he was flushed and his hand closed on her bare wrist. "Would you tame me?" "No, faith. You would make me as wild as yourself." "I wonder if you could be." She laughed and tried to draw her arm away. "I can be greedy," said Royston, gripping the other too. He looked down at her with a smile of no gaiety. "And I could starve you." Lucinda laughed, leaning away from him so that her weight hung on his hands. "You would not try." "La, you for pride. I can conceive you tiresome as chains." "They would grip all of you." "That is what I doubt." "Or fear?" She faltered a moment. There was a faint blush on her neck. "Nay, faith, I fear nothing," she cried gaily, and laughing at him drew away. "Is that my charm?" "Yes, so that a man wants to make you afraid." "Alack, poor man," she laughed. "Oh, it would be amusing for him," said Colonel Royston in measured tones. His brows were bent upon her. "But if I made him fear instead?" "That is the damnable challenge of you." She clapped her hands. "I knew. You are afraid already." Colonel Royston laughed. "You are vain, madame." She flung her arms wide and stood so in the best of her beauty. "Have I not the right?" Nay, but I am not vain. That is little and calm. I am sure of myself. That is why I laughed at Colonel Royston." And she made him a splendid mocking curtsy. "And what do you want of him, pray?" Royston looked down at her with a grim smile. "The joy of a fight, sir." "And a defeat?" She laughed. There was a baffling mystery in her eyes. "Do you think you move me as I move you?" "There is other strength than a woman's," said Colonel Royston in a low voice. His eyes were blazing. "I know no other," said Lucinda, facing him full. Colonel Royston made one stride to her, flung a hard arm about her and gripped her neck. Crushing the slim whiteness of it in his big bronzed hand, he bore her head back and bent over her. She was quivering and hot in his grasp, but her eyes brave still. "This is nothing, nothing, a boor's strength, your body strength." "Is that all?" he muttered, and his breath beat on her cheek. "You know," and his grasp grew fiercer. She was helpless utterly in that heavy power and knew it. She laughed reckless. But the laugh broke suddenly and she was pale. Her eyes stared wide. While he watched, his arm fell lax and he let her go. They stood apart gazing steadily at each other. Then Lucinda gave a little laugh of no joy. "We frighten ourselves, I think." Colonel Royston did not deny it. He gazed at her still a long while silent, then caught up his cloak and strode out. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 24. The Home of Lost Causes. Matthew Mark Luke complained of everything, but chiefly of a nutshell. Everything was wrong, and the latter had hit his nose, a spot where dignity is apt to reside. Matthew Mark rubbed the offended nose and looked round with indignation for the offender. "You would laugh more if you could always see yourself." It was a girl's voice that came through the window of a tiny pastry shop. The owner leaned out to him over her wares, and Matthew Mark found a wholesome rosy face, cheek to cheek with his. He started back. "Oh, dear," says she, "you are mighty maidenly, but it's why you are so miserable." Matthew Mark shook his head at her. "Be miserable also, mademoiselle. It is your duty." "Your dinner has fallen out with you?" "My dinner never falls out with me," said Matthew Mark with indignation. "I am the best cook in England." "Oh, dear," says the girl while Matthew Mark was pruning himself. "What a silly thing to be. A woman can cook." Matthew Mark made a gesture of despair. "If you can believe a betise like that, you can believe this country a place to be happy in." He approached her pastry with a supercilious eye and helped himself to a simnel cake. "The oven was not hot," says he on the first mouthful. "If you want something light, why do ye eat simnel?" quoth she. "If you want to be a man, why do ye be a cook?" "I am also a soldier," said Matthew Mark with dignity. "Which makes you look so green?" "It is your country, your bilious country," said Matthew Mark. "Bah! Your cooking, your fighting, it is all the same. You never know what you want. Therefore your soups are tragedies, your battles farces. Whereas, remark me, mademoiselle, your proper soup should be a gladsome farce, your battle a noble tragedy. You are a country emasculate. You never mean anything." "Sure, but I do," says the girl. "I mean to make love to you." Matthew Mark recoiled. "What a brave cook!" "Consider my modesty," Matthew Mark protested. "Lud, if I do without it, can not you? You are a sweet thing of a man. You are that ridiculous." "Mademoiselle," said Matthew Mark, "you do not appreciate me. I am of a melancholic genius." The girl again flicked a nutshell at his nose. "That is not a reply," said Matthew Mark. "That's just what it is," said the girl. "It makes you feel what you are, silly." "Of what profit is it to me to feel silly?" Matthew Mark inquired. "When you feel silly you'll be happy," said the girl. "I know." "I would rather not," said Matthew Mark sincerely. The girl pulled a face at him. "That's you," said she. "But you do it always." Matthieu-Marc made a magnificent gesture. "I am too noble a nature to be happy." "Sure, you're but a child," said the girl, "and that is why I like you. D'ye like me now?" She leaned over her cakes and again the plump face came close to his. Again Matthieu-Marc recoiled. He coughed. "You look healthy," he said with no enthusiasm. "I never knew a man so slow with a woman," the girl pouted. "And you a soldier. Oh, save me!" She put her hands on her hips and laughed without reserve. Matthieu-Marc swore in French. It was now he who leaned towards her, at which moment a fist was inserted between his ribs. "Ha, wickedness, wickedness!" said a jovial voice, and Matthieu-Marc turned in emotion to discover the roundness of Alcibiade, who shook his head sorrowfully. "Oh, my evangelist!" Matthieu-Marc retreated without dignity, blushing and muttering. Then Alcibiade entered the pastry shop. "My bet," says the girl, laughing still, "you owe me a shilling." "Not a denier. You got no kiss of him," Alcibiade protested. "I would have had but for you." Alcibiade shook his head at her. "I fear you have been forward, Molly." "As forward as yourself," quoth Molly with a toss of her head. "So bad as that?" said Alcibiade, and thought he made her blush. But the truth is, Oxford was more in the temper of Matthieu-Marc than Alcibiade. The Cavaliers had come at last to misdoubt their fortune. They made no more scapegoats. It was not Rupert whom they condemned, but themselves. Heart and hope had gone out of them. They were not truly ready to yield. Enough of them liked death better than that, but few had any faith in victory. It was no blame to them. There was no soul in their cause. Their forlorn, melancholy king was not one for whom a man might be content to die. He stirred none to a quicker life. Pity he won, and devotion. He could not give a conquering zeal. Indeed, he gave nothing to any man. He asked of all. He had no vision, and his people perished for him in vain. There have been armies without clothes or food or pay or store of weapons, yet have beaten down the best provided foes. But the king's army felt its lack and was afraid. It had been hard enough to make head against the Puritans when their generals were blunderers and all their regiments out of gear. Now there was a new model, and all the old dallying leaders were done away. Sir Thomas Fairfax and Ironside Cromwell, the conquerors of Marston Moor, had command. Already Oxford could feel the change. The Puritan armies were drawing straight bonds about the town. Only the road to the west was open still. By each other way the foraging parties broke in vain about the Puritan outpost. If they dared an attack they found a new strength against them. They were as children fighting with men. Cromwell and Fairfax had given the fierce Puritan zeal all it needed, the strength of discipline and sure command. So within Oxford there was desolation. All the parasites of wealth were fled, all the ministers of gaiety. "The court," said Rupert, "is a damned diurnal funeral." Who went there still were the king's most affectionate friends and gay as himself. Queen Henrietta was in no case to cheer them. Her one desire was to win a happier town than Oxford. The few faded courtiers, the quadrangles where now she saw little but weather-beaten soldiers, overthrew her spirits. The very age of the place, stern and austere in its gray crumbling walls ('tis my Lord Jermyn's judgment), affected her miserably. She was passionate to be gone. My Lord Jermyn found her a reason not all unworthy. He persuaded her that there was danger in Oxford, and it was plainly right that her child should be born to safety. So Queen Henrietta fled away to the west, and by her flight quickened fear. If Oxford itself were not safe, what use to battle more? It was the bitter day of springtime when she was borne away. Colonel Stow and Colonel Royston, walking in the meadows by Osney, watched the scant company. Rupert had spared her a squadron not his best, and she had a company of the King's Guard. Her coach was in the midst, and she huddled in a corner of it and peered out through the misty windows with the face of a peevish child. Colonel Royston turned away with a shrug. "It's she has sense, Jerry." "As much as a butterfly. What else should a woman be?" "Oh, you are an infidel, George. Look at Jermyn riding by as happy as a wet cat." "Happier than we," growled Colonel Royston. "He is out of it." Colonel Stow linked arms with his friend. "What is wrong, George?" said he gently. "Zounds!" "What is right? This fool King is sinking and we shall be drowned with him." "Bah! We never believe in defeat, George. 'Tis a damned lost cause. And if it were, are we to be afraid to fail? By heaven, we shall show the world we know how to lose as well as how to win." "I am not a play actor," growled Colonel Royston. "I do not know how to lose. I have been winning all my life till you brought me here to be trapped like a rat in a hole, to waste myself that you may philander about a wanton." Colonel Stow dropped his arm and stood away. "Do you know what you have said?" "And stand to it, by God," said Colonel Royston, and walked on. Colonel Stow followed a little way off. His face was pale and troubled. "George," he said in a low voice, and after a moment Royston turned. "If we have asked too much of you, if you have given up too much for us, what can a man say? Forgive me. We can be friends still?" Colonel Royston laughed. "Zounds, I am already too much your friend. Ay, and too much hers, mordieu." "I thank God for it," said Colonel Stow solemnly. "Do you so?" said Colonel Royston, and laughed again. Together, silent, they came back to the town, and just beyond the powder mill hit upon Colonel Strozzi, who, resplendent still while others had faded, inserted himself between them. "You are not rejoicing, my braves?" said he, grinning at their glum faces. "So. What did I tell you? You ought to be traitors. It is more amusing." "I might guess it more profitable," said Colonel Royston, glancing at his finery. Colonel Strozzi laughed. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 25. The Surprise of Lucinda. "She is a hungry one." So said Molly of the cake shop as she watched Lucinda go by. I have thought that Molly, who was a person of breadth in many ways, may have understood Lucinda better than the men who burned for her. Molly, who had a greedy curiosity, knew all her history and was not bitter against her. Indeed, fortune mocked at Lucinda. Had her father lived and the old order endured, or had a man won her to the Puritan side, she might have had the power that her soul needed. But with each turn of fortune she was despoiled and she bore it hard. Doubtless her life was gray enough. The court was dead. Oxford was naked of women. She had no gaiety, no friends, no resource but herself. Seek other home she could not. What friends she had were harried by the Puritans, even as her own manor lay in the Puritan power. She was not born for restraint. She raged against the barriers of life. Molly, the pastry girl, pronounced her fit for a queen and nothing else. Certainly there was something of nobility in her, for she could not sit down to be content with unhappiness. She set herself to new plans. She was well pleased on a day when she saw Colonel Stow come to her with a grave face. He had long been offensively happy. When he only kissed her hand, she pouted. "My dear, 'tis good to be with you," says he with a sigh. "Faith, 'tis a vice to be content with so little." "Nay, this is my greatest joy, dear." "Is it?" says Lucinda dolefully. There was a full yard between them. "What more do I need?" said Colonel Stow. Lucinda gave a rueful laugh. "Nothing, it would seem," and she looked at him with comical despair. "And you, dear?" He took her hand delicately. Her eyes glowed, her lips called to him. He caught her in his arms. "Enfin," says Lucinda to his ear. "I fear," quoth Colonel Stow, releasing her, "that I did not shine." "If you had more impudence, sir, you would be happier." "You also?" "Oh, you improve," she laughed. "There is much in good example." When she was again breathless, "You see," said Colonel Stow, "'tis dangerous to be kind. And faith, how have I earned it now? For you have been cold a long while, dear." "You were looking unhappy," said Lucinda, and he was grave again. She laid her hand on his shoulder. "Tell me, then, what is amiss?" "I am troubled about George. I brought him here, and here there is no place for him. He is in the right to reproach me." Lucinda was silent a while. "Indeed, I think we are all of the wrong side here." Colonel Stow shrugged. She took his hand in both of hers. "Tell me truly, do you believe the King can conquer? Truly?" And her eyes compelled him. "I try to believe, and I doubt," said Colonel Stow. "Then why?" She was passionately eager. "Why should you stay with him? What bond is there? He has done nothing for you. You have served him too well and win nothing. And the others, if you go to them in time, you should be worth much to them." "By Heaven, you can not think what you say," cried Colonel Stow. "What? Break my oath and my honor? O, sure, you have not seen it clear." "I do see clear," she said quietly. "That is why. You care no more for one cause than the other. You were ready for either when I brought you here. Now we know the King as he is, a melancholy fool with no mind nor heart. What hope of him? Who can believe in him? Nay, what strength has he left? What is there in this dismal town? 'Tis the one chance for us to seek the others betimes and win honor of them." Colonel Stow had drawn aloof from her and was staring in utter amazement. "Desert?" he said in a tone she did not know. "You bid me that? Desert from a losing cause? By Heaven, it's the last infamy!" "Oh, I can not endure your Quixotry," she cried. "You must be always strutting and posing though you bring yourself to ruin and all those that care for you." Then suddenly she changed her tone. "Nay, you think me hard, but I swear it is for you. They have no fit honor for you here. They give you no work, no chance, and you could be great. Dear, for your honor and mine you must seek a better cause." It was well done. I protest she believed each word, and they were with power for Colonel Stow. He bent and kissed her hand. "Dear, forgive me. You love me too well, I think. Indeed, in all I do, I have no desire but your honor, and 'tis my great pride that your honor is mine, too." He kissed her hand again, complacent, while she looked down at him with a queer smile. "Nay, but there is still goodly work for me here. I come to you from Prince Rupert, who hath chosen me for a thing I like. There is a great convoy of powder and arms coming from Bristol, and if it fall to the Puritans, we are sped. All the roads are dangerous now, since the Ironside is posted at Abingdon. Rupert trusts me to ride to Witney and bring it safe." He was smiling, pleased as a boy that has won the prize at the popinjay. "Faith, it will need some soldiering, a task very fit for me, sweetheart." But Lucinda was grave enough. "If it fall to the Puritans, that is the end," she repeated. "Here is the fortune of your life, then." Colonel Stow laughed. "Why, 'tis a worthy employ, dear, no more. But one is glad to be chosen." "Oh, yes, I am glad you are chosen," she said, looking at him strangely. "Dear, it is good to work for you." "You can work for me now." "Ay, faith, there shall be laurels for you. O, we'll harry the Roundheads yet." She drew in her breath, gazing at him, silent, intent. "Can you not see?" she said in a low voice. "If this convoy means so much, go you to the Puritans with the tidings and help them take it. What will they not do for the man that ends the war?" Colonel Stow stared up. "Lucinda, you! My God, what devil is in you? 'Tis a base, traitorous infamy. You have not thought. You can not mean it." "I mean that a man should fight for himself," cried Lucinda. "What have they given? What can they give you here? What can you offer me but ruin? I tell you I will not bear it. If you would win me, win a fit place for me." "Fit place? The place of a mean traitor whom all men loathe? Would you have me that? Would you mate me with such a one? In God's name, think again. You can not be so mad, so— What words are there?" "I have thought," said Lucinda calmly. "Have I been easy and happy all this while, seeing you in no honor and our cause falling to dust? Yes, I have thought often. If you would have me, you must make me a place. There is nothing to be won here, nothing, you know it." "Madame, there is honor to be won if no honors," said Colonel Stow. "I am in no mood for your prettiness," Lucinda cried. "Look you now, here is occasion to your hand. You may go to the Roundheads with a great prize. You can make terms for high fortune there.
We are so set that the chance can not come again. Traitor, you say? Who dares call a man a traitor if he has power? You can win it if you will. Choose." "I would lose you and lose all sooner," said Colonel Stow. He was white to the lips. Lucinda smiled. "You have done it," she said. "No, by Heaven, it can not be." He knelt on one knee beside her and caught her hands and crushed them in his. They were cold. My love, you must not fail yourself so. You who are very queen of life and strength, you can not yield to what's base. Dear, be true. What is fame or power if true men despise you? Who cares if all fails here? We have our honor still and our love, and we are lords of life." Lucinda laughed again. "Mad Quixote, silly mad Quixote," she said. "Good bye." Colonel Stow looked at her a long time. His lips were trembling and she mocked at him. He rose unsteadily and went out like a blind man. Chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. Colonel Greatheart by H.C. Bailey. Chapter 26. Colonel Stow warns his friend. Molly, the cake girl, saw a lithe woman speed by her window to the door of Colonel Royston's lodging. "Hey, this is a new business," said she. Colonel Royston was killing the hours by carving elaborate chessmen. He had always had a taste in that kind, and there is still a set, but that is no matter here. Sudden, silent, there stood against his door a tall woman in black. He put down his tool gently. He was not a man of surprises, nor for all his bulk clumsy. She threw back her hood, her cloak. He saw Lucinda, lithe, strong, her vivid lips and hair, her eyes fiercely bright. She was all black from chin to ground, save for silver about her bosom. "You are most appealing," said Colonel Royston, with a sneer as he rose. She looked about a little dark, wainscoted room. "You are quite alone," she breathed. "'Tis immodest as you could desire," Royston sneered. "I am beyond all that," said Lucinda quietly. She sat by his table and, putting her elbows on it and her chin on her hand, looked at him full. "This is a matter of your life and mine." "They are, I thank God, separate," said Colonel Royston. Then he saw that mocking smile of hers. "Are you afraid?" There was a ripple of mirth in her voice. "You know that is a lie." "I know you can wake the brute in me," said Royston. "If that is like to comfort you, you best know." She laughed outright. "Do you think I fear you? Nay, I love you when you shake off your bonds. And you, do I wake nothing but the brute? No. No longing, no joy? Once you had me by your heart. Was it sorrow?" Colonel Royston looked at her long. "What is it you want?" he said gruffly. "Life, free life, and strength, and joy." Colonel Royston rose and turned from her and kicked the dying logs to a blaze. "There is one who can give you more than I, madame. My friend." "I am done with him," she cried. Colonel Royston muttered something under his breath. His laugh rang harsh. He never knew me. A popinjay, a play actor, a mad knight errant. Now he is pleased to cast me off, because he could not suffice me. A narrow fool." "Has he found you out?" Royston sneered. "He, that dull, cold-blooded thing? Nay, I have found his weakness. I am done with him." Royston laughed too. "O, madame, no one will doubt who is in the right of it. I'gad, I pity you and give him joy. Whom have you played traitor with now? Do you believe that?" she said with quiet scorn. "Am I any man's woman? I'll give nothing for who does not give me all. He cannot. There is no power in him." She rose and came to Royston and put one hand on his shoulder. "Nay, then, look at me if you do not fear." With a quick, impatient movement, Royston turned to face her. He was flushed and his brow drawn. There was blood in her cheeks, too. She throbbed, and her eyes glowed dark with eager life. "Am I fit for scorn?" she said in a low voice. "Am I naught for a man's heart? Try me." For a long while they stood against each other, fierce eyed, wild of heart. Then, with a strange, hoarse cry, Royston caught her and crushed her helpless and hurt against his breast. He felt her move in his grip, and her arms closed about him passionately. She sought his kiss. Panting, crimson, she struggled away and held him from her at the full length of her arm. "No," she gasped. "No, I can not bear it. Oh, that is life indeed." Royston gripped her hand. "I have you now. You are for me, for me. I'll not spare you." Her lips were parted and she trembled a little. Her face told pain. Then a smile transformed it and her eyes shone. She opened her arms. "I ask no mercy," she said. Again she was close against him. We are fit mates. You are fierce as I, and I give. Ah, do I not? Give? Yes. Heaven and hell in one. And I want all, by God. Heaven and hell," she repeated, and clung to him and laughed again. "That is life. Nay, then, let me go." And she came from him and flung the casements open and stood in the rush of the clean spring air, arms wide, drinking it greedily with swelling bosom. Colonel Royston stood apart and watched her, his full handsome face dark and grim. He strode to her and caught her waist in his arm. She did not yield. She stood alone, lithe and strong, looking through the wind. "Yes, we shall make people suffer," she said and laughed. "What do we care?" quoted Royston, compelling her against him. "I am glad," she said, and suddenly turned to him. "Power, I want power. You'll take me away from here, out of this dull decay." "Zounds, I ask no better," he laughed. "I have had no joy here, and we had never come but for your mistress." He took her face in his hand and turned it to please himself. "I suppose you want to meet Jerry as much as I do," he sneered. "I hate him. I despise him." Royston shrugged. "Because he'll despise us. Oh, you make an idol of that fool," she cried passionately. "Faith, I'll teach you better. I leave you no taste for him." "I believe that," growled Royston. Below stairs they heard Colonel Stow's voice. Lucinda sprang away, catching wildly at her cloak. Royston flung open the door of his bedchamber and signed her in. Then he sat down again and with slow care began to carve his chessmen. Colonel Stow came in. Royston looked up to nod at him carelessly. He appeared lean and harassed. "You are alone?" Royston waved his tool to the empty room. "They said you had a lady with you." "Oh, bah, a woman of naught," said Royston with vigor. "And she will not trouble you. She is gone." Colonel Stow sat down heavily and was as if his strength had gone out of him. He became conscious of some contempt in Royston's stare. "Do I look a weakling, George? I know. I am ashamed that it hurts me so. By heaven, I am a coward." He shivered and contrived to affect a joyless smile. "Yes, you don't see the best of me, George. I can not hide from you. I shall go on, but I am afraid. I have nothing in life to trust." Royston gave a crooked smile. "Not even me," he said. Colonel Stow reached for his hand, but the graving tool was in it, and Royston laughed. "You, yes, you have given up enough for me." "O Lud, do not be grateful," Royston cried. "Well, I judge from your cryptic lamentations, madame is unkind. That is finished. I give you joy. She never deserved you." Colonel Stow shrugged. "Is that comfort? Well, I must needs tell you. It is over. She is base." "Good lack, does that surprise you?" Royston gave a harsh laugh. "I would to God it had been I," Colonel Stow cried. "If I had played traitor, little matter. But she that was the heart of my life." He turned away to hide his face, and Royston heard him groan. "Bah, I am a fool to come whining so. But it is an ease to speak to you, George." Colonel Royston was not quite gentle. You were a fool with her, he said. She understood you as I do a virgin saint. She cared as much for your kind of love as I do for religion, and you must be making an angel of her who was just a wild woman. Lud, I had been waiting for this tragedy." Colonel Stow thrust back his hair. "O, I have been a dreamer, I know, and still, by heaven, I am glad of the dream. Well, 'tis done. George, she bade me play traitor, and now when we are come to the turn of the fight. The better pay for treason," Royston shrugged. "The most damnable shame," said Colonel Stow sharply. He looked long at his friend. "George, I do not know, but I have thought that you had a kindness for her. If 'tis not so, well. And I know you have had ill luck there. She might seek. Well, you'll not let her work on you. She has a devilish art to kindle a man." Royston laughed. "Ha, now we come to it. I am warned to be righteous, am I? I would not take it from any man alive. As for your woman, I know her well enough for what she is. Wild life without honor or shame. She was naught to me and shall be so, I swear." He laughed with more vigor than Colonel Stow understood. "And for myself, I have my own will and go my own way in spite of every woman out of hell. Bah, what have I to do with loyalty? I am loyal to who pays me. That's the creed for a gentleman of the sword. It was yours once and is still mine. I have pledged no faith here. I have no trust to answer. If it serves my turn to stay, I'll stay. If it suits me best to be Puritan, I'll go. And who is in the right to reproach me? What have they done to keep me here? Zounds, I will be schooled by no man." Colonel Stow rested his head on his hands. "I have asked enough of you, I know. I have brought you to an ill cause. You'll forgive me, George?" "O, Lord, have done with that. I have no blame for you. Have none for me. Let us go our own ways." Colonel Stow looked quickly. "We are friends still?" "If you can be," said Royston with a sneer. "But I have my own life to live." "I know," said Colonel Stow sadly. "I know." And again he looked long silent at his friend. "Well, we go on. Do you feel blind, George?" Royston did not answer. He let Colonel Stow take his hand and grip it as he went out. The door clanged, his spurs clanked over the stones, and Lucinda started out of hiding. "Faith, sir, you had fair words for me," she cried. "You forgot that I heard all." "I meant you to," said Colonel Royston. "You mocked me then." "He mocked you when he thought you an angel." Colonel Royston gave an ugly laugh. "O, you shall not cheat yourself nor me. We have done with honor now. We stand for ourselves. We are greedy for all the pride of life. But God's name, let us have no sham of virtue to ourselves. It makes me sick." She came to him, peering close at him in the gloom while her fingers twisted in his sash. He was sneering. "Yes, you are strong," she said. "The worse for us both. Well, we must be gone out of this place. When can you be ready?" She laughed. "Ah, you are afraid to face Colonel Stow again?" "Yes," Royston frowned at him. "I am, by God. You have ruined us two. It was you that brought us to this cursed cause. You have broken his life. You have dragged us apart. I shall not forget, and I think you will pay for all with me." He saw the strange, mocking smile of hers. "Let us try," she said, and put her hands in his. They were crushed till she bit her lips for the pain. She came nearer still, and her breast touched his. They were lost. "When will you come with me?" said Royston hoarsely. "When can you be gone?" "Yes, yes, I will go when you will," she gasped. "Now, tonight, if it pleases you. Nay, but enough now. Let me go." She sank to their chair and tried to compose herself. In a moment she was gay with bubbling laughter. "Do you know why we quarreled? He had some tale of mighty great convoy that is coming from Bristol. If it falls to the Puritans, say him, we are all undone. Why then take the tidings to the Puritans, quoth I. Give them the last victory and make your profit of 'em. Then, monsieur, we are all of a flame." like a fool in a tragedy. Is it not delicate? For now we can have our advantage of it. Do you bear the news to Cromwell and make your fortune. I will go bail. The devil is a woman, said Royston, glowering down at her. She gave back his own words with a laugh. Oh, we have done with honor now. But Royston was in a difficulty you would not expect her to understand. Out of battle your gentleman of the sword might change sides when he chose, but he must not bear the plans of one to the other. That was bred in Colonel Royston with his profession, but not in Lucinda. For him who had broken faith with his friends to let the etiquette of the mercenary stay him from a profitable treason was plainly ridiculous. She gazed at him in wondering contempt. Even he, then, had some of the stupid scruples of Colonel Stow. She despised all men for creatures chained in convention. But Colonel Royston was not in a mood to hesitate long. To possess her he had cast away already the best thing he had. The rest went light. Swiftly he saw his account in her tale. How to make it sound fairly to the Puritans and give him footing here. Well, what more do you know, Madam Spy? Quoth he with a grim smile. When does your precious convoy come? Who has it in command? It is close here now, I think. They are to send out some force to escort it in. Ay, that would be to Whitney. And, Royston to himself, and who is in command? Lucinda had the wit to lie. She could feel that if he were told the truth then, if he knew the convoy was trusted to Colonel Stow, he would have none of the treason. He was not ready yet to hurt the fame of a friend. A word of the truth then had changed the fortune of more lives than theirs, but she lied easily. No, nay, I do not know that. He did not tell me. 2 regiments, maybe, said Colonel Royston to himself, and walked to the window. They will not go behind Whitney. It would be needed to snatch the convoy first. Her face round on her. When do they come? At once. Tomorrow, I think, she said hastily. She did not know him in this mood. This keen note of command troubled her, made her unsure. So we must be gone tonight. You must leave your fine dresses behind. You can take no more than you bought. Be ready for me in 2 hours. I will come. I will have a horse for you. Oh, you are too masterful, sir. I'll be that with you or nothing, growled Royston, frowning at her. And by heaven, I do not much care which. She gave him a reckless laugh. I swear that you shall, she said, and put up her lips to be kissed. A little while before, Colonel Stow, turning in under Tom Tower, was saluted by the officer of the King's Guard. While he answered, he saw that it was Gilbert Bourne. With a queer laugh, he turned aside to grip the lad's hand. You are the luckier, he said, and went on his way. End of chapter 26. Recording by Gary Oldman, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Chapter 27 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 27. The Lieutenant General finds an honest man. Through the windy dark Lucinda rode with Royston and thought of a night when she was born in another man's arms. It was springtime again, and the wild thrill of it in the air, but Colonel Royston was not inspired. He had not the dreams of his friend, nor the longing to give Lucinda a new life. She sufficed to him what she was, and he put her by. His mind was devoted to the practical need of the instant, to the neat detour that brought them out of Oxford unseen, unsuspected, by the north road, and round the fords at Godstow and Witham to Cumnor, safe on the Abingdon road. It was a perfect evasion. Then, with the methodical carefulness that distinguished him, he made up his story for Cromwell. Of the life beyond, of the woman's call, he had no care. It may be that his mind shrank from it, but Lucinda remembered the earlier time. It was a dark gray sky, broken in gulfs of blue that bore the stars. They gave light enough to make all things vague. Royston rode beside her like a creature of dream. The hedgerows stood vast and fantastic. The very road played tricks with her eyes, turned when it went straight, was rough when it was smooth. More than once, fancying she saw a brook or a quag, she reined up sharp. "Zounds, what ails you?" cried Royston at last, startled from his plans. "This road is mad, I think, or my eyes." Then with a nervous laugh, "We are mad, you know." "And we will ride on, by God," said Royston. The west wind came across them, tingling and keen. On either side the trees were loud in a wild chorus, and changing color and shape for each moment. Feathery powdered catkins brushed across their faces, and now a light bough beaten down stung like a whip as they passed. All the night was full of ghostly fear and tumult and strife. When they came down the slope to the wide, dark river levels, the uncurbed wind smote stronger, whistling shrill about them and buffeting with mighty thrusts. She cowered before it and shrank into her hood and shivered. All along the way the pollard willows tossed in mad shapes like ghastly dwarfs a dance. Her mind was away in strange, ill dreams. She felt herself caught in some grim mockery of life where nothing was real and nothing made glad. And still she was pierced with memories of that earlier time, of that wild night of joy when he had made her feel the very spirit of the world's force. She looked uneasily at Royston, but he had no care for her. He rode erect, staring right on, his mind knit upon his own plans. And the wind yelled at her, and the clouds banked thicker before it, and the stars went out. She was mightily weary and cold before, out of a heavier mass of darkness, tiny lights mocked at them. In a moment after came the challenge of the outposts at Abingdon. "Who goes? Who goes? Halt, or I fire." "Travelers to lie at Abingdon," quoth Colonel Royston. "Whence come ye?" "From Oxford." "Guard! Turn out! Guard!" Royston turned to Lucinda with a sneering smile. "They are naive here. No place for you." But Colonel Royston himself never understood the Puritan simplicity. If he had made another end. A sergeant came with his lantern and held it aloft to scan them. "Ye are out of Oxford?" "Aye." "Why seek ye this godly army?" "Sir, for edification." "The Lord advance it. But wherefore in the company of a woman?" "Regard me as her redeemer. In fine, sir, I have been her salvation. She hath put me in the godly mind to seek you out." "I like you not, young man. Nevertheless, you may be even as Lot which fled out of Sodom. Pursue not his evil example. And in any case you will go before the lieutenant general." "It is my earnest desire," said Royston, having first found a lodging for the lady, who was all aweary. He preferred to deal with Cromwell alone. "The lieutenant general desires no woman," quoth the sergeant with scorn. "March." "Happy man," quoth Royston. As he walked his horse forward, the sergeant took the bridle, and so, with a pikeman on either hand and Lucinda following meekly, they came to Abingdon. The narrow street was all peaceful. There was no sign of soldiery, no rabble, no loungers. Only through the lighted windows they could see the gathering of companies, and they heard chanting and the elect whine of Puritan prayer. "And what of lodging?" quoth Royston. "I suppose all your inns are full to the door of godliness." "No man of this army lies in a tavern who can find him another bed," said the sergeant severely. Royston whistled. But he had met fanatics before, and he knew their strength. The sergeant was no boaster. It proved easy to find Lucinda lodging at the Green Man Inn. Royston was led on to the house called the Abbey by the river. It was a room of bare brick walls set with timber and high, dim timbered roof. The candles flickered and guttered in the crossing draughts. Colonel Royston stopped short and saluted. He was not used to admire other men, but "This is the first king I have seen in England," said he to himself. It was no beauty, at least. A big, loose man that spread over his chair. The wisp of linen at the collar of his buff coat was crumpled and stained with blood. His face was coarse, fleshy, and red. The hard angles of the bones stood out, and in the midst a mighty ridge, a stockade of a nose. There was something that might have been desire for mustaches, or lack of a razor. His underlip was cracked and raw. His hair hung in a lank mass of pale brown. But there was height in the ample brow and the seaming furrows of endurance and thought. But his eyes had the true light of steel and a ruthless strength. The lieutenant general surveyed Colonel Royston, who liked it well enough. He never doubted his own powers. "Who art thou, friend?" "George Royston, sometime major in the service of Gustav Adolf and colonel with the Duke of Weimar." "What make you here?" "Safety for a woman, work for myself." A man who had been riding at Cromwell's elbow looked up at the neat phrase. This was one with an air of some refinement, trim and precise. The commissary general, Ireton. "You come from Oxford?" he said amiably. "A plain tale can be brief, sir. I came to England on a quarrel with Monsieur de Turenne. I am bred to war and born for it, but little skilled in the matter of politic. I chose the King because the King's cause should be England's." He laughed. "That fancy amuses me now, gentlemen. I have been in Oxford. Yes, I have been in Oxford, and seen the popish lasciviousness of the court and the rule of fools. I found swiftly that it was no place for a soldier who honored himself and feared God. I made my resolve to seek the honest cause, yours, sir." He saluted stiffly. "I confessed I was hastened at the last by the persecution of an honorable lady. It was a maid brought to that Babylon by her mother, my Lady Weston. She, dying, left the girl friendless. She was thereafter pursued by the lordlings of that vile court most shamefully. Bah, I am hot at speaking of it. Well, she could get there no succor, no redress. Then, for I profess an honest affection for her, bade her come with me to a camp where men regard the honor of women. That which she hath done. I have lodged her here and am here to serve you. I can do it." "You say well, friend," quoth Cromwell. The commissary general, who was tapping his cheek with a quill, smiled pleasantly. "And how would you seek to serve?" said he. "Sir, I have fought against Papists 15 years and held many commands, whereof you shall have proof at your leisure. My skill is in chief with musket and pike, but for that time enough. There is more pressing matter. Sir, ere I left Oxford today, there came to me, by a braggart captain in liquor, tidings of that which touches your fortune. I take no shame to tell you. I have no faith to keep with that foul court. So then, they are in ill straits for arms and powder. Their whole hope in the war depends on a new great convoy. This comes from Bristol, and hath now been days upon the road. It journeys with little guard, but they will send out from Oxford a force to meet it. And, sir, it should come to Beaufort or Witney by tomorrow. But if it fall to you and not to them, you have gone far to end the war." The frown gathered on Cromwell's brow. He began with a score of sharp questions. How great was this convoy? With what force, at what speed could it move, and the like? To all, Royston had a quick answer, true or false. Cromwell looked on him with favor. "Thou art a ready man, friend. The Lord needs such." "Therefore, doubtless, he made me so. said Colonel Royston devoutly. "O, sir, hold fast to that," Cromwell cried. "Thou art made unto his glory, and miserably dost thou fail it. Yet be of good heart, and so run that thou mayest obtain." "It is ever my design, sir," said Colonel Royston quite sincerely. Cromwell thrust out his arms over his head. "O, laggards, laggards, the Lord deliver me from laggards. Sir, there is naught to be feared but our own sin and sloth." "Wherein, alas, we are all too well provided," said Royston. Cromwell's hands fell. His face was grave and sad. "You say well," he muttered, and appeared to talk to himself. The commissary general had remained always amiable of air. "And do I hear you promise the capture of this convoy?" he asked. "Spare a regiment of horse in the morning. Let me be its guide, and I'll answer for all." "It is very handsome in you," the commissary murmured, and glanced from him to Cromwell. "The gentleman desires to be trusted with a regiment, sir." The Lord shall laugh at him," muttered Cromwell. "What is it? A regiment, quotha?" He bent his brows upon Royston. "Well, and how wouldst thou go with it, friend?" Colonel Royston was ready. A swift detour by Newbridge should bring them astride the western road on the farther side of Witney. Then, putting out a picket to guard them from Oxford, they would send vedettes out westward to make touch with the convoy, find it, capture it, and strike for Abingdon again. "It likes me well," said Cromwell. "Colonel Budd's horse, sir," quoth the commissary quickly. "A very lovely company, sir. Put all on God." "I will make my endeavor, sir," said Royston, and saluted and was going. "We will provide you a billet, sir," said the commissary again in some haste. Colonel Royston saluted him, too, and was dismissed in the charge of a sergeant. "There is a soul in an honest, thriving way," quoth Cromwell. "I should have liked him better," said the commissary, "if he had offered us nothing." Chapter 27. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 28 of Colonel Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Greatheart by H. C. Bailey. Chapter 28. At Witney Town. Colonel Royston was waked from his bed of clean hay at dawn, but he did not arrive in the quarters of Colonel Jacob Budd in time to hear a conversation of the commissary. "The orders are plain to you, Colonel?" "Plain, sir. May I be God's executioner. And if it be not so, if this one that guides me proves to be a hireling, a man of Belial—" "Why, you may still be God's executioner," said the commissary, smiling. Colonel Budd almost laughed. In a little while came Colonel Royston. The commissary saluted him affably. "Colonel Budd, this is Colonel George Royston, who hath designed this fair work. I would have you know him well." "The honor is mine," said Colonel Royston. Colonel Budd did not deny it. "The lieutenant general bids you to breakfast," said the commissary. Colonel Royston appreciated the honor, but his appetite was something affected by the lieutenant general's taking the occasion to expound the second beast of the apocalypse. Colonel Budd differed from his general concerning the significance of the first horn, and said so, and they parted hot. "Well, sir, well, shall we ride?" said Royston eagerly as they came out together. "After some small exercise," said Colonel Budd. Colonel Budd paraded his regiment in the meadows by the Ock, and there wrestled in prayer for the space of half an hour, the troopers groaning or giving praise as they were moved. Colonel Royston chiefly groaned, but he confessed that in the end they wheeled beautifully in the column of troop. They took the road for Kingston, bagpipes chanting, not sweetly, O Lord God, unto whom all vengeance doth belong, Almighty God, whose vengeance owns shine forth, avenging wrong. Lift up thyself, thou of the earth, the sovereign judge thou art, and unto them that are so proud a due reward impart. They had certainly a vile ear for music, but it annoyed Colonel Royston that he could find no other fault with them. They were men of seasoned strength, and their bearing approved them soldierly. They were equipped to admiration, with breasts and backs of steel over their buff coats, pot helmets, a pair of long pistols each, and a sword. There was hardly a worthless charger in the regiment. Sturdy beasts, plainly bred in the fen levels. There could be no better for a campaign in the valleys and heavy turf hills of Middle England. Not the guard of Gustavus was better provided. Colonel Royston thought with a sneer of the ragged squadrons of King Charles. So they rode on, a goodly sight, a long trail of steel between the whitening willows of the flat grasslands, while the wayward sunlight flashed on their arms and made splendor in the thin cloud of dust. In the space between psalms, Colonel Jacob Budd engaged Colonel Royston's attention. Thou art surely a brand snatched from the burning, my good friend. It was I did the snatching. Colonel Budd groaned. I perceive thou art yet far from the truth and in the bondage of Arminius. I do not know him. 'Tis a minister of Beelzebub. Colonel Royston shook his head. I can not give you joy of your acquaintance. Which taught the abominable heresy that whosoever will may be saved. Whereas, friend, whereas, and I shall look to expound to you more generously, the sweet truth is, there be some elected to damnation, which they can by no means escape, and this shall be a goodly comfort, for it is all to the glory of God. Colonel Royston grunted. Never a man had less taste for theology than he. And look you, if thou dost think, poor worm, that thou hast saved thyself, thou art still in the blindness of sin. No man saveth himself, seeing that all are worms. Yet some in the all-seeing providence of God are elected to salvation, and by no strength nor good works of their own are saved, whereof they have a sweet and blessed assurance. There is also another assurance, the assurance of damnation, which I would give you. Egad, cried Royston, I have a very certain assurance of damnation if we go across the river with no vedettes out. Colonel Budd scowled at him. It was the more objectionable in that it could not be denied. They were already close upon the river, and beyond lay the enemy's country. He gave hoarse orders. Royston marked with disdain the use of the stiff Dutch drill for the simpler Swedish, and the column of route was protected with double vedettes and an advance guard before they came to Newbridge. Swollen with the spring rains, the two rivers came turbid and swift, and crashed against each other in a whirlpool of foam, and roared through the narrow stone arches. On the bridge the regiment halted, while the vedettes thrust forward under the trees up the diverging tracks. There was no danger, and at the old place, but fallen silent, they took the road to Witney. Soon there were no more trees. They rode over a dead level of flat land, where furrows already were richly green. Laborers straightened themselves and leaned on their hoes, gazing stolidly while the regiment passed, and stolidly fell to work again. It was not a war of the people. They cared little for its moves or its fortune, and to make a show soldiers were stale. So through Standlake and Brighthampton, where the women laughed and waved kerchiefs while stern Puritan troopers found ill names for them, they made on toward the circling hills. Something after noon they struck the road to the west upon the high ground beyond Witney, and straightway sent back a party to watch for any force from Oxford. The main body of the regiment moved westward at leisure, while an advanced guard sped far in front. But the advanced guard came nearly into Burford and found nothing, and the main body halted on the hill above Asthall, and made a meal of biscuit and cheese from the knapsacks. Colonel Royston went forward. It was drawing towards twilight when he came back in a hurry, with most of the guard clattering about him. "They are drawn close to Burford, sir," he cried, reining up. "A quarter mile of them, as I judge. Wains and pack horses, and no guard at all." "Praise the Lord which hath delivered them into our hands," quoth Colonel Budd. "Let's hatch our chickens before we count 'em," said Royston, whose wisdom was of another color. "Give me leave, sir. If we wait them there in the hollow between the two hills, we shall be well hidden and they well caught." "What, sir, will you teach me?" cried Colonel Budd. "Nay, sir, I could not," said Royston smoothly. "None the less. Will you move, sir? Will you move?" Colonel Budd snorted with wrath, but the plan was so plainly best that he could not refuse it. In a moment the regiment was dropping out of sight down the hill. Once in the hollow, the half of them were dismounted and lay down in the ditches. A squadron hid itself craftily in the hollows of the slope of either hill. The rest, with the led horses, made toward the river and were lost. It was already dusk. The hapless convoy came on innocently. The locked wheels of the wains groaned down the hill while the wagoners cursed their lurching horses that could not hold back enough on the loose road. There was no more guard than some score mounted men riding by twos and threes, gossiping together. The first of the wagons were down on the level and halted for unshackling their wheels. The whole train stayed perforce. Then from the ditch rose Colonel Budd and shouted. His dismounted men dashed upon the convoy, and the red flame of powder broke the gloom. On either hillside the mounted squadrons swept the road, and before and behind escape was barred, even if the laden wagons could have made up hill at speed. It was a trap that might have held a fiercer prey. The convoy was in hopeless straits. Its few mounted men were pistoled speedily, and the Puritans fell on the wretched wagoners who had no arms. "Quarter, sir," cried Colonel Royston with an oath. "Bid them give quarter." "The curse of Saul be upon thee," cried Colonel Budd, and thundered to his men, "Smite and spare not! Smite and spare not!" He turned to Royston again. "Verily, the wrath of the Lord is kindled against thee, for his pleasure is in the blood of his enemies." Colonel Royston turned away with a gesture of disgust and made for his horse. He loved war too well to like an idle butchery. But the Puritan troopers had a holy lust for their work. The wretched wagoners ran hither and thither in a ghastly fear, struck blindly with naked hands at men who kept them off with steel, knelt, shrieking piteously like children for mercy. There was none. They hid beneath the wagons and in the ditches, and the Puritan troopers dragged them out and slew. The hollows were carpeted with death and blood. So much time they wasted on this godly work that it was full dark before they started the convoy to moving again, and climbed away from the horror. Colonel Budd came up beside Royston and touched his arm. "Friend, I fear me thou art an Amalekite at heart." "Friend," said Colonel Royston, who was in no good temper, "I see well thou art no soldier." "How now?" cried the Puritan. "What naughty forwardness is this? Be assured I am a man set in authority and—" "And not fit for it, egad," cried Royston. "But for this silly butchery we might have been 4 miles away. We move at a foot's pace with all this gear, and each hour this side the river is dangerous." The Puritan laughed. I perceive you have no courage, friend. Not a whit under your command. 'Tis a 1-1-1 fight when a fool is colonel." "You shall answer that, sir," cried Colonel Budd. "You shall answer it to the lieutenant general." "I will make good each word if we ever get to him." "O fool and faint hearted, verily I can scarce be angry with thee. Thou art a babe of fear. What haste is there? We will cross by the ford at Bablock Hythe and be at Abingdon by midnight." "Bablock Hythe?" Royston gasped in most honest amazement. "Bablock Hythe? Well, sirrah, and is't not the shortest way?" "Egad, the longest way round is here the shortest way home. It's tempting Providence to venture near Oxford." "The Lord, sir, will take care of his own." "That is why I tremble for us. Nay, sir, if you would not lose all, go round by Newbridge as we came." Colonel Budd was plainly amused. "Verily, thou art matter of mirth with thy host of fears. What have we to dread from Oxford? We have kept watch all day and there is nothing moving thence." "The devil himself may be moving now. They expect this convoy, and some guard must come for it. Look you, sir, if you do your duty you will consult for safety and go round by Newbridge." "Do you think to school me?" cried Colonel Budd. "What, would you be my master? Be assured, sir, I am set in authority and thou shall not minish it." Colonel Royston shrugged. "Go to the devil your own way. Remember I told you where you were going." Colonel Budd preached him a sermon concerning original sin and the effectual calling of the elect. CHAPTER 29. Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.